What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I am northeast, I suppose. I am in a hotel room in Morristown, New Jersey. Shout out to the Westin. B Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard Studios. And B, I got to ask, bro, you know the rule around that. You know the rule around the radio station. If you're wearing a burgundy shirt, did you have a good night?
No, that's Chris Russell's rule. Okay, because as I look, I'm looking at White Mike. He got on the burgundy shirt.
White Mike had a good night. Good for him, young man.
I just threw on the shirt like this because it matches the pants I have on. It kind of like a tannish, goldish color pants. So that's why I threw it on.
Looking fly as always.
Listen to me, Jay. It one particular color don't depict what I've done.
All right. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. We got the stream working today.
Yes.
Good morning to everybody in the stream. Good morning to everybody listening. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Landfill Jeff, how you doing? Jeff had a harrowing evening, but sounds like he's
throwing his nephew off the bed. Talking about his nephew jumped the bed.
Yeah,
That's
Jeff,
a trip, man. You gotta stop being so mean, Jeff.
Well, I'm doing good this morning, fellas.
Okay, good.
I'm doing good too.
Amid the allegations.
We did have a fairly important reveal in the group text thread that Jeff suffered head injuries as a child, which really kind of
explains a lot right there.
It really
you know what? After he put that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to start being a little nicer to him. I understand he was affected profusely when he was young.
Good morning to Professor Landini. How do you do, sir?
Yo.
All right. Yo, the weather's terrible there. It seems like the weather's terrible here. Apparently, there's nothing for me to do but just stay in this hotel room for till tomorrow morning. I think I'm going to be in here for 24 hours. How's your flight looking, B? I know you talked about maybe moving it to last night.
Hey, man, I called over and I told the powers that be that I was willing to fly in last night. They said, oh, no, things look good. I said, now, if I can't get there because of this flight and y'all mess it up, then I'll still get my money now. That's all I care about. I'm just being real.
There is not a single part of me that doubts that you told them that already.
Hey, man, listen, I am volunteering to go earlier. Make sure I'm there. I would have even driven last night if I had to. Nah, it's going to be okay. No problem. All right, then, no problem.
All right.
No.
Well, speaking of no problems, let's start with preseason unders 2-0 to start, baby. We're off to a hot start. We'll have to check it if we got Jeff. See if I got more preseason football for tonight because I'm just banging all the unders.
Hey, the unders worked last night.
Sure did.
Mm-hmm.
So B, let's talk about yesterday.
Let's do it.
The Commanders practiced against the New York Jets.
Mm-hmm.
The New York Jets have some real talent. Quinnen Williams is a stud. C.J. Mosley's a stud. Sauce Gardner might be the best corner in the NFL. Garrett Wilson sure looks like he could be a star. Breece Hall's considered to be among the best running backs in football. They got a tackle that's probably going to Canton in Tyron Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And another guy that, for whatever reason, got ran out of town here, which was dumb, but a guy that's been
who's still a starter in the league, isn't he?
Probably a decade-long starter, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Morgan Moses.
Yes.
And I say all this not to salute the Jets or act like they're the 85 Bears or something, the 91 Skins. They're not, but they've got some talent. And I think we've got to understand that Washington, it was just last season. I don't know how people have forgotten this already, but last season they went 4-13 and didn't have a single person make the Pro Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't 5 years ago. That wasn't 10 years ago. That was last season.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've added a really exciting rookie quarterback. They've overhauled the roster, but most of that overhaul is 1 year kind of veteran Band-Aid players.
Mm-hmm.
We have been honest about every step of this process, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want to rebuild this thing the correct way for the long term through the draft.
Yeah.
And yet there's a practice yesterday, which I don't know, and maybe you guys could tell me because I was there and it was raining like hell, and then we were kind of scrambling around because we had the Nats rain delay fire drill and everything.
Yeah.
I want to be unequivocal. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. The Jets were the better team on the practice field on August 8th in all three phases.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
if anybody thinks I'm not telling the truth, I am telling you that truth.
Okay,
the Jets were better. But it's also a practice on August 8th.
Yeah, it's a practice with a group of people that have been together for like a year or two, most of those guys. This team is just coming together. And I think this is the problem where every time we draft someone, and it's not the player's fault, it's not the team's fault, it's the damn fans' fault. Because I don't think by no stretch of the imagination, no one on that team has said that we're going to be here or this guy's going to save us. But every player, every fan thinks that way. So you going against a team, and as you stated, that they have a lot of good players on that team. Look, they went 6-11 last year. Why? Because ultimately, if Aaron Rodgers was there, they would not have gone 6-11. They would have double digits wins, I guarantee you. Okay? And I don't like a lot of his stuff off the field. On the field, Duke can damn play football.
Yeah.
So they are a good team, but we assume automatically, oh, we got Jaden, or we going to win games. Jaden don't play defense.
Jaden doesn't block anybody.
Jaden don't kick field goals. Jaden don't block for himself. We got Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner is not catching the ball and blocking for the quarterback. So you got to understand that this team has to grow and be built as a team, not just individuals that we all of a sudden lose our minds over. Listen, I am a believer in both of the guys I just named, but I also understand Bobby does nothing without that front doing some good stuff in front of him, and Jaden does absolutely nothing if that offensive line cannot protect himself.
I think that's well said. So there's a few things that I've seen kind of like emerge. So I tweeted this out last night because I was kind of just surprised by the reaction. And I guess this is what I wanted to ask. I guess the Jets were live streaming portions of this practice, right, on their YouTube page.
They did that earlier, then all of a sudden it went away.
Stopped,
yeah,
right?
It went away completely.
Okay.
After the stretching, it was gone.
Right. Like, because I know to the media, they shut down all sorts of photography. Anybody with a camera got a talking to that nothing was available to be shot anymore. As soon as, like, before they even got into one-on-ones. So I don't know how much people could have seen from the live stream, right? For people to draw these conclusions. And then you're getting conclusions drawn from social media, from people that are there. And dude, I'm not trying to change anyone's opinion of what they didn't see. I saw it. The Jets were the better team, period. There were some highlights for Washington. This was not, what was the score when Tom Brady's year, when they just rolled it up on Joe Gibbs and the Skins? You remember that?
Like 40
to 6?
It was 57 to 6 or 7, something like that. 52-7.
Like, I have seen ass kickings. I was in FedEx at halftime last year when it was 27-3 to the Chicago Bears. Like I know what an ass kicking looks like. Yesterday was a football practice, and there's a big difference.
Yeah.
The Jets were better, and if people want to make this condemnation of Emmanuel Forbes, okay.
But see, let's be real.
It seems way too.
No. I think what you got to understand,
singled into Forbes.
It goes to Forbes because he had a bad year last year. Okay, and let's be real. We in this industry play a part in what fans think. The people saw that because that was tweeted out. And by who? I don't care. Didn't even look to see. But when you put that out there and you say, oh man, look at this. And then the fans start making their comments about it, and then it starts to go viral, it makes it seem like, oh man, he got destroyed. One play. So I say this all the time, and I say we in the industry, in this media industry, have a duty to not only bring news but educate, and don't get caught up in the just trying to put stuff out there to get a lot of people to see what we put out, because I think that is what happened yesterday. I saw a lot of little tweets go out that ended up being stuff that people lost their minds over.
Yeah, and listen, man, I'm not trying to change what happened. Forbes did not have a good practice. He didn't. Like I was there. I watched it. But most of the secondary didn't. And like we're going into this season, and it's pretty obvious they've got potentially problems in the secondary and on the offensive line. We like none of that's a surprise. Going into the season, we all knew they might have problems in the secondary and on the offensive line. And in turn, so people are freaking out over largely stuff they didn't see, but they've just determined that everything sucks now. And they claim, like I had this dude, Brian Lacey, and we had like a back and forth, and I'm okay with that.
Uh-huh.
He said, I hear it every day on your show, the Junkies, Grant and Danny. It's why haven't they named the starter yet? Jaden is playing, but they didn't say. Every day there's this drama. I don't know what you determined to be drama. I think Jaden yesterday, what impressed me most is he barely had any time to throw, and he never looked shaken. Like there are times when a young quarterback in that scenario would be in over his head, right?
Uh-huh.
And in a rough, he didn't throw a pick, I don't believe. Now, I do think at least one time for sure, there would have been a sack fumble because the DN got around the corner so fast he was able to slap the ball out of Jaden's hand.
Uh-huh.
But like Jaden, my most important takeaway from yesterday, Jaden didn't drown in a situation where he didn't have what we assumed to be either of his starting tackles. The Jets pass rush was vicious. It was dumping rain. It's the first time he's seen competition from another team. It wasn't great, but he didn't drown. The offense would have moved somewhat.
But the thing of it is, this notion, and I'll say to the guy, you may hear drama on some shows. I guarantee you don't hear no damn drama on this show, especially from me, about naming a starting quarterback on August 8th or 9th, okay? Because it doesn't make a difference. I had a chance to, and when we talk to the coordinators and the head coach behind the scenes, they give us a little bit more information when we try and talk to the media and things like that. And then people, they understand what they're doing and they have a plan. But to sit here and act as if I have to say that he's the starter today, and it's not to justify anything on the team because the team knows who the damn starter is going to be. It's to justify those people that are banging that damn drum to make them look a certain way. Because ultimately, they are not playing certain guys this weekend that probably could play. They're not playing them right now because you know what? They want to see other guys play because that's what you really – this training camp is not for the guys that you already know are going to be starters or who've been there and done it for you, have been around the league a long time. Training camp is for guys to find out who can be – what you talk about, depth, okay? One thing that Joe Witt was talking about, when they went to a Super Bowl before, 16 to 18 of their guys who started the season were hurt when they made it to the Super Bowl. And you know why he had the certain guys playing in the game? Because he saw them play. If you play all the damn starters in preseason, then guess what you don't see? You don't see the young guys that can actually play that you want to keep around. But those guys still were able to go perform for him. So I think a lot of times what fans do, fans are caught on sayings, narratives, and they run with it. Stop letting people lead you down a rabbit hole and start trying to understand the game and learn better what people are trying to do. Because if you go out there right now, if you try to do everything for those shows that want to sit up here and act like you got to do stuff to impress them, and for every fan that wants you to just do this, you won't have a damn person starting on first day. Okay? They're trying to at least get some people. But what I love about them, they're not putting everybody in bubble wrap.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things here. Yesterday, certainly they didn't have people in bubble wrap. Not having Coleman and Wiley, presumably your top two tackles, is really going to impact your offense. And sure enough, yesterday, it really impacted their offense. Defensively, they're trying to rebuild this thing on the fly with a lot of veterans.
Mm-hmm.
I do think perhaps we need to have a specific Emmanuel Forbes conversation. If you want to boil this to Did Ron and them make a mistake taking Forbes over Gonzalez? I'll say yes. I said it at the time. I say it now.
I don't think we completely know that right now. Gonzalez got hurt last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
He could have got hurt.
He only played like 5 games.
So we don't know that for sure right now. I can tell you
fair.
one thing, though. Ron never held nobody accountable. And I'm not going to sit up here and blame players because they don't hold them accountable. But I tell you one thing right now. I know for sure. His ass is going to be held accountable with this staff. So if he can play, and his reason for being drafted because he's a ball hawk and a ball skill guy, he better start touching the football.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's easy now to act like everything is about Emmanuel Forbes. He's one of 11 dudes on the field. Like, it's not the entire 2024 season will not rise or fall due to Emmanuel Forbes. And to your point, Brian, last year they had to bench him. I think these guys won't give him the same opportunities to be embarrassed like the last guys did.
Mm-hmm.
I think if it goes poorly, they'll make an adjustment sooner. But I don't understand. I guess for me, where I've been confused here is like folks are ready to pack it in because of a practice on August 8th. What the hell were you expecting? This team was 4-13 last year, fired everybody, have a completely new staff, top to bottom, a rookie quarterback. They still have like $40 million under the cap. They openly tell you they're rebuilding this thing for the long haul.
Yeah.
What the hell were you expecting?
But
like anybody talking about Houston needs to get their brain checked.
But here you go, though, Jay. When the positive things were being put out, people say, "Oh, we can't just react to them just putting out the positive." Did you not hear that? Now they come out with one negative thing, and now it's an end-all, be-all. And I think what you have to understand, this is where the adults have to start to act like adults. Just because somebody on Twitter who we don't know or who somebody don't know lose their damn mind doesn't mean that you got to deal with that a lot, because that's what Twitter is about. That's what social media is about. Somebody making the most outlandish BS statements that they can, because you know what? Nobody knows who the hell they are. So my thing is, it was a bad play that was put out and it went viral. They didn't want to listen to the good plays that were happening, though. So if you're not going to give both of them the same type of energy, then why should we give it the same energy?
What I don't understand is, I tweeted this out last night because I was getting just an incredible amount of
hate.
No, not hate. Just people are flipping out, right?
Huh?
And all I said is, I think some folks are making far too much of a practice on August 8th in the rain. They don't play for a month. It's the beginning of a rebuild. The sky ain't falling. There's a lot of football left.
And the first statement you had was a 2-word statement?
Yo, my man, I'm going to shout him out because I thought it was awesome. Some dude just replied, my DMV Rel just replied, bleep you. And I was like, what the hell, dude? I think I love the passion of this fan base. I love it. I think people
the fact that he
out.
Immediately apologized tells me he was just trying to get a rise out of you.
Man, I'm cool with that guy.
But I'm saying,
you can say bleep you.
He was trying to get a rise out of you. Some of those other people, the other comments I saw, don't have a clue.
Let's do this. I want to allow, and Landfill, forgive me, I know this isn't on the show sheet, but I think we texted about this last night. I want to allow people to flip out. If you are freaked out based on yesterday's practice, call me. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I am happy to have a discussion about what happened yesterday, and I see all these people saying drastic measures must be taken. What are they? You want him to sign the kid from Dallas, Gilmore? Okay. You want him to sign David Bakhtiari, who's had like 3 rebuilt knees and is available on August 9th? Let's talk through the options. It's B Mitch of Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverted heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. It doesn't feel very Vodka Red Bull Friday-y with all the hurricanes and tornadoes.
Man, that's when you go inside and drink.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when 201 hits me, I really don't have much to do, man.
All right. Where you going to be tonight? I'll meet you.
This hotel bar is pretty expensive, so I got to figure something out. So we're having a good conversation here. My man Robert Griffin III is out here eating croissants. Good for him. Hope he.
I'm going to leave that with him. See, I told you, some things you don't give any attention to. That's all he wants is attention. So let him do all the weird-ish he wants to do and just keep moving.
It's wild with Robert. He won a Heisman Trophy, a Rookie of the Year, probably has millions of dollars, and still needs attention.
Some people just aren't cool by nature.
Yeah.
Some people are naughty by nature. Some are not cool by nature.
There's also a international phenomenon going on right now. The breakdancing is going on at the Olympics. And I have it on television. And I got to tell you, Brian, I'm fairly confused. But it is cool somehow. I don't know how to describe it.
What the channel the Olympics is on?
It's on USA.
Yeah. That's
which
really,
I don't think I've had USA on since
you think that's
Monday
telling me
Night
a number?
Raw was on USA. B, I can tell you on my television here at the hotel, it's on channel 22. I don't think that's going to help you.
That's not going to help me.
No.
I think it might be 550.
There's a young woman, I believe she's from Morocco, breakdancing right now. They must have really, really good core strength for this, Brian.
Yeah, you got to have core strength for anything that's athletic.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even attempt to give breakdancing play-by-play, but it's interesting.
What I'm looking at is like volleyball or something.
Well, maybe it's a different channel. I don't know what to tell you, man, but it's on. It exists. So here, I want to give folks the opportunity, if you're freaked out by yesterday's practice, excuse me, let's have a conversation. Let's, to quote my friend Joe Preston, let's have a conversation. I don't think you should be freaked out by yesterday, but I don't think you should have particularly high expectations this season either. Like their win total by the Vegas experts is 6.5. Like expectations for, I think this team could improve dramatically and win 7 or 8 games. And I think folks got to wrap their head around that.
If they win 7 or 8 games, that's a hell of an improvement.
I agree. I think ideally this is a long-term rebuild, right? Everybody knows what the Niners are now, but if you go back to what the Niners were when Kyle Shanahan took over that job, when John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and in turn, Adam Peters went and took the job in San Francisco, they went 6-10 and then 4-12 those first 2 years. And I know that people are fed up, frustrated. This team has largely sucked for 25 years. And that frustration carries over, and you got all these new guys, and you want them to win.
Yeah.
But it might not happen right away. And I think yesterday perhaps was a good reminder. And, you know, if you want to put me as part of the Ashburn Industrial Complex that has maybe been hyping stuff up for the last month or so in training camp, I don't really believe I belong in there, but I don't care. Fine, put me in there, because when they're just practicing against each other, things tend to look good because they know what each other's doing, right? Like, how many years and years and years of buildup do we need to recognize that? Mm-hmm. We also knew they have O-line issues. They have secondary issues. Sure enough, those were a factor yesterday. But I think if it was week 1 Tampa, I think Coleman and Wiley are playing. Right? Like, I think it looks different. So I am here for the conversation. I am here for people that want to be reasonable and have a discussion. My man Mitku Burhanu on Twitter hit me up. He said, I'm not panicking, but based on the praise this coaching staff was getting, to have procedural mishaps concerns me. I think that's fair, B. We've seen the procedural stuff, particularly on offense, in Ashburn, and we saw it again yesterday. How do they clean that up?
You just got to keep stressing it. I mean, it doesn't just happen overnight. And I think the whole thing about it, you can't allow it to go. And I think when it happens out there, they normally try to correct them and they do it in a voiceless type of way. But I also know that the referees that are at practice and the referees that are in those scrimmages, they want them to call everything. And they wanted to call it when the slightest thing happened. That's not going to happen in the game all the time like that.
Yeah, they're probably trying to reinforce and teach.
Yeah,
some.
they're trying to make you understand, like, oh yeah, that's gonna get called, which means that when you get in the game, if they call 20 in practice, 5 of them be called in the game, which is still too much, but it's not as drastic as it seems in practice.
All right, now there is like a reoccurring thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That there are veterans available now that could maybe help. Stephon Gilmore is kind of the top of the list, a corner that played for DQ and Joe Witt last year in Dallas. I believe he's still a free agent, right? No, or maybe Dallas signed him back. Jeff, see if you can look that up for me. I believe he's still out there, but I could be wrong. At tackle, there are veterans available that maybe you can bring in. B, do you think there is a level of increased urgency based on yesterday's practice to bring in a veteran in the secondary, a veteran on the O-line?
No. I don't think so. Because I think ultimately you saw a play that everyone is reacting to. There are guys on this team, Davis, 24. I don't know if he's going to sit there and just say, oh, yeah, we got to put that guy on the field and not give me a chance. And then you didn't have your starters playing yesterday, a left tackle and left guard and right tackle. So, yes, there are people available. Is the money available here? Do the people, are they willing to accept what they may want to offer from here? See, it goes more into just what you think and what you want. It goes into, does it fit? And finances makes a lot of that. It's going to be fitting and making a lot of sense. Just because somebody's out there don't mean that they automatically want to come to Washington. Are they going to sign here?
I think making moves now, one, they are making moves. They signed 2 linemen in the last week. They signed an interior guy and a tackle. I don't know that those guys help you, but clearly their scouts and director of professional scout, like all these guys identified somebody and they signed them. So the notion that they're just not trying to address it, I think might be misguided. Now, there are fans that are like, we didn't do anything about this in the offseason. And I don't think that's accurate either. They signed a center to real money. Center's been a significant problem for a long time. They signed 2 other interior guys. They re-signed Cornelius Lucas. And then they drafted the tackle they like. Like, they let other tackles, they traded out of positions where they could have gotten some of these other tackles to take Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
And now Coleman's missing a little time. I don't know that whatever, it appears to be a shoulder, but we don't know. Whatever is going on with that shoulder, I don't know that it would be keeping him out of a regular season game. But, like, I think you've got to allow some time for that.
You know what, though, Jay? For the fans that really say preseason don't mean anything, they sure get a little upset for something that don't mean anything, right?
Bro, this wasn't even a game, B. It was
I know, but it's still it's not a game, and we got preseason coming up, and everybody losing their mind. But they say it doesn't mean anything. Obviously, it must mean something to them, right? So the whole thing about it, if they're confused about what means something, listen, I'll be honest with you. When people lose their mind over stuff that I think is like asinine, I don't give them a lot of time to even much talk to me about it.
I think there is legitimate reason for concern, but I don't think you should base it entirely on yesterday's practice against the Jets. We got some calls. Elijah, Nick, stay right there. I'm coming to you as soon as we return on B Mitch and Finley. I feel so close to you right now. All right. They've been on hold. We're going to do this. My guy Elijah is in PG County. Elijah, you freaked out about joint practices? You taking a beat? Where you at, buddy?
It's actually Nigel, bro. And what's up with B Mitch and JP? I'm not flipping out at all. Honestly. I'm looking at it like how you're supposed to look at it. It's a practice in the beginning of August. Even with the Forbes situation, like, let's not just act like Garrett Wilson is some dude off the street. Like, we haven't seen him do this to other good corners in the league with not even a great quarterback last year. And with everything that you guys was talking about that we got to take into consideration with not the whole starting offensive line, new system on both sides of the ball, rookie quarterback. I'm not going to read too much into it. Like you said, I mean, it could be some cause for concern, but it's still early. They got time to work through it through these preseason games and through the rest of camp. So I just think some fans see stuff, overreact, and you got a lot of these people that ain't even never played the game at the little league level. So they just do a lot of talking. They ain't never really been around anyone who's played the game at a high level or even watched the game in a knowledgeable way to understand what's really going on.
Thank you for the call.
Right,
and real quick, you said your name is Nigel?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to ask Jeff how the hell he wrote down Elijah for me?
Oh, nah, he good. I was talking like the line was busy. So when he when he picked up the phone, I probably was talking a little fast. Yeah.
All good. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Nick in Ashburn. Nick, how you feeling, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, that last caller was a good caller, man. I liked what he had to say. As a fan, I was disappointed yesterday's practice. I would have liked to see them come out and dominate, of course. I mean, as a fan, that's what you want to see. I wasn't surprised, though. I know they've made a lot of roster moves since last year, but I don't really think they've improved that dramatically. Last year, I thought at this time that they were probably a 3-win team. Unfortunately, I think they're probably a 4 or 5-win team this year. I think, what do you say, Vegas has them at 6 or 6.5.
Yeah.
That's probably accurate. It's disappointing, but it's part of the growing process. It's part of the rebuild. Let's use that term. It's part of the rebuild. And so, yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised. That's kind of what I expect this year, I guess.
I think that's fair, and that doesn't mean they can't outperform it.
But that's an assumption that they're going to be exactly what they were yesterday when the season started.
Right. I think they can improve over the course of the season, too. And I think that's an important note. The one thing I wanted to go back – thank you for the call, Nick. I appreciate it, buddy. The one thing I want to go back to that Nigel said is that, like, this is also Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson's had 2 straight 1,000-yard seasons. If you go back and watch his tape from Ohio State, he was an excellent prospect. I think he was 9th or 10th overall pick in the draft. I don't, though, I want to be clear that I'm not making excuses for what was a poor performance from Forbes, right? And I don't want it to be, the other guy was just better. Like, ideally, Forbes is good and can cover other teams' best receivers. Like, that's the ideal scenario. It didn't happen yesterday. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but we got to at least let it play out with new staff. There's some interesting stuff about, like, the coverages they were playing, whatever it was. Let's get one more call in here. Our guy Mo is in Largo.
Mm-hmm.
Mo, how you feeling, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Not flipping out, but a bit worried. More so because if you're not healthy now, chances are you're not really going to get too much healthier later. From every ex-NFL player that I hear say the only time you're really healthy is before you start playing. So if guys are unable to practice now, and then as the contact increases, I'm just not sure how they get better. But as long as we taper our expectations, I think we'll be okay. But it was, like the last caller said, I was disappointed. But when you take it all in and understand that the personnel was not on the field, you kind of get what you get what you got based upon who was out there. But I mean, I'm worried about the young man out on the corner, man, because I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't look like he's grade A talent. I mean, I know they projected him to be, but based upon what he's produced, it just doesn't look like he's going to be the one to hold it down. So, I mean,
Mo,
let's taper the expectations and keep it going.
Mo, that's a good, fair call, dude. because what we saw last year wasn't good enough. And frankly, what we've seen this year is ups and downs. You don't want to base everything off one practice. And you are taking a wider approach, which I think is fair. But the only thing these guys didn't draft him. Like, if we're talking about the offensive performance, it was okay. It was a little middling. The Jets defense was the better group, but I do think, and I'll give Dan Quinn some credit, like, they're worried about those guys being ready to go in a month, not yesterday.
But see, the thing about it, like, I hear people always talking about, well, like, I know I said a lot, you're never healthy again when you get in the NFL. But let's not fool ourselves. If you're 90% healthy in the NFL, you're still damn good. Okay? You can still produce. You can still be better than the person you're going against. Or it ain't about just being 100% healthy. What the hell do you have ticking inside of you? Do you have a determination and a drive that will make you, although you are not 100%, and that other guy crossed you 100%, do you automatically assume he's going to win? And a lot of these dudes have that. But see, what most people don't get anymore, and this is why you don't see a lot of guys practicing, coaches and front offices hold them out because they want to make sure that they get to the point where they want them at. It's not the player just saying, I'm not going to practice. Because like you said earlier, the player will play in a regular season game. And guess what? The coach won't want him to play because everything matters for him then. In the preseason game, they'll let them get healthier. No, he's not going to get to 100%, but he might get to from 90 to 93 or 95 to 97 or 80 to probably 91. But the ultimate thing is he'll still be better than the person that's probably backing him up to go out there and produce. So it's not all on the player because he's not practicing. And until they play a game when they are game planning and putting everybody out there, it's hard for me to get so concerned and worried because I already know that they're trying to build a line. And I've played in this league 14 years and I understand it doesn't happen overnight. So we all say, go get somebody. Go get a name. How do we know that name gonna come in here and fit with the other people? There are some damn good players who cannot fit with other people, who cannot fit in a scheme or a system. So just getting names means absolutely nothing. If that chemistry isn't built, you're going to have a damn problem.
I think that's all really well said, B. I think you got to separate the defensive issues. I'm not surprised. They didn't game plan, to your point. I don't know what you've got there, right? The offensive issues, B, everything you said is completely correct. I would also add, if this was a game, if this was week 1 in Tampa, there may be methods available to get guys on the field that you're not going to explore for an August 8th practice in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, things can change dramatically for a regular season game.
The ultimate thing, if we are not going to lose our minds over positive things that are put out, don't make the one negative play be worse than what it is.
No practice today. Preseason game tomorrow. PFT commenter joins us next.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Alexandria's Noah Lyles unable to complete the sprint double. After his unbelievable come-from-behind win in the 100-meter final, Lyles finishes with a bronze medal in the 200-meter. And after the race, he announces that he tested positive for COVID 2 days earlier. It was a historic day for Bullis High School product, Quincy Wilson. The 16-year-old ran the first leg of a 4x400 relay heat, becoming the youngest ever American male to participate in an Olympics. Team USA basketball was on the ropes in their semifinal with Serbia. They trailed by double figures for the lion's share of the contest before closing the game with a 32-15 run to win 95-91. Steph Curry led the way with a monumental performance, knocking down 9 threes in a 36-point effort. The U.S. will play the host country, France, for gold Saturday. The Nets fall to the Giants 9-5 in 10 innings. They will host Anthony Rendon and the Angels tonight at 6:45. Listen to it here on The Fan. And the Commanders are in New York to face the Jets in their preseason opener tomorrow at noon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shots. All right, folks. 11 a.m. on a Friday means it's time to pour your first vodka of the day. Do it responsibly, but do it now because it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. The weather on the East Coast everywhere is awful, but I know a guy that's enjoying probably some nice weather out in Southern California. It is our friend, Mr. PFT Commenter. PFT, what's up, dude? How you been?
I'm doing great. I actually just got back to Chicago last night, so I'm out of SoCal. Chicago's nice though. It's a beautiful day. Good El Camino day. Took the El Camino into work. It started. I had that as like, I think it was plus 500 that it was going to turn over and start this morning after I'd been out of town for 2 weeks. But no, this is good omen for the weekend. Good omen for Saturday. I'm excited. Football's back, guys. Football
it is
officially back, and I can't wait. I can't wait to watch like probably 3 of the 4 quarters of the game on Saturday, and then way overreact to it and have it mean something that it doesn't.
What are you looking for in the game, PFT?
I want Jaden Daniels to do like 2 snaps and then just not play anymore.
He may play about 3 more than that.
I want to see Jaden Daniels in the Commander's uniform run out onto the field. Actually, no, walk out onto the field. I want to see him get a couple snaps. I don't want to see him on the turf at all. I want to see him then walk off the field and then root hard for his teammates and give a press conference afterwards. That's all I want from him. Like, you could have this game either at FedEx or you could have it at MetLife, and in no world would I want him to take any more than 5 snaps. Like that, if you think that FedEx Field's turf is haunted in terms of injuries, MetLife is pretty bad too. I don't want to see him running on there in a meaningless game. I don't want to see any of that. I just want to see him walk out on the field, look good in the jersey, and then hand the ball to the ref and come off the field. That's it.
I think I heard a comment from a particular person. They were asking questions to him about Jaden, and he said, "You can hand the ball off, right?"
Yeah.
So believe me, a lot of people think just like you. They want to make sure he comes out of this game healthy.
Yeah, and listen.
Certainly
at some point in the preseason, you have to get him out there and have him, making some throws and getting some game simulated action if he's going to start the season. I get that. You want him to get some reps in. This is not the place to do it. Let's not take any chances places that we don't need to be taking chances at. And I know enough Jets fans to know that this is not something you want to roll the dice on.
For sure. We got our friend PFT Commenter on the line. So I don't know. I think one great thing for you is that one, you've been traveling with Grit Week and everything, and the pods have been awesome. I didn't expect to love the interview with the kid whose head got stuck in the Jaguar statue, but I did. I loved that. But yesterday was the joint practice, and I was there. I watched all of it. The Jets were the better team. All three phases, their defense, their offense, their specials. Like, they looked better. But a lot of fans locally and in kind of the Burgundy and Gold Twitter world are flipping out. What would your advice be to fans flipping out about a practice in early August?
This is fine. Like, I think anytime you have a practice like that, especially if it's open to media, open to fans, they can see like what's going on. You're going to have people flip out. It's like if there's a heavy rainstorm, there's going to be some flash floods. I don't like the flash floods, but I know they're going to happen. They're the sign of a healthy ecosystem. As a fan, I know that you're going to get upset about it. I personally don't care. Like, I feel like maybe it's because I'm out of the DC bubble, but I feel like everything that I've heard coming out of training camp this year has been positive. It's been very, very positive all across the board. Like, a little bit too positive. So maybe this was like a little market correction on what we've been hearing the entire time. Because, like, I don't know, as somebody that doesn't necessarily catch every single report every single day, I've been going from thinking that we were going to win 6 games, 7 games, to 8 games, 9 games, to 10 games. Now I was at 10 games. Now I'm back to 9 games after this, after the reports coming out of the joint practice for the Jets. But I feel like it's just been solid momentum and very good. So of course people are going to freak out. That's what we do. But remember, it's a practice the first week of August. Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't mean anything. You have bad practice. You have a bad day at work. I've had a bad day at work. It just happens from time to time. So although I respect the fans for holding the players accountable, holding the team accountable for one bad practice. I just wouldn't flip out about it that much if it were me. They
don't hold the fans accountable, the team accountable. They just say stuff on Twitter. They're not talking to the players or the team.
Maybe we need to hold the fans accountable.
See, my whole thing is, some guys get on this on Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is, Instagram, and they just say outlandish crap that means nothing. So, I mean, if you want to hold people accountable, hold them accountable. But, like, I have been here for 30 years, and I'm going to tell you, it's been like over the last 20-something years, there are people that just happy with just by seeing the colors. But then they get mad at me for saying the truth. So
how bad was it? Be honest with me. Don't sugarcoat it. How bad?
It was bad. The Jets were the better team. To me, there's like a couple separate things, right? The Commanders don't have their starting O-line right now. And I think Wiley could probably go if it was regular season, and he's not going right now. I don't know what the Brandon Coleman situation is. That's a relatively new development. I don't think it's a great development. But, like, I kind of separate offense because while Jaden didn't look great, what encouraged me most was that it was rainy and he was under duress all day, and he didn't turn it over, and he never seemed out of his element. He never seemed intimidated or like lacking his normal calm confidence. And I think that was huge. Defensively, they got
let me step in real quick, and I want to hold you accountable. I want to hold the media accountable. Let me be the voice of the fan on this one.
Okay.
You said that we don't have a starting line in place right now. Mm-hmm. Do we actually have a starting offensive line? Does that exist on this roster? Is there a starting offensive line that you can look at and be like, yep, those are 5 solid starters?
I think so.
They're going to roll 5 dudes out there week 1 in Tampa.
There will be 5 guys on the field wearing the appropriate numbers. Okay.
I have really liked Coleman. I think he's got really good feet, and he doesn't have like this prototypical tackle height, but he's got really long arms, which I think makes up for it. But I do think if they don't have a lot of depth at tackle, and if one of these guys misses real time, then I think you got a problem. Let's hope they don't miss real time.
So I feel like Cosme is going to have a big year this year. How's he looking in camp?
Cosby's having a good camp.
Cosby's been good. He was sick
He missed a couple days because he was sick. So that's also been a factor. I like their interior. Biotish is a durable veteran that has started a lot of games on a good offensive line in Dallas.
Yep.
So I'm with Biotish at center, Cosby at right guard, and Allegretti at left guard has looked pretty good.
Okay.
So I think your concerns are on the edges.
Okay. Now, if there is an injury to the tackle position, I have made contact with David Bakhtiari. I don't know if I told you guys about that, but he was at the beer games, the Beer Olympics, 2 weeks ago down in Nashville. And I was talking to him, and I was like, so what teams are we thinking about? Big Cat listed off a few teams. The Bears were on that list. And David kind of shook his head. He's like, nah, I don't know about all that. I was like, what about the Commanders? And he looked at me, and his eyes got wide, and he started nodding. He was like, I would play for the Commanders. So he's interested. Now, granted, he hasn't played football in like 2 years, but he's still a name. And he's still a big dude, and I guess he's technically not retired. But funny story, I was heavily inebriated at the time because it was the Beer Olympics, and we were about 3 events in. So I took my phone out. As a good fan, if I'm lucky enough to have a connection with the team, that's maybe the perfect time for me to use it or to think that I should use it. So I'm drunk. I take my phone out. I texted Jason Wright, and I was like, hey, just so you know, Bakhtiari would be down to play for the Commanders if you're interested. I hear back from Jason like an hour later. He's like, does he sell season tickets or do partnership deals with our vendors?
Hey, Jason, I'll tell you, I don't handle the football stuff. I handle the sales.
I know. I was like, that's a fair point, Jason. Just pass the word along to whoever needs it.
But you know, like, listen, man.
Out there doing the Lord's work, PFT.
Let me help the people out a little bit on this practice yesterday, okay? And I got a friend of mine to help me out a little bit with it. And here we go. My friend gonna talk to y'all first.
I mean, listen, we talking about practice, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
But listen, man, we just stated we don't have our starting line, and then we say, well, Jaden didn't look that good. The whole thing could be because we didn't have our starting offensive line on that side. The play that they're showing about with Forbes. I think if Forbes throws up his left hand, he can knock the ball down. But caught the ball, and he looked like he outran him. I think he's faster than Forbes, to be totally honest with you. And they haven't been doing a lot of bump and run in practice. Okay, then you get out there, you're gonna do bump and run with people that probably been doing bump and run. I think that we have to understand when you go to somebody else's facility and they kind of run things a little bit, they might have an advantage over you a little bit. But still, the August 8th thing to me is crucial because they're not playing today or tomorrow.
Right.
But they're playing tomorrow in the game. And I hope that tomorrow is a better showing because for all the people that's talking about how horrible it looked yesterday, if they play better tomorrow, you can't just forget about the thing because people live and die off of every word that's said. That's why I don't say a lot of stuff to a lot of people when I'm talking about the team. Because if I say something today and then they play good tomorrow, they're gonna ask me what the hell I was talking about.
No, then you can take credit for it. That's the trick. You can
no, but my whole thing is like, no, I truly have a feeling that if I know people are living and dying off of every little thing, you can't give them everything. Because one play in practice, good or bad, is so damn small when you talk about the big scheme of things that it's a waste of time.
Yeah, I hear you, but also as fans, you understand we've been starved for football for a long time. So we're gonna take every little crumb and we're gonna.
That's why we gotta be careful giving the crumb because you've been starved, and now anything will basically come out and help that appetite out. So you can't give them everything.
You're like a medieval serf riding through a poor countryside, and I'm begging you for just like one slice of apple, just a slice of apple, sir. And you're just shooing me away. Get this trash away from here. I've got errands to run. Just give me a little bit. Just give me like a little bit of. Listen, it doesn't have to. We don't have to make one practice. It is ridiculous that we're making one practice into the end of the world. I think we're just we can all agree it's been a long off season. We're looking forward to some actual football that we get to watch on Saturday. So this is just it's a conversation that we have to get there. Nobody's going to care about practice. I'm worried. Did Emmanuel Forbes is he too fat now? Did he put on like he put
Maybe
on?
That's why he was getting beat yesterday.
Yeah. Does he look noticeably bigger? I guess he can't be any smaller.
Who's that?
He does not.
Manuel?
Yeah. He does not look
He would
bigger
have
than
to
me.
gain 50 pounds to look noticeably different.
Yeah.
10 pounds, 10, 15 pounds on him does not make him look very much different.
No. It really does not look different. Like you don't want to go. Here's the thing: is I'm not trying to dump on Ron, but his personnel and draft decisions were really bad for 4 years, and now these guys have to try to take what they can and build going forward. And so it's like dunking on Emmanuel Forbes over and over and over to me just doesn't have a ton of value. Like it's too early to know for sure, but it's tracking towards this was a big miss, right? And maybe you say that about Davis. There's lots of things you could say about that, but like the people that are in charge now that are trying to build this the right way for the long term, they didn't do that. And they don't feel the same 25 years of bad football that fans feel. And I think that is where kind of the discord starts.
Listen, if anybody can figure it out with and help Forbes at least be in the best position to play his best football, I do have faith in Dan Quinn for that. He is a guy that I think will be able to figure out if it's something that's possible to work, and if it's not, he'll move forward. I want him to be great. He seems to have had great ball skills in college. I saw some electric returns from him. We've got a guy in the office here that watched every game that he played, Brandon Walker, big Mississippi State fan, and he had nothing but great things to say about him. So I don't want to bury him yet. He had some struggles last year, but let's see what he can do in this system. Because I do think that Dan Quinn, if anybody can get him in a position to play well with him.
Dude, that is so well said. That is very well said. It's not time to bury the kid yet. I did want to ask, you guys just went on your Grit Week where you're traveling around. I mean, you interviewed Harbaugh, McVay, Antonio Pierce, the kid that got his head stuck in the statue. How's football out west looking? I kind of think the Raiders might be really bad, but listening to Antonio Pierce, you're like, damn, they're not going to be. Harbaugh is Harbaugh. Like, what'd you take from your visits?
Okay, so with the Chargers, after we turned the cameras off and we were just talking and wrapping things up, we asked Harbaugh for his candid thoughts on the team, and he said, "Well, listen, I can't tell you to bet on us, but I would not bet against us." And he had the classic Harbaugh very serious face on when he said that. I think that Harbaugh's he's a very good coach. He's proven that every single place that he's been. I think that if Justin Herbert is healthy week one, I think the Chargers could be a very good team already, year one. He's that good of a coach. And they've got talent. Khalil Mack is a beast. He had maybe his best season last year. Yeah. And we got to sit down with him, too. We're got an interview coming out with Khalil, I think, next Friday. But he's an awesome dude. Love talking to him. I like the Chargers. I would take the over on their win total this year. The Raiders, like you said, it's kind of a crapshoot. I don't know. The quarterback's a pretty important position in the NFL. And they got Gardner Minshew, which is, I guess that's fun, but I don't know if that's good. He'll win a couple games that he shouldn't win, and then he'll lose a couple games that he should win. But I think AP is going to be a very good coach. He seems like he is driven. He's like a details guy, and he's still very intimidating. He's a nice guy, but still, you can see the look in his eye when he's just communicating anything about his team. When he's thinking about football, talking about football, he's going to be driven, and his players are going to play super hard for him. So I don't know. I don't know with the Raiders. I feel like they'd be a 6 to 7 win team, but I guess we'll find out what happens. Also, former Redskin commander football team Scott Turner is in charge of their passing game out there. So got to say hi to Scott, who looks good, by the way. And I feel like every coach on this Raiders staff, they could all kick your ass. They are all jacked up. They're all strong. They're all in good shape because Antonio Pierce had them doing conditioning drills in the offseason. He had them running 40-yard dashes. He said, if you're under the age of 60, you have to run a 40-yard dash. I'm going to time you, and we're going to have our physicals that you have to pass if you want to be on this coaching staff. He said that Rob Ryan was shirtless riding a stationary bicycle in the facility this summer.
That's a hell of an image. That's a hell of an image.
To imagine that. So I don't know. That to me, that's fun to talk about, but it does seem like the exact thing that we would talk about with a failed year one coach. Something that we look back on later and be like, you remember when he had Rob Ryan working out shirtless in the facility? But I'm not going to doubt Antonio Pierce. I think his players are going to play super hard for him. So I don't know what to think for the Raiders, to be honest with you. The Rams, I guess as long as you have Matt Stafford McVay, Cooper Kupp, and Puka Nacua sounds like he's not that injured. I think they'll be fine. But Aaron Donald is a big missing piece for him. So
Sure.
I think last year what we saw when they went 7-1 down the stretch, I don't think that they're going to be like a 12-win team, but I could see them right around 10 wins again in that division.
Well, I've been enjoying the pods tremendously. Also, as an AWL, I think this is the best Mount Rushmore season ever. I've never laughed harder, looked forward to it more. You guys have been killing it.
Yeah, today we had a Mount Rushmore of yellow things, so it's wide open. There's a lot that we can talk about, and we ended up getting into like a 3-day argument over which things are yellow. So we still we were yelling at each other last night about doing this Mount Rushmore draft 2 days ago.
So I haven't listened yet. The first thing that comes to mind for me with yellow things, do the goalposts count?
Okay, that somebody did pick the goalpost. Yeah. No. I think that might have been it was an honorable mention for me.
B, what's your one seed of yellow things, Brian?
One seed of yellow things?
Yeah.
In the world?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Corn.
Corn's great.
That's a good pick. Good pick. Hank missed taking that one. Okay. I just want to hear you guys' initial reactions. Are these things yellow? Is cheese yellow?
Yeah, some of it.
I think it's orange.
Not all of it.
But cheese can be. But when you think cheese, yellow would count because that's a big argument that we've been having.
Yeah.
American.
Okay.
All right. What about, is beer yellow?
No, it's gold.
Yeah, gold.
But gold's yellow.
No, gold is gold. Yellow is yellow.
See,
that's why it's great content, dude.
This is the type of argument that you're going to get on the show. I do need some help, though. I'm in last place for the Mount Rushmore voting. I'm not here to beg you for your vote, listeners, but I want to earn your vote, and I hope that you listen to the show. And if you vote for my Mount Rushmores, that would do me a big favor because I cannot lose this Mount Rushmore season. The punishment is going to be too intense. I need some help. So,
all right, we will get out the vote. PFT, thank you for making time for us,
Appreciate
brother.
you,
Always
brother,
good to catch up.
All right, have a great weekend, guys. Let's hope everybody gets out of this game healthy, and let's hope that Jaden Daniels looks cool wearing a Commander's uniform.
I think at least the second part will happen. PFT commenter, go vote for him. I think it's on Instagram. Go vote for his Mount Rushmore, man. He needs your help. Thank you, PFT. Here's what we're going to do. Let's talk about the kickoffs. We've now seen it a little bit. How we feeling about it? Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. Well, a wild one for the Nationals yesterday on a rain-drenched day in the district. After a long rain delay, the Nats, in a 2-2 tie, saw the Giants play 3 runs in the 9th inning. But Washington wasn't done for yet. Luis Garcia hitting an opposite field dramatic 3-run homer to tie the game at 5 and send the contest to extras. But in an air-ridden top of the 10th inning, San Fran battled back to plate 4 runs and send the Nats to a wild 9-5 defeat. So now Washington, they remain home for a weekend 3-game series with the Angels. It will be the return of former Nats star Anthony Rendon to D.C. First pitch of the series opener set for 6:45 tonight. Listen to it here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on 106.7 The Fan.
Girl, look
Look
at
at that body.
Look at that body. I work
out. All right, B Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Go get you some. I know they got it at the liquor store near my house. And please God, if anybody in Montgomery County is listening, open the liquor store in the Westbard Shopping Center, please. What the hell is taking so long? Thank you. Brian.
They're not listening.
No, no one listens to me. It's very ironic because I mean we know that people listen, but nobody listens to me when I ask for things.
Because you whine all the damn time.
I'm a professional complainer, B.
Whiner.
Did you watch any football last night?
Yeah.
I
watched a good bit of the Patriots,
Pats, Panthers,
and thank you, Adam Peters, for making the right decision.
You don't love Drake, huh?
Drake don't love Drake.
I'm gonna give him some time.
I give him some time, but I'm like, people always want to tell me about upside. Upside can take 3-4 years to come.
What did John Thompson say about potential?
Potential gets you fired.
Potential gets you fired. I did want to make a point to wish Doug Williams a happy birthday.
Oh, Douglas.
Yeah, Doug is a legend. I saw him yesterday.
I knew me and Doug had another special bond. Louisiana and Leo's. That's what I'm talking about, son.
Is this the Leo sign already?
Yeah, quarterbacks, Leo's, and Louisiana. Man, that's how we do this thing.
I like that.
Super Bowl champions. See, we got a lot in common.
You know that Dan Quinn and I have the same birthday, B.
What happened to your coolness, though?
I think I got some.
But he has
I got some swag. You know where I went yesterday, Brian?
Where?
Dan Quinn's favorite pizzeria growing up. It was actually pretty cool. So DQ grew up like right here in Jersey. He went to Morristown High School. I am staying in Morristown at this hotel that's a little weird. It's like an old governor's house that they've turned into a hotel. But so
might
we went
be some ghosts in that place. Be careful.
Yo, there could be. There's like all sorts of statues of George Washington. I think this is where like the Continental Army stayed in the winter of 1776. Anyway, though, Dan Quinn yesterday at the press conference, I asked him what's it like being at home, and he said it's great, see some friends, see some family, and he recommended that people should go for pizza in his hometown. So I took him up on that recommendation, and we went to this pizza place, and we were just kind of BSing, and I got a slice, and this woman was talking to us.
Small slice?
What's that?
Small slice? Cheese
I
pizza?
got a slice of pizza. That's what they sold.
Pizza?
I got a slice of pizza, Brian. I got a slice of pizza. And Kerwin got pepperoni, though.
Way to go, Kerwin. Way to be a man.
And this lady, it was so awesome because this place this little pizza shop that sells slices is right next to the high school. Like the high school track is like across this little alley from the pizza place.
Mhm.
And I can only imagine in high school how every kid just comes there after school, right?
Uh-huh.
And this lady's like, not just after school, we used to skip class and come here all the time. I just thought that
How old
was
was
awesome.
this lady?
She had kids. Like she had
pizza place
her
been there
son.
a long damn time, man.
Yeah, dude. The pizza place has been there since 1979.
Woo!
So it was pretty cool. All right, here's what we're going to do. I want to talk to B about the kickoffs. We got to get back on track. We got Chick Hernandez joining us at noon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch and Finley. B Mitch and Finley 1067 the Fan. B, I wanted to ask you before we got off topic, and then somebody sent me a video of Jeff trying to break dance, which is just god awful. I did want to ask you about the new kickoff.
Yes.
We've now seen 3 games. We saw the Hall of Fame game. There were 2 games last night. I think there's another 3 games tonight before the Commanders play tomorrow. It still looks weird, but
I think it looks weird.
I've kind of already made my peace with it.
Yeah, it looks weird because you're so accustomed to people running down the field. And I think that's the one thing this is more about trying to stop the big collisions. But you have to adjust the people that you're actually putting out there to block and also the ones that you want to cover. As I listened to Dan Quinn, and he's thinking exactly how I was thinking, the people that you would want to be on the kickoff coverage team more are going to be guys that are like linebackers, maybe some of the faster defensive ends, some of your safeties, the guys that are used to avoiding tackles avoiding blocks to go make a tackle. And then when you flip it over, the people you want blocking are those that are used to blocking in space, a la running backs, okay, some
tight
of your
ends.
bigger receivers, maybe tight ends, because tight ends normally are on the edge, on the end of the line and just trying to set off and like set the line, the end of the line for you. If you got some like reverse type stuff or one direction, the misdirection play, you may use a tight end for that. But as I look at it, man, many people don't like it because I guess it takes away like the full speedness and all that type of stuff. But as a returner that was able to get up to speed quickly, I would love this because I'm watching returners run to the line, and once they get to the action, they just slow down. That is when you speed up and you try to break through it because, as I said to you before, it's only one wave. And if you get through the wave, you got a kicker there. And if that kicker is good enough to shield you to help somebody, allow somebody to get back, you still have a big return. But more than likely, if you can get through that first wave, you can take it to the house.
Take it to the house. Who's that caller that always comes in and wants you to open the restaurant? Take it to the house.
I forgot his name.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
I want to ask the boys in the aquarium, assuming Jeff's caught his breath from his breakdancing. What have you guys thought, assuming you've watched some football now, of the new kickoff?
I like it. I like that they're trying to bring the kickoff back. It was, frankly, all but dead before under the, where it was what,
zone.
Yeah, 80% of it was touchbacks. I thought that was stupid. I'm glad that they're trying something to kind of keep it in. I know that it's a little weird. We aren't used to it yet, but I like that they're doing it.
But see, that's the thing about it. Like football is basically about making adjustments. And if the teams that want to keep worrying about what it was, they're going to have problems. The teams that make the adjustment and go out there and try to figure this thing out, they're going to have a lot of success.
I like it. I like, to Landfill's point, to your point, Brian, that like I like returns. I love the idea of somebody breaking one. There are 2 returners back there, so I do think you introduced the possibility of like
a reverse,
a reverse, or what was it? The Music City Miracle, like stuff like that.
But you don't have to put 2 back there. You can. You don't have to.
I thought you'd have to.
No. You could put.
Okay.
So the way the rules set up is you have to have 7 people in that little area near the setup zone, which is the 40 and the 30-yard line. All right. So if you have 7 people in that area, you can drop back. It's a little space. All right. It's a space in between the setup zone and the landing zone. You can drop 2 people into that space, maybe 3. And then you can have 1 return in the landing zone. That return has to be good enough to read the kicker to know where he's kicking it. Because it says the receiving team is also limited to playing a maximum of 2 returners in the landing zone. That's the maximum. You can play 1. You don't have to play 3. That's the area between the team's goal line and the 20. All right, those rules give the receiving team the flexibility to place up to 3 players between the 20 and 30-yard line. You know what I'm saying? So
gotcha.
So that's the zone. Like if you drop it, if the ball hits before the 20, they get the ball on the 40-yard line.
Right.
But I can put 2 guys there. You can still run reverses. You can also have 1 guy on the other side who, once the ball is caught, he begin to move. He can come in And once the guy's blocking somebody, he runs up and he moves up to the kicker. And that guy that thinks he's running free now, boom, hit him from the inside. You can have different returns and holds. I've already been drawing them up, tell you.
I love that you're into it. My biggest quarrel, I miss the possibility of onside kicks.
But you can't do it surprise. The only time you can do onside kick is if you're in the fourth quarter and you're behind.
Right. That I miss. You don't see them very often. But I think about that when the Saints won the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So that you got to adjust.
I'm not losing any sleep over it, but like the one thing I don't like is that it eliminates onside kicks or the possibility of them.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But in general, I kind of like it. I'm interested to see it. One thing I want to make sure we talk about, because I don't know that we'll have time. Did you watch hoops yesterday?
Yes.
So the U.S. is losing. Serbia's balling out. Jokic is awesome. I mean, they got some pros on that team. And the U.S. came back. I kind of always thought they were going to come back. And then when they cut it to like 5 or 6.
It got a little tighter than I thought.
It was a little tighter than I thought, dude.
Yeah.
And that was a fun game to watch. It was, do we have a line for the gold medal game against France?
I haven't seen one yet.
Jeff, see if you can track that down, dude, because I got to tell you, I think the U.S. is going to win the gold medal. I mean, they just have so much more talent than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But, B, I think I'm taking the points with France. This is the first ever.
I don't think France is better than Serbia.
I don't think so either. But if you believe in the system, like I do, you're going to have
USA minus 16.
I'll take USA.
Give me France plus the points all day.
All right.
B, this is the ultimate home team underdog playing at night. I mean, this is the national team playing in France.
You saying the referee's going to cheat? That's the only way they're going to win. They got Wemby. And
I'm not saying, Brian, I'm not talking about winning at all. I think they can keep it to 10.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Serbia has more players. So, which in essence, that's why they gave them fits. And Serbia were better 3-point shooters. I understand we're in France, but I'm just saying, if they come out and play like they played in the fourth quarter, France don't have a chance in hell.
No, they don't. But give me the points, baby. Give me all the points. Get that thing up to like 17.5. What's up with Noah Lyles? I had to text you guys. He has COVID now?
Yeah, he tested he tested positive on Tuesday, he says.
Are they still testing people for COVID?
I'm going to say he says, okay, because when he came out before the 200 meter, it didn't look like he had nothing. After he lost, all of a sudden he had something. So I don't know.
I'm glad you said that.
A little bit
I
of, listen, I am a fan of his, but I think it was played up a little bit. Seriously.
Dude, I tend to agree with you. Like, because sprinters, the mindset required to be a sprinter, I think, is like a defensive back on meth. You know what I mean? Like the confidence and I almost want to say selfishness. Like you're out there competing completely by yourself in a sport that is completely exposed, right? Like you have to be completely self-absorbed to want to do that.
Oh yeah.
And I think Lyles is like that. Frankly, I don't know him at all, but just from what I've seen. And then when you lose, because you see this all the time with sprinters, if one of them loses, they almost always grab the back of their leg, right? Like, oh man, my hammy got tight on me. That's why I lost.
They do something. Like the whole thing is, I'm always the type of person where let me know something ahead of time. Then you're not making an excuse. You're telling me what the problem is.
Right.
But once you wait till after it's over with, especially the way he came out prior to it, just like he did for every race, he does it for every race. You begin to make people question things. That's all I'm saying.
I couldn't agree more. And dude,
I love his way. Like I know everybody, he's a little arrogant. You don't get to be the best in the world at anything without having some arrogance in you.
Especially
conceit.
Sprinting.
Yeah, you have to be that. You have to be self-consumed to sometimes reach those goals. But it's amazing to me that the people that's always talking about how arrogant somebody is and oh man, he's cocky. They the ones that don't normally accomplish a damn thing. Maybe they should get arrogant and cocky.
I think the new grabbing your hamstring is, oh man, I got COVID. I think that might be the new version of it. Chick Hernandez joins us when we come back.
Hello, everyone. Well, tonight, Anthony Rendon will make his return to D.C. for a first time since leaving the Nationals 5 years ago. The Angels opening a 3-game series in the district, a 6:45 first pitch from Nats Park. You can listen to the ball game right here on The Fan. The Commanders readying to play the New York Jets at the Meadowlands for their preseason opener. Jaden Daniels will be the starting quarterback for Washington. It all gets going at noon tomorrow. And today's day 14 of the 16-day Olympic Games in Paris. Some highlights ongoing. The women's basketball semifinal, Team USA taking on Australia now. The men's soccer gold medal match will feature France and Spain, of course, in Paris. China and the Netherlands will battle for women's field hockey gold. Currently ongoing, Team USA goes for bronze in men's volleyball as they take on Italy. A busy day in track and field with the men's 400-meter hurdles, long jump, and 4x100 relay. It's even busier on the women's side with a shot put final, the 400 and 10,000-meter finals all taking place. And for a first time in Olympic history, they are breakdancing for medals currently in Paris. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Listen, Richard John is clearly a lunatic, but he's on one today on Twitter. He's got funny content today, making fun of Jeff, blaming the alumni for the bad practice yesterday.
Yeah, and I gave him my thoughts on that. One finger salute.
I saw your reply. Richard John is on one today. Brian, I've been freezing in this hotel room since I got here Wednesday night. Good news. I just found the thermostat finally. Do you know what it was set at in here?
Probably 62.
It was 65, and it was cold, dog. And it's cold and wet outside, but we're onward and upward. We're making moves. I put it up to 70. Maybe I won't be freezing all the time. Like, I've been sleeping with the comforter on. It's been cold, so we're chilling.
Normally, when you walk in the room, the first thing people look for is the thermostat.
Well, Brian,
you don't stay cold for 2 days, then say, "Oh, let me look for it."
Brian, the default answer to all things is I'm an idiot. So, whenever there's confusion, just go back to square one. Like, those flow charts. Whenever it's me, just the flow chart always takes you back to I'm an idiot.
Back to I'm an idiot. Okay.
I think we're waiting to get our guy Chick Hernandez on the line here in just a moment. Talk about tomorrow's game. So when is your flight, B? Are you flying out of Dulles or DCA?
Dulles.
How's it looking down there?
Looks like it did yesterday when the game was going on, when it was supposed to be raining.
Oh man.
But it's not.
Is it not? It's weirdly like, if you look outside here, it looks like it's pouring, but there's actually not rain coming down from
It's just like foggy.
Yeah, dude. It's just
all that water around that area. It looks like that a lot.
Right. Yeah, because it's swamps and all that. Where I'm at is like further west, but they still have all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, let's get to the BetQL guest line. Bring in our guy, Mr. Chick Hernandez. He'll be on the call tomorrow with Brian for the Commanders preseason opener. Chick, before we get to tomorrow, let's talk about yesterday. The Jets were the better team out there, but I don't think it's reason to freak out. I'm sure you've seen all the commotion on social media. What'd you make of yesterday?
I try to stay off of social media when it comes to that, because they just don't know. What I made of it was, it was a rainy day, not a big deal, and guys are trying to feel their feet. And I would say, yes, Jets had the upper hand on the funny thing is, what folks don't know is, as you well know, if to be on the field, we can only go to one side. and be able to behind the sideline. So it's a tough vantage point. If you wanted to watch the other field, you had to be on the balcony to watch the other field. So I stayed on the sideline. I like the lower level stuff. And I saw Emmanuel Forbes make like 3 straight really good plays, and then vertically had some issues, right?
Yeah.
So it just, as the coaching staff said, and as anybody, B Mitch who's played the game, I had breakfast with London Fletcher this morning. It's just them getting their feet underneath them, and this is not a big deal. They're not scheming per se. They're looking to see how guys are reacting. So I wouldn't put anything into this other than if someone looks horrible. Nobody looks horrible. There was a lot of good. Jaden threw balls. I mean, Sauce Gardner, called him out and said, dude, this dude can flat out play. Mm-hmm. He's going to be really good in the league. So there's a bunch of positives that came out of yesterday.
I think also when I listened to the stuff that you all, when you interviewed Dan and Joe and also Cliff, and Joe basically explained exactly what went down. Forbes is unbelievable at the horizontal stuff right now. He needs to get better at the vertical. And that's why they put him in that position. So when you get one post about him being beat vertically, everybody lose their mind. Well, they just try to make him better at it. So he has to be put in those positions to make, like they say, they want to put people in uncomfortable positions.
Yeah.
And I agree with them.
And that's what they're doing. And that's what they're supposed to do. 1, to see if a guy can handle and wants to handle that. And 2, if he can't, then we got to get somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, being there yesterday, I separate the offensive struggles, and I kind of equate that more with injury than the defensive struggles because, we've seen Forbes struggle before. We saw it last year. So there's not something new here vertically. Ideally, when they are game planning, these guys can figure out how to use him in a better light, and they're not gonna deploy that on August 8th at a practice against the Jets.
Yeah, no chance they're going to do that, and they're going to look. They're looking at young fellas as well. So I mean, and I know that Emmanuel is young, but when you look at a kid like Samersteele, right, who just flat out is a baller, right?
He's got alpha to him, man. He really does.
He's got alpha. He's got confidence. Every coach I've talked to, and you've heard it too, it's like he and Jaden Daniels are the same guy.
Yeah.
Just a ton of confidence. It's not arrogance, and there's humility, all in the same person.
Ain't nothing wrong with having a little arrogance, though, Chick.
Well, I know. I know that you know this.
You have to, listen, I get so, it annoys me when I hear people like, Coach Joe Gibbs told me you have to have athletic arrogance to be successful.
Correct. That's what I mean.
Yes.
I'm saying, confidence and arrogance are the same word. There's a point where arrogance is like, hold on, dude, you haven't made it. As Doc would say, you haven't busted a grape. What are we talking about here? Those guys have it, and it's fun to watch. And you're gonna, I want to see, the rookie in it. Let's see how they use him, and I think they're already seeing they can use him in several different ways.
Yeah, dude, I think he might emerge as the guy. Like, I don't know who will lead this team in defensive snaps, but like, I won't be shocked if it ends up being Samersteele. Maybe it'll be a guy like Quan Martin just for some like goal line packages or stuff. But it almost feels like, and I'm trying to think of a recent example where one player became this like scarlet letter, basically. But it seems like everything with Forbes, really since that like picture over the summer went viral of how skinny he is, has just become. It's just like everything with him has become such a lightning rod, and when you actually talk, like he's actually a pretty nice regular guy, and
very regular guy.
You feel. I don't want to say I feel bad for him. He's a pro athlete, like make the plays, and there's nothing wrong there. But it's become like yesterday, Mark Bullock, who used to work for the Post and the Athletic, and now kind of runs his own website, but he did this breakdown based on the clips that emerged on social media. And I think it's really silly to be taking too much from social media, but like the deep shot that Garrett Wilson hit and the Jets posted it, which they're allowed to do. Lord knows the Commanders post every good play they make.
Right.
Like the safety was a little out of position. the pass rush probably would have gotten home on the throw if it was live. Like there's context to all of it. And in the world of no, he's a bust, everything sucks.
Yeah.
Doesn't allow for context.
Because he made plays yesterday too, but you didn't see
He
him
had a
just
pick.
post that.
He did. He did. He did. And what I like about him, and it was funny because I had dinner by my lonesome at a restaurant by the hotel the first night.
You were invited to dinner with us, for the record.
No. This is not last night. This is 2 nights ago.
Okay.
And the DBs came into the restaurant, and so Forbes is out there. So the next day I saw him, I said, "What'd you get?" Now he told me last year all he eats is steak. Right? That's all he eats.
Mm-hmm.
The opposite of Sam Howell.
He had a 26-ounce cowboy ribeye, and I'm like, okay. And he's put on 17 pounds. But what I like about the kid, and this happened last year when he had his troubles, we sat down with him after the troubles, and he was very honest. And I said, "Did you lose confidence?" He goes, "Yeah, I did. I've done it at the highest levels in college, and now I'm facing this thing, and so and I'm trying to figure out how to get better." So for a guy to say that instead of just being BS and going, "No, I didn't lose any confidence," well, that's BS. And I like that about him, and I think there's potential there. And I think, JP, to your point about everybody getting on him, this town has seen first round, second round, third round busts, and they're so fatigued by it that they jump the first second they see, oh, this is a guy. He doesn't have it, and that's part of what we're seeing.
There has been some reason for it, though, not to defend the people going over the edge, but.
Agreed.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? It wasn't a great day yesterday, but the context does.
It wasn't a great day yesterday, but you know what? There have been first rounders who didn't hit for 3 years. Be totally honest with you. And then when they hit, people don't remember none of the stuff that they said. But Jaden Daniels is a story. He's not going to play a lot. What do you think is the biggest story after that? Because you know what? When the starters go out, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, dog.
Yeah,
a lot of stuff to fill time and space.
You got a lot of time to fill tomorrow, boys.
Yeah, I want to see what happens on the back end of the wide receiver depth chart. For one, that's one of the things I'm looking at. And man, Tyler Owen, rookie.
There you go.
He's a guy who if anybody's paying attention during practice, has flashed a lot. And I know that the coaching staff wants to see how he does under the bright light. The kid from Texas Tech, a rookie who, wasn't
drafted. Yep.
Right. And let's see what happens because he's just been around the ball
all the time. Yes.
All the time. So that's the guy I want to see. All right, let's see what happens because he's going to play. He's going to play a lot because they got to make decisions and they got to see it, quickly. So I think Tyler's one guy I'm looking at. I want to see the back end of that wide receiver chart. We know that McLaurin, Dotson. I want to see what's happening at the. I didn't see much from Luke. JP, you watching the other field. I mean, how did Luke McCaffrey look? I didn't get a chance to see it.
As exciting as he is, and when he's running routes, kind of on air, everything looks crisp, but he hasn't had that much of an impact so far. And you're talking about a third round rookie. That's okay. That's a good one to watch for tomorrow. For sure. The bottom half of that. I mean, I thought Crowder actually looked pretty good yesterday.
He's just a man. He's so solid.
He's just smooth too. I mean, I think if you're looking receiver wise, Zacchaeus and Crowder right now are probably ahead of McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey and Sennett will
definitely
probably really. What's that?
Definitely Zacchaeus.
Yeah, I think another thing that we keep seeing is Sennett in a fullback role, and I think that's a real role for him because they're not going to. I bet I won't be surprised if Ertz doesn't play at all tomorrow. If he does, I bet it's 2 snaps. And they're not going to use Zach Ertz in year 13, who the biggest concern is keeping him healthy. He's not going to get fullback snaps. I love some of the, and I don't know that we'll see it with B-Rob and Eckler tomorrow, but I love the 2-back sets we're seeing, the fullback stuff. I'm excited to see, and I don't know what all Cliff will show, but I'm excited to see what the offense looks like.
If you close your eyes and just see what you see in front of you, that's probably what Cliff's going to show. Nothing.
Yeah. And if you're excited, I mean, we know Cliff is excited. I mean, he's got a lot of different ways to work, and is so impressed by his young quarterback and that work ethic. We've all heard about it,
Yeah.
and it's just he's at a different level. He's just at a different level now. We won't see him much, I'm sure, but come season time, man, I just I'm going to teach him how to slide in a heartbeat. I tried that with Robert Griffin back in the day, and he waved me off. And I know that Coach Quinn made a joke about that's going to the Nationals and learn how to slide, but he has got to protect himself.
All right, we'll bring the
at
Nationals
all
to him.
costs.
But like the thing about it, I think in a scary and a funny type situation, we got to look at this offense and defense a little different, because you see all those safeties that look like they could be damn linebackers, and Chin could look like he'd be a pass rusher. They're going to try to have multiple safeties on the field at one time, which makes them play faster, and they can go and deal with people tight ends. Offensively, we're accustomed to seeing people line up in the same style back for every time. I believe that they will be having two backs. They will have more of an H back in the Senate, like Ron Middleton and the guys used to be back in the day, Terry Orr.
Wow.
So I'm looking at that, and Dan is a big fan of Joe Gibbs. Joe Gibbs utilized the hell out of an H back. Cliff likes to use whatever he has that's good. So ultimately, as I look at it, I think we got to change the way we look at offense and defense and personnel, because they may not be doing like they normally did the years prior. We may see them try to keep more safeties because they play that style of defense.
Yeah, well, they have to change after 2 decades of darkness. Okay, they just have to change. No matter what coach came in here and did try to do stuff, they have to change in order to turn this thing around. I always tell the fans to ask, and you guys could ask the same question: what do you think's going to happen? I always say, I think fans will come away, obviously not tomorrow, but during the regular season, they will come away after watching this team play and not go, what in the hell was that?
Yeah.
Instead, they're going to go, okay, I see a plan. I see what they're trying to do. I think that's what folks are going to see. And does it equate to wins? Probably a 2-3 more, probably, if everybody's healthy. But it's as they say, it's a rebuild. It's a recalibration, right? It's a recalibration. So
they can call it a recalibration. We know what it is. It's a rebuild. He went 4-13 last year with no Pro Bowlers, right?
They blew up the house and just kept some foundation, and they now been to build a whole new frame.
Chick, I had an idea, dude, in advance of tomorrow's preseason opener with you and B Mitch on the call. I just sent you a tweet. I was wondering if you could give me play-by-play of what's happening in the latest RG3 tweet from Paris. Have you seen that? I just texted it to you.
Boy, yeah, oh boy, I mean, for heaven's sakes, man, what are we doing? What is he doing? And if you cut that picture in half, well, it means one thing for one population and another thing for another population, right? It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, bro.
What are you thinking?
But
what is that?
He likes to straddle the fence and do things and then get upset because people say things to him. Like his little thing is, a man can't have a croissant with his wife. Yeah, you can. Hey, she can have hers. You can have yours. Y'all can sit down and eat in a daily way, but not that way.
Yeah. I don't need it to look like an OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's insane. Oh, ridiculous. And we will not talk about that tomorrow. Although, we might be forced to talk about that.
I think you should. You get to that third, fourth quarter, dude. You might need that.
Yeah.
We won't talk about that. I promise you that.
All I know is I don't want what happened last year, which was the Cleveland game, where we had like an hour and 15-minute rain delay.
Please don't do that.
We
can only say that Josh Harris sitting outside with the fans so many times.
I forgot y'all had that weather delay.
It was very interesting that he was there yesterday, and I talked to one of his people this morning. No doubt that they are, while watching their team practice, he saw that facility, and you guys know it. It's an NFL facility. People can make fun of the Jets organization all they want. That is a NFL facility. That is
dude. The one we'll see next week, Miami, is even newer and supposed to be ridiculous. So I can't wait for that.
So then you come to Ashburn.
And it's in Miami.
And it's in Miami.
True. But you come to Ashburn, and you've talked players in the league. They walk into the weight room and go, "Is there more to this?" No. So, I mean, that's part of obviously Harris's group's plan is to make that a world-class facility. So they're looking at it and they're taking notes on everything. But I mean, I walked out yesterday and was like, oh my goodness, there's so much space and they get so much done. And it's like, wow. And it's, it's grass and it's turf and it's the soft turf, not the stupid microwave that the Ashburn had back in the day before they redid that thing.
I think what it is though, in this day and age, the aesthetics makes a difference to a lot of players. Players have grown up with that type of thing. Like back then, like I said, Old Redskin Park was smaller than my facility coming from Southwest Louisiana.
Wow.
But you know what? When you walked into the building, you saw a bunch of grown-ass men working, and you fell in line with that, and you won anyway. Now, players don't come to you if you don't have that stuff.
They don't. And talking with Jeremy Reeves last week, we got done with the taping, and then I said, what's next for you? And his eyes lit up because he said, I got 1 hour recovery. And I went, okay, like what's the big deal? He goes, this is year 7. We've never had that. And I went, what do you mean? He goes, the Washington organization never had a recovery time during training camp. I'm like, wait a sec, what are you talking about? He goes, no. We had nothing. Now we got an hour and you can do with it whatever you want. Young guys might go back to the rooms and game. A lot of veterans go and just get treatment. I put my legs in boots, all that jazz. He goes, and it's glorious because then I come out for the walkthrough in the afternoon and I feel like I didn't have that morning practice. And I'm like, you're telling me that this organization prior to Dan Quinn and Josh Harris didn't have that. And like, no, other teams, not all, but other teams did. And then you see why guys are successful, why teams are successful.
Yeah. That's a sports science department is making a world of difference.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be watching tomorrow, Mr. Chick. Thank you for joining us. Landfill's going to kill me. We're supposed to break 4 minutes ago.
All right, I'll see y'all tonight, baby.
All right, cool.
All right, sounds good. Chick Hernandez, give him a follow at Mr. Chick Sports. Here's the question: preseason opener tomorrow. What do you want to see? Commanders against the Jets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the rule like I did and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool in my home, and you should too. Ruud keeps me comfortable, whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders kick off their preseason tomorrow at noon against the Jets in New York. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Giants 9-5 in 10 innings yesterday. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Angels at Nats Park as they wrap up a 10-game homestand with the 3-game series against the Halos. 6:45 first pitch tonight right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker goes to the hill for the Nationals. He's 6-6 with a 4.06 ERA. He'll take on Jose Soriano, who is 6-7. With a 3.47 ERA. It's also the first time since the 2019 World Series that Anthony Rendon will return to Nationals Park. At the Olympics, U.S. men's volleyball team beat Italy in the bronze medal match, and Katie Ledecky and Nick Mead will carry the U.S. flag for Sunday's closing ceremony. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B Mitch Finley 1067. The Fan. B Mitch messing with his camera on the stream. Is Jeff all right? B, can you see Jeff? Is he okay?
I see him. Why you asking
Jeff,
him?
you all right, man?
What you mean?
I saw that video of you breakdancing. I'm worried about you.
I was cranking my Albert Hainsworth.
I don't know, bro.
What, laying on the ground?
Spin on the ground and stop.
And stay there.
And stay there.
And stay there. I'll start with Jeffrey, who apparently is okay, despite what looked like some seizures on the floor of the radio station. Jeff, preseason opener tomorrow. Jets, Commanders, Meadowlands, green everywhere. What do you want to see, buddy?
Okay, because last time you said my answer was basic. Okay, first.
You remember that, Jay? He mad.
Yeah, I am.
It was a basic-ass answer.
It was.
You give me a basic answer, but call it basic.
It was.
Fact.
It was. That's why I'm going to give you a better one right now. But I definitely want to see good play from our offensive line. Give Jaden the time, especially with the reports coming out of the first practice. Give Jaden some time to make some passes on the ball. I want to see, even if we only get a series of Jaden with that Jets first string defense, I want to see if he's able to, identify the blitzes and stuff and, protect himself. It was a joke. You know how they say behind every joke is a little truth. And they was like, we got to take Jaden to the Nat Stadium, teach him how to slide. I want to see him protecting himself as a quarterback if they do get to him, because this is live football. And I'm excited to see the defense as a unit, because I talked to some people who were at the practice. They was like the defense was showing some strides, especially on the D-line and at the linebacker position. So I want to see some good football. I know it's the first preseason game. We're not going to see a lot of our first starter unit, but even with the backups, because depth is a lot of talk around the beat for the Commanders. I want to just see us play some good football and, improve.
All right. Landini.
Yeah.
I just want to see the offensive line not get their asses kicked. I think that there have been some issues there with injuries, and a terrible offensive line has a potential to just completely cripple the offense. They got to be able to stop somebody. I want to see it not only from the starters or like the near starters, whatever the best possible offensive line we can throw out there. I want to see it from the backups too. Just please don't go out there and get humiliated.
That's not unfair, honestly. Yesterday was rough, and I don't know that today will definitively be better, or tomorrow rather. But I think that's fair, man. B, you're going to be calling this game.
Yep.
What do you want to see?
Well, I'm gonna go with the basic stuff. I want to see the team move at a high level, at high pace, just like they said. I want them to move fast. You listen to what Joe Wood said, that they're gonna, run to the ball, be violent. I want to see that defensively. Offensively, I want to see guys take care of the football, and I want to see them, the O-line. I understand they're not the people that we want to have starting, but hell, you want to be in the NFL, don't you? And I want to see them fight. That's simple. I want to see fight on both sides of the ball. I want to see people come out of the game healthy, But then I was in this position as a guy who was a later round draft pick, 5th round draft pick, and I would play with guys that weren't drafted at all. And I watched those guys go out there. I have a little saying called "get your name called." Okay. And you can do that in 2 different ways. You can get your name called for going out there doing something fantastic, or somebody do something fantastic against you. You decide which one you want to do.
I love that. Get your name called. And I'd like to see some of these rookies because they're going to get a chance, right? And I'm not talking about Jaden, probably not even Sam still, but I don't think we see Coleman. I'd love to see Luke McCaffrey make an impact.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Jordan McGee make an impact, a guy that we kind of believe in and they believe in. And then, Chick mentioned Tyler Owens, the undrafted kid out of Texas Tech.
I say keep your eyes on him.
Well, what about the guy they drafted, Dominique Hampton, the kid from Washington?
I think that's another one. But
I think you might be, and this is very early in the process, but there's probably only room for one of those dudes on the final 53, if either of them.
I will tell you this, Jay.
So I want to see that.
I'm gonna just tell you this little thing, this little birdie be finding out stuff. Both of those guys got a possibility of making this squad.
Sure.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because they like to play big safeties. Because their safety sometimes is lining up at a linebacker. He may be a guy playing on the end of the line, like a pass rusher. Well, I forgot the kid's name in Dallas who would come down 30, I think it was 38 or something like that. But he was all over the damn play. Curse. Isn't it Curse?
Yeah.
He plays everywhere.
Yeah.
He's a damn safety. I thought he was a linebacker the way they play him. So they may at times have
Chin will be like that.
Chin is definitely that, but you got to have somebody to back him up. And when you talk to coaches and they mention the undrafted guy name more than they mention all those other guys, that guy has gotten his name called in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah. Get your name called, man.
Yeah.
I think one thing I have noticed, and I don't know that we'll see this tomorrow, and they run a lot of single high, or at least more than I expected. I'm not sure I love that with the safety group they have. So that's another thing to keep an eye on. You know a dude who could use getting his name called, and he comes up a lot, and I think we do a good job of not trying to gaslight the conversation surrounding him. Jamin Davis could use getting his name called.
Yeah.
Because I think he'll play in this thing based on where we've seen him going.
I believe Jamin is ahead of where all of us think, because what he's doing and they're trying to get him to do, we don't see it, and we don't see him playing in linebacker, so we don't think it's happening. But they seem to like what he's doing.
At linebacker, you're saying, or on the
at
rush?
That damn rush position that he's been doing. And they still, and what it is, they, for some reason, I think, believe he can. Like I said last year, the dude played good down the stretch. And you can see those flashes.
He has showed flashes.
They've seen enough of that, which means that he can add that other aspect to it. Because this team also, just like you see them when they had, I saw a play the other day, you had Andre Jones, you had, what's the kid last year, 55? Can't much think of his name right now.
Henry.
Yeah, KJ Henry. They had him. They were lined up inside with other pass rushers on the field. They have different packages that you may see some stuff on the field that you like, damn, how are they doing that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I am really looking forward to it. I am also really looking forward to Ask B Mitch Anything coming up at 1:00.
Really?
Nobody go anywhere. Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, B Mitch and Philly. 1067 the Fan. We don't know what JP did. He just disappeared. But I'll have some breaking news for him when he gets back. And we're going to talk about some baseball here. Baseball coverage on 1067 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. JP, breaking news here before we get to
what's the breaking news?
A little baseball talk. We got to get some breaking news here. And I'm going to tell you what the breaking news is. Rooster walked in with a burgundy T-shirt on.
Uh-oh.
And under a burgundy button down.
Uh-oh.
That means he had a double whammy.
That means last night and this morning for the Roos. Where the hell is he?
Hey, he left. He went back to his room. He said that he needed you to come on his show at 2:00.
Nah, dog.
How you know? First of all, you can never tell Rooster no, because Rooster's always on your show.
I mean, it's our show.
No. You try to keep him to 2, so I'm gonna say your show.
Why don't you go on Rooster's show?
I gotta get on a flight. You already there. I gotta get there.
All right, you tell the Rooster I'm his guy. I'll call him at 2:00.
Nah, I'm joking. I'm supposed to be going to do it.
Oh, all right.
But great. You can't say no to him anyway.
You can't say no to him when he's wearing double burgundy.
Hey,
clearly,
man, I'm saying.
Clearly, the Rooster had a big night.
He was all smiling and stuff.
I like that. Talking a little baseball, dude. Last year Texas won the World Series and was bad at the halfway mark, and I think looking,
we won it when we were bad at the halfway mark,
19-31,
yeah.
Right? I wonder, looking at some of these baseball teams, like who could be that team. And I don't know how this happened. I think when I bought those Orioles tickets, I'm now on my email address got sent to every possible baseball content creator. But I get this MLB email every morning, and I kind of like it. And they did this thing, playoff long shots that could shock the world, right? Which is exactly what Texas was, which at one point was Washington in 2019 when they won the World Series. Yeah. So the Cardinals have a 19% chance of making the postseason, and they've got Arenado and Goldschmidt are hot all of a sudden. So maybe it's St. Louis. Then they've got the San Francisco Giants, who were just here for a 4-game set.
Hey, got us 1-4.
Yeah, the Giants always. I mean, they're just such a interesting team always this time of year. But here's the one I like, B. The Pirates have virtually no chance of making the playoffs. Their postseason odds are 5.4%. That's probably not too much higher than even the Pirates are sitting at 500 right now. Okay. But it's all about Skeens. So I'm reading this from MLB.com. So they also just got swept at home by the Padres. Not great. Is getting swept at home by the Padres a good look for an NL wildcard hopeful? Obviously not. Neither is the 4.5 game gap between Pittsburgh and a playoff spot. But the Buccos are worth keeping tabs on just because their starting pitching is so good. Since phenom Paul Skeens debuted on May 11th, the Pirates have the second lowest rotation ERA in baseball. Fellow rookie hurler Jared Jones, who's been sidelined with a lat strain since July, is set to make a rehab start Thursday. Then you've also got Mitch Keller with the 6th lowest ERA in the NL.
Yeah, he's 10-5, and they still minus 205 against Dodgers. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm just saying, if Pittsburgh can get in, one, you get to watch Skeens in a 1-game wild card, or however that would work, would be freaking awesome. And then their rotation, especially in a short series, would be outrageous. So I'm rooting for Pittsburgh. I'm all in on Paul Skeens. I love when you get just like these electric young pitchers. You don't know how long it'll last, so it kind of feels like every start you have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll happen. Odds are it probably won't. They're pretty far outside trying to work their way back in. But that would be the team I would hope to see sneak in. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. I agree with you. I like to see youth, because I'm always thinking about the future of a sport, not just what's happening now or what used to happen. Like a lot of people.
What is unfortunate, I would add, is I really enjoy rooting against the New York Mets, largely because Mitch Tischler loves the Mets and I enjoy their demise. If the season ended today, though, the Mets would be in ahead of the Braves, which is pretty wild.
Yeah. But they'll be out real soon. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they will be.
Now, Mitch not going to like me.
Danny Frank, also a big Mets fan. You've got Mets, Diamondbacks, Padres. It'd be pretty wild if the Braves miss the postseason.
They've been there so many years. They could afford to miss every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Wow.
The AL is a lot more interesting because the Yanks and the Orioles are like straight up tied. They're both 20 games over 500, 68 and 48. So somebody's going to win the division and then somebody's going to get the wild card. That's an interesting thing to watch down the stretch. And then you got that Central's kind of a mess. The Guardians have run away with it. Maybe the Twins or the Royals are in position for the wild card berth. The Red Sox are right there.
A little cross-reference thing here, Jay.
Okay.
The Guardians you just stated. You think they still complaining about their name up there?
I doubt it. There's probably some people that still are.
I don't worry about some people. I'm saying the majority are saying we're winning. They're the best in baseball. They're not worried about a name right now. See what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Right.
If you win thing, you can stop worrying about some things. That's all I'm trying to get across.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree, B. Guardians have the best record in baseball, 67 and 47. Actually, I'm sorry. The Phillies have the best record in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
They've won 69 games. I'm rooting for the O's. Obviously, if the O's don't get through, I can wrap my brain around rooting for Cleveland. And in the NL, I would definitely root for the Padres.
I thought you and Jeff stick together. Why don't you just root for the Yankees?
No, thank you.
I mean, J-Dog are not forever.
What's interesting is both the Aquarium boys are Yankee fans. Landfill hides it well, but Landfill grew up.
You're a Yankee fan?
Yeah. Of course.
Told you.
No, it's something I didn't like about you.
Mm-hmm. Told you.
Front runner.
In the
That's
NL,
front runner.
In no capacity will I ever root for the Phillies. The Dodgers just spend so much that I'm kind of out on them. I would definitely root for the Brewers.
If you got it, why not spin it? If you're not trying, you got to be trying to win.
All right, if the playoffs started today, it'd be Phillies, Dodgers, Brewers, Padres, D-backs, Mets. Who are you rooting for in the NL?
Phillies, Dodgers. I probably pull for the Dodgers because I always like them.
I'm pulling for the Brewers and the Padres.
That's
the end of that list.
Haters.
Phone lines open now. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B Mitch anything.
Oh, shucks.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders kick off the preseason tomorrow in New York against the Jets at noon. Today in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Angels at Nationals Park. It's the final series of a 10-game homestand. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 6-6 with a 4.06 ERA. Jose Soriano pitches for the Angels. He's 6-7 with a 3.47 ERA. It's the first time since 2019 in the World Series that Anthony Rendon will return to Nationals Park. Nationals, Angels, 6:45 right here on the Fan. In Paris at the Olympics, Katie Ledecky and Nick Mead were selected to be the U.S. flag bearers for Sunday's closing ceremony. Quincy Wilson, the 16-year-old from Bullis, becomes the youngest male U.S. track Olympian. He was part of the USA's 4x400-meter heat, which finished third to qualify for the final. In men's volleyball, they finished with a bronze as they beat Italy today. And in men's basketball, U.S. will take on France tomorrow in the gold medal game. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team. You want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, folks. Once a week, you get to ask Brian anything you want.
Ooh.
It's a fairly simple premise. It's called Ask B Mitch Anything.
Really?
And the phone number is 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I just got Uber Eats delivered to my hotel room.
Ooh.
I had a really good lunch.
You just showing how much money you have, huh?
Shout out to NBC4. They're going to pay for it. But it made me think of a question for you, Brian.
All right.
Honestly, the Uber Eats wasn't that expensive. I used a coupon. I got $3 off. It was like $16, which I don't know that you're going to get lunch for less than that if I drove somewhere. Where or what type are your favorite kind of French fries?
Really don't have a favorite type of French fries, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't have a problem with Five Guys because
Five Guys has
they're
good
always
fries.
tasty. But then again, I like the what's the one the little like the very thin fries that are crispy.
Mm-hmm.
I love them to be crispy when they're hot.
Like shoestring, do they call them that?
Kind of like that. Yeah, I love those, and I don't care who actually make it. I'm not one to. I got to be at a certain place to get something. So,
I'm going to show everybody on the stream. My lunch came with crinkle fries, which I rarely ever think of, but I do enjoy crinkle fries.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a fry psycho. I think I'm probably with you. I like Five Guys a lot. I love when you're down at the beach and you get like boardwalk fries and dump a bucket of vinegar on them. You know what else I like?
I have not gotten into that yet.
I like the vinegar, dude.
Vinegar on the fries.
Old Bay.
I don't know about that.
You know what I bet you do like, B?
What's that?
This used to be like a Southern Maryland, Eastern Shore Maryland thing, and I think they just do it everywhere now. Royal Farms does them really well. They're not fries because they're too big, but the potato wedges are like breaded.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much for me though.
Those are banging. Yeah, I'm only looking for two or three.
I mean, if I want that much potato, I'll get a damn baked potato.
Yeah. All right. Phones are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's start with Vince in Seat Pleasant.
What up,
Vinny?
Vince?
What's going on, my guys? How y'all doing today?
We're good, brother. What's happening?
We're good, dude.
Real quick, I just want to say one thing. Jeff, thank you, man, for always showing me love when I come out there. Shout out to you, bro. You're a good dude. Always been a good dude. My guy, 100%. All right, B Mitch, I don't have a scenario, but I got a question for you, man.
All right.
From tight end to tackle, can you give me your fantasy O-line to run behind? And just give me some specific names, all the names.
Fantasy O-line to run behind. Okay. Ooh, boy. Left tackle. Give me big Larry. Larry was a guard, though. I'll take Larry Allen.
Okay.
I'll take Russ Grimm.
Oh, okay.
I'll take Bostic. Be with the Steelers.
Steelers, yeah.
I'll take somebody like him and I just put him at a guard.
Okay.
Trent Williams.
Of course.
And Joe Jacoby.
Jake?
Give me Joe
Yeah,
Jacoby.
there it is.
And I guarantee you, I'm gonna run 150 yards a game.
Okay, that's a good lineup there. Especially that Bostic and that Grimm, man. I knew you was gonna go with a couple of our guys, but I just wanted to see, where your head was at.
Oh yeah. You gotta always get some of them guys because I know what they were about.
Thanks for the call, Vinny.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
No problem,
All right.
guys. Thank you, man.
We got a good question here from the stream, B, from Gerald Robinson.
Okay.
Hey, B Mitch, are you the cook of the house or is your wife the cook of the house?
I say my daughter probably is more of, but everybody in my house can cook. But I think out of the
You
two
cook
of us,
a lot.
I cook a lot, but I'm more of the outside guy, and I'll do stuff for like a lot of people. Monica handle most of the stuff herself, but Maya is probably Maya might cook more for everybody than anybody else in the house.
Well, she's the one that packs your lunch and all that, right?
Every day that I'm coming into the office.
Have we discussed if she could start packing me a lunch?
She will do that, but she charges a fee for anybody outside of her father.
Yo, that's fine. What's
All
the
right.
fee?
Hey, what's the fee? You got to talk to her about that.
All right, let's make that
I
happen.
can't make up her fee for her. 'Cause I'll break.
I got another question here. This is from CDub1906 via Twitter. He says, I got a serious Ask B Mitch question.
All right.
My anniversary is coming up tomorrow. My wife is a big fan of steak and a fan of Italian food. I'm torn between the two. I'm going to make the reservation that you guys decide. Help a bro out.
Where does he live?
Reservation, anniversary dinner, you going steak or Italian?
But you can go to an Italian place and get a steak. And this steak is going to be marinated like hell. If he lives in D.C., he can go to RPM. If he lives somewhere out there in Virginia, he can go to Chow. He can go over to, what's the other place? Trattoria Villaggio. And I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed in the steak, and the Italian food is fantastic.
All right, so there's your answer, C-Dub. Go find a restaurant that has both. RPM is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So you're right
So
there.
I'm telling you, man, like if you are, that's what she likes, you find a way to go to some place right around here, and you will solve that problem.
Yeah, man. That's good advice. All right, let's keep it going on the phones.
You're going to drink a lot of wine.
Mas Vino. Patrick is in Centerville. Pat,
What up,
ask
Pat?
me anything.
Hey, B Mitch, hey JP, how you guys doing today?
We're good, man.
What's up, dude?
So this originally was going to be a Bleep View Thursday, but I figured we'll do it a different way. B Mitch, I have a very serious question for you, young man.
All right.
How do you not kill JP when he asks a guest a question, doesn't listen to the answer, answers it himself, and just talks over top and tries to move on to the next thing?
I just look at landfill. All I do, I just look at landfill today. Landfill, he got, oh my God.
That must be landfill
It's
friend.
getting worse every week. Oh my God. B, I still owe you a beer over at Chasing Tails.
All right. Oh, they left.
What?
They're not in Centerville anymore.
Oh
The
man.
restaurant is called Chasing Tails.
Yeah, it was called Chasing Tail. It's a seafood.
Is it a
But we
strip
can
club?
meet over at Chow, though, right across 29.
There you go.
All right, brother.
All right, my friend. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right, you too, man.
Hey, I hope your weekend sucks. Let's go to our guy David in
boy.
Oxon Hill. What's up, D?
Oh, nothing much, man. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. All right, JP, this is a little unfair because I asked you the same question last week. B Mitch wasn't there. All right, so this question from Mr. Mitchell. It's actually two different questions. First question is Terry McLaurin or Gary Clark?
Man, Gary's my dog. So I always go with Gary because I would tell you this. The reason I'm going to go with Gary, I think Gary was the toughest dude pound for pound I ever played football with.
Okay, I got one more for you.
Yeah.
It's a pick 2. Dave Butts, Daryl Grant, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen.
Well, I'm going to go with you say Dave Butts or who? I'm going to go with Daryl Grant, and I'm going to go with Jonathan right now.
Okay.
I didn't play with Dave, so I just know that everybody told me that Dave helmet would probably be the only helmet that wouldn't be the one that I could fit.
Okay.
I mean, apparently his head was just
he had a humongous one, dog.
All right, man. When Jeff get back with me, we can make this thing happen.
All right. Thanks for the call, Damon. Appreciate it, bud. He asked me those last week.
Bigger than mine, dude.
He asked me the same questions last week.
Big old head like yours. Jeff?
Jeff, what size is your head?
Huge.
I will not discuss that with you, JP.
I didn't make that weird.
No, I'm not making it
sizes.
weird, but
you know,
that's gonna open up a realm of jokes. I'm not you're not about to set me up.
Lamphill, who do you think has the bigger head, B Mitch or Jeff?
B's got a pretty big head.
Oh, look, just put Landfill in the damn thing. His head bigger than ours.
I also have a big head.
Among
the
the
difference
four of
is
us,
I have a big brain. Both of them, I don't know. When they shake their head, I hear rattling.
All right, we'll go back to the phones before we insult each other.
We love
our
doing
guy, Commander Tequila.
Oh boy!
One.
Oh,
hello,
boy.
Commander.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
I'm good. What's happening?
Hey, Ben Mitch, I got a good question for you.
What you got?
14 years, you got 4,999 yards. Okay, and the punt return. Okay, out of these 14 years, this coming new rule, how fast will they break that?
That's punt return yards.
Yeah,
but
punt return yards.
The new rule not going to affect that. So it's still the same.
The new rules on kickoffs, Commander.
The new rule is kickoff. But you know what? I'll say this. It ain't going to be easy to break that 14,014 either.
No.
Nope.
The new rule ain't going to help that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commander. Always good to hear from you.
All right, brother.
Jeff would like to talk to you about your pickles. A bunch of good questions coming in. A bunch of good questions
you a trip,
coming
boy.
in via the stream. Parker Walden, Brian, asks, what are your thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
I think if you want pineapple, you get pineapple. You want pizza, you get pizza. The two of them together don't work very well for me. And I know a lot of people love them, but I do not like no pineapple on pizza.
I don't mind it. It's a kind of an on occasion thing for me. Like I don't usually order it, but if you're at a party or something and there's a Hawaiian pizza, I can get down with a slice. You know what pineapple's really good on, B? If you're grilling up salmon and you grill a piece of pineapple and get it crispy, that is really good.
I've had people do that. But I'm gonna be honest with you. When I'm eating salmon or I'm eating steak and stuff like that, I don't want too much other flavors on it. You know, like the Hawaiian rib I used to have over there. What was it? Houston.
Woodmont Grill. Yeah.
Everybody loved it. I ate it one time. It was good. The meat was good, but it took away from the taste of the steak. So I didn't go back and get it again. If you give me a ribeye, give me a ribeye that tastes good. I don't need
I like
all
that
stuff.
Hawaiian ribeye. Shout out to Pat Notley. That's the last time I had it. We split it. I know you love when I split steaks, B.
Man, you'll split a 6-ounce damn filet.
I got a steak last night. Didn't even come close to finishing it.
What size?
Line 3. Sean is in Fairfax. What up, Sean?
What up, Sean?
Ask B something.
Hey, guys. Hey, Brian, question for you. Which was harder, practice in the pros or practice in college? And then a follow-up question would be, which practices had more hitting, pro or college?
Well, it's depending on what era you're talking about. If you're talking about right now, I think
I'm talking about your experience.
My experience, my first 3 years in the pros were way harder than my practice in college. Because I was a quarterback in college. If you touched me in college, coach probably was going to throw you off the team. When I got to the pros, I was trying to make it. So, and Joe had us in pads all the time. But like I would say, even later, when I got to Philly with Andy, we didn't wear pads. But I was like, dude, we could put on pads because the way he had us running around like we were running in the track meet, that was tough. So I would say my college was not harder than the pros.
Well, I know some other guys that were in the league that said the opposite, that college was a lot tougher, longer, you hit a lot more, and in the pros, you still want to get people hurt. But
yeah, you hit a lot more, but I'm going to say when Joe was the coach here, we were trying to get ready to play football games. He didn't care about all that stuff that, not practicing, guys getting hurt, because if you got hurt, you got hurt. Guess what? Somebody else would be in shape to go take your job, fill in for you.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Appreciate it, bud. Another one that I'm curious about this, and I may open this up from my own interpretation. DC Dave via the stream says, B Mitch, do you ever do any fishing or hunting? And I know you don't do much now, but over the course of your life, were you ever
growing up? That's all I
hunting?
did. That's why I don't do it now, because I had no choice growing up. Like, hey, son, we getting up at 4:00 in the morning. We going hunting. We going fishing. I'm like, I don't want to go. Oh, you going with me? When you're a baby boy, and your daddy gonna tell you what you're doing, and you're gonna go with him.
What did you hunt for and with?
You name it, we hunt for it.
What, you have a shotgun or a rifle? Or
I had a shotgun, had a rifle as well. I started when I was hit about 9 years old, when he started saying, "This is yours," but I was told you don't touch this, or this unless I'm with you. You can probably go grab this little 880 pellet gun and go hunt for some birds or whatever, but you're not going to be taking any one of these other guns. Like, I hear people talking about, oh, my son, I don't know, he knew where my gun was. When I was growing up, you touched my dad's gun, you had a problem. And that's why, oh, bro. And listen, to be honest, in my house at any given time, it was at least 75 guns in there.
Damn.
We grew up in the country, we were hunters.
I think there's a lot of people that could say that is normal too.
Yeah, and then I say at least, and I didn't say we didn't have 100 or something at sometimes. In the back of my dad's pickup truck, you had the rifle, the little shelf. You had about 4 up
rack,
there,
right?
The rack, and you had maybe 4 or 5 behind the seat. But plus, you had some pistols in the thing. And we were always ready to hunt or go fishing or do something. And if something pops off, then we were ready.
Yeah, I mean, I remember as a kid in North Carolina. So both my grandparents died. I didn't really know them, but my great aunt and my great uncle were like my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
And my great uncle had the back of his truck had a gun rack, and I mean, I bet he had this gun case, I guess, like in the living room. Like as a little boy, I would sleep on the floor of their house all the time, and I remember Friday nights. Remember the show Dallas, JR, and all that. My great uncle loved Dallas. We'd watch Dallas, and I was a little boy. I was in second grade or something. I'd fall asleep on the floor, and
that was the beginning of all the.
But B, I mean, this gun case had to have had 30, 40 rifles, shotguns, and that's just what I saw as a kid. I don't know what was up above or anything else.
That's how I grew up.
I've gone duck hunting a bunch, geese, all that. I've never done bigger stuff. I recognize why people hunt deer, and they're everywhere and need to be hunted.
Because they taste good.
I don't know that I would pull the trigger though. I just feel like they're like nice animals.
They are, and they taste good. So if you're gonna either eat or you're not.
B, I get it. I would eat it. I've eaten venison plenty.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like sometimes I mean, I understand, but it's just the evolution of life and the way things go. You can either pop it right there or it's gonna hit your car, and you're gonna have a deer you can go cook if you want, but you're gonna have $7,000 worth of damage to your car. Which one you want to do?
No, dude, I get it. Have you ever killed a gator? Did you ever hunt a gator? Or
I never hunted a gator,
but
I tell the story about when my dad, we had these hoop nets, and me and my dad went out. I might have been 12, 13, maybe at the time, might be a little 11, maybe a little younger. And we were going to, he's pulling the net up, and he goes, "What the hell is this?" And I'm like, "What you talking about, Dad?" He say, "Shouldn't be a stick because you put the opening of it like opposite of the way that the current is going because the fish swim against the current." And he say, "Shouldn't be a stick in this net." So he starts pulling it up. He say, "Oh Lord, this is an alligator." Look, dude.
I would have flipped.
Hey, I'm at the front of the boat about to jump off. He said, "So you gonna jump your little dumbass in there where all the other alligators are?" And I'm like, "Dude, you got your gun?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "But you can't shoot the thing, though," because he said, "No, he's dead because the gator drowned." But instead, I'm thinking like leave him in the net and take the net and then do what you're gonna do. This dude took it, he got him out the net, and I'm watching the gator the whole time, dog. He said he got to take it to the trash man because he would take it and have him do something to the skin and all that stuff. Man, that when we hit like a little wave and that gator kind of moved, I was an inch off about to get out the boat, dog. but it was dead. The gator was dead. But hey, that was the most terrifying thing in my life.
I love it. All right, another rousing edition of Ask B Mitch Anything. When we come back, Anthony Becht from the Jets radio broadcast joins us to preview tomorrow's game. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders will take on the Jets for their preseason opener tomorrow in New York. That kickoff is set for noon. In baseball today, the Nationals take on the Angels for the final series of their 10-game homestand. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Jose Soriano. It's Anthony Rendon's first time back at Nationals Park since the 2019 World Series. In Paris at the Olympics, Katie Ledecky and Nick Mead are set to carry the U.S. flag for Sunday's closing ceremony. Quincy Wilson from Bullis became the youngest male U.S. track Olympian. He was a part of the 4x400 meter heat that finished third to qualify for the final tomorrow. Women's basketball was all over Australia. They advanced to the gold medal match. Men's basketball takes on France in the gold medal game tomorrow. And men's volleyball today, the U.S. beat Italy in the bronze medal match. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are very excited to get to the BetQL guest line and welcome in Anthony Becht, former Jets tight end, now doing Jets radio work, television work. He's doing it all, man. Yes. Anthony, thank you for joining us, dude.
Head coach of the St. Louis Battlehawks is number one, though. That's the priority, guys. Right?
I was getting there. I was getting there because I'm curious.
How y'all doing, man? Appreciate you having me.
How you find that much time to do all those different things, man?
That's what I wanted to ask.
That's a great question. And my son, plays at Iowa State, so I can't miss those games.
Wow.
But yeah, look, spring ball obviously is in a window that doesn't really, fly into the NFL area. And I was always doing stuff with the Jets, but now with this new role, replacing them as their new color analyst on the radio, that's a different dynamic. So it allows me now to be at every game, travel. I just think big picture for me, it's great. Gets me back in the booth a little bit. I've always done their TV games for preseason. And of course, did 10 years at ESPN doing college football. So it's great. And then, finding time, obviously traveling to Des Moines or wherever my son's playing at Iowa State. I don't mind traveling. I love football. And listen, there's a lot of people that go to work that hate what they're doing. I love what I'm doing. So I'm in a great, blessed space right now.
That is so cool, man. So it's basically you're going to be in the radio booth all season, right?
Correct. Yeah, I'll be full time every game. Me and Bob Wischusen.
Okay, and then I guess the Battlehawk season really kind of kicks up as the NFL season's winding down, right?
Well, listen. From player evaluations and building the roster, that's continuous. So that goes on now. We didn't start training camp till right around the end of February. So
okay,
the Jets get to the Super Bowl and they happen to be that team, then I can work all the way through there and call those games. So, right now, I think the plan is from the UFL side is to start the season just like they did last year. That's not confirmed yet, but yeah, training camp is end of February. So it really does roll in as far as like what my obligation. So if they get all the way to Super Bowl, I'll have about 7 to 10 days, get packed, do my thing, get to Dallas where we hub. But, if not, then it just gives me more time after that.
Sure. That's so cool, man. We're talking with Anthony Becht here on the BetQL guest line, a first rounder out of West Virginia back in the 2000 draft. Played for 5 seasons with the Jets, does Jets radio, Jets television. So we're getting ready for this Commanders Jets preseason game tomorrow. Forgive me, I don't know the answer. Were you at the practice yesterday?
I was. I wish I had 3 more umbrellas and a couple more towels. I was actually shocked that, as a head coach myself, we had turf, they got grass, but, to actually practice in a continuous rain the entire day, it was interesting. But, hey, man, I thought practice went well. You get a little more in the trenches work, running game. Passing game was okay. It was wet. But, listen, it does rain in D.C., right? It rains in New York. So they're going to have to go through those things. So I think that was a learning experience for really, every player, in particular the younger guys.
Dude, I was there too, and I was also shocked that they were going outside.
They're supposed to. They're going to play in the rain.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought I thought the Jets got the better of things yesterday. Did you kind of have the same assessment?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the things that are glaring, obviously, to me is like, okay, well, everybody kind of like the run game's probably a premium today. So, like, who can handle the trenches, run the ball effectively, and win the line of scrimmage. I felt like, in general, just unbiased, like, offensive line, Jets ran the ball really well, I thought, throughout that practice. And then just maybe getting to Jaden Daniels, or at least forcing him to check it down and be a little bit more cautious on where the ball goes. I think that they kind of, again, gave them that kind of look up front that, forced him maybe not to do all the maybe fun, exciting things everybody wants to see a young, high draft pick do in a practice versus another team.
Yeah, I agree. So looking ahead to tomorrow, obviously we're not going to see Rodgers. Who of the the Jets have a bunch of big name kind of star players between Mosley, Williams, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall. Like, how many of those guys do you expect to go tomorrow?
Probably zero, guys. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think any of them will play. It'll be truly the next tier of players. Now, maybe, what's different is a lot of the draft picks for the Jets, in particular, first-round draft pick, who is not going to be a starter, obviously. Olu Fashanu is going to play a lot. So you'll get some of the younger guys out there to see them play. But, yeah, you're not going to – the common fan that watches this game is not going to know a lot of the players playing in it.
Gotcha. I mean, that's kind of understandable, the way the preseason has become.
It's the Super Bowl for me, guys, because those are the players I'm looking to bring on my team if they don't make teams. So it's actually a unique opportunity for me to look at both teams' players and see that bottom tier, guys that are like close and maybe aren't going to make the practice squad.
Yeah. It's got to be, because you're commenting on the game, obviously, but you're also kind of scouting.
Yeah, again, like I said, it's a nice full circle for me because eyes on the NFL and the players, looking at rosters, looking at players. I've always, obviously, Jets roster, top to bottom. And, look, I know the teams across the NFL. I watch all the games. But now you're talking about, now you can really immerse yourself at different levels, players, other scouts, GMs. Look, I'm building something else on the other side. I love coaching. This is a place where I like being. The TV, radio stuff, I've been doing that for years, man. That's stuff that I've easily done over my career, and it's fun for me, and I love that because you're talking ball. And now it's a great perspective because I've been a player. I've been around players that are close and trying to get there. And also now I'm a head coach. So there's a lot of perspective there now on what I can see and how I look at things differently, how I was as a player, and now also, being a head coach.
When you were playing, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like the preseason thing. I know things have changed in preseason, and I know a lot of people outside of the sport, like fans for sure, they act like preseason doesn't matter. What's your thoughts on that?
For me, look, I was a former first-round pick. Over the years, as I played through the 12 years that I played, like I actually, as much as I hated training camp and hated preseason, those 10, 15 snaps for me were kind of crucial because I loved working different things and trying to, work different skill sets. And, if I failed in those preseason games I'm like, it's okay. Like I wasn't going to get cut or it wasn't a big deal, but it allowed me to kind of, you go against a different player, you get you're in, when you're doing a joint practice, like, oh, well, that's similar. Well, it is, but you don't get the depths of being in a stadium or the lights or how that all works, So, when you're in that practice mode, you're kind of close to the 7-on-7. You do those drills every day, but when you're in a game, there is a different mentality, the nerves, everything, the way you warm up, everything's a little different. You're on your own. There's no coach standing behind you. You can't hear them. All those different things that you can carry yourself through to have a productive practice and a joint practice. When you're in the game, now it's different. Everybody's kind of dialed in. There's, your uniform and what you're trying to do. So to me, those little snaps as I grew as a player were really crucial. And I think honestly, man, like, is Aaron Rodgers going to play in the preseason? I think personally, just as I look at it, he probably wants to play something prior than just hitting the ground running against 49ers. So maybe he, the last game or something, but every coach is different. I've heard some coaches, I think, someone's playing their starters, maybe it's Houston or something, or Joe Burrow, whatever. They're getting them out there and taking some snaps. I can't remember where I read it.
It's Andy Reid, dude. He plays his guys. It's the Chiefs.
There it is. Yeah. So, and I mean, listen, who's doing it better than them, right?
Nobody.
So, exactly. Nobody. Yeah, nobody's doing it better than them.
Yes.
So I think it is important to get out there and do something. But man, like hell, preseason may be gone here in the next couple of years.
Right. Anthony, you were on some good Jets teams, some teams that won the division. What do you make of this Jets team for this season? Assuming you get Rodgers healthy, there's a lot of star power.
There really is. And what I love about the younger players that are key players for this team, man, they're just so mature. Like wherever they've been, they're the best, but they've come from families and backgrounds. And I think when you mix in the depth of like the CJ Mosleys and Quinnen Williams on defense, like that expectation level and their work ethic is incredible. Like you don't have a choice to come in and be some type of individual player. Like you got to buy in quick and be a part of that mantra, and they hold everybody accountable. And defense has been good. Like they've been the echelon of the league, and that continues to get stronger with the players that they have. Offensively, for me, listen, man, not having Aaron Rodgers last year was just brutal, right? I mean, it changes everything, dynamic of everything, the way the plays are called. Aaron's going to change the play, probably 40% of the time. So, and then the offensive line, that's something that Joe Douglas has continued to be his forte. But they're going to have 3 new starters. They're going to get AVT, Elijah Vera Tucker back, who hopefully can stay healthy through the season. Tyron Smith, talked to him yesterday for the first time as he's played his career, man. You want to talk about just a guy that understands the game at all levels. If he just stays healthy, he looks great. He's practicing. He'll be on a pitch count throughout the season with practice. They're going to keep him healthy. And, you add Simpson and Morgan Moses, who comes back, and then Joe Tippmann, who's one of the higher draft picks at center. I mean, man, like, if they can get their running game, which has been really productive, and everybody knew they were going to run it prior to Aaron Rodgers getting here. They got Breece Hall, who I think is a top 4 back in the NFL, complete back. Now Aaron can come into that. It's just about Aaron, getting back on the field, doing the things that he normally does, but the accuracy, the ball placement. I mean, Garrett Wilson had 1,000 yards last year. Guys, 3-4 different quarterbacks. Like that's pretty amazing when you think about it. Now he's going to get a ball like literally in front of him the majority of the time. So it's exciting for them. So again, health is big. We can't have any tragic letdowns across the board with an injury, but there are some key pieces, and Alan Lazard and Mike Williams. Who's going to be the 2? Who's the guy that's going to step up and take a hold of that 2 the way they think Alan Lazard can do it now with his buddy Aaron Rodgers back? And of course, can Mike Williams be the same guy he was post injury? Leaving the Los Angeles Chargers.
Aaron comes back, but do you still feel that they need to have that defense to play well and lead that team?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it starts there because they can hold the fort down. And last year, they honestly believed that they could do it without him. But eventually, as the season weaned on, you need that support.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you're going to get that, man. So, like, it has to go well. It's going to be like tragic incidences that would turn this team and not be good. So, Aaron, he comes back, gets his feet under him first 3-4 games, starts feeling confidence, finds his guy, the trust level, and they get in a flow. I really do believe sky's the limit for these guys, whether I'm calling their games or working for them or not. It just doesn't matter. Like they will be a good team. They were hard to deal with last year just with the defensive side of their ball, let alone now you add some type of offense and scoring and those things. Like to me, those are the formulas for being a good football team.
Anthony Becht, thank you so much. Everybody give him a follow at Anthony _Becht, BECHT. We'll see you tomorrow, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure, fellas. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. That's a true football guy. Does TV and radio during the NFL season and then coaches in the UFL. That's serious business.
That's why I
when
probably
we come
won't
back,
ever do it.
when we come back, we got to settle up a week's worth of bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. How about track? FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old, President of Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, B. We got to put the week together for the betting, but I got a little two things I want to.
I got a letter for you too. Somebody sent you a letter.
An actual letter?
I'll wait for you to come in the studio and get it.
Okay, I like your Stevie Wonder look.
Yeah.
The two things I need to address. One, just mark my words. Watch New England going to have an RG3 Kirk Cousins situation. Joe Milton, they drafted in the 6th round. Kid's got a huge arm. I think he might have looked better than Drake May last night. Jacoby's a starter, but I'm just saying, watch long term. Don't be shocked. 2, yesterday I had a tweet where my brain just malfunctioned, and
that normally happens every day.
It sure does. And I wrote, rain really coming down now. Jets over, Skins D getting quite chippy. And because there exists a certain portion of this fan base that is desperate for the old name to come back, which I've been crystal clear it's never coming back, they jumped on this tweet I sent in the middle of the pouring rain with my brain malfunctioning as like me telling the world that the name was coming back. It's not. It was a mistake. By the time I finally got out of there, remember, we then had to scramble around to come back on the air for the rain delay.
Yeah.
And I was just scrambling around all day. It was a crazy day. And including, if anybody's home tonight, watch NBC4 at 6 o'clock because we have an awesome story about Dan Quinn growing up in New Jersey. But like when I finally sat down and saw that this tweet had taken on its own life that I did not mean for it, I just deleted it. Because I wasn't trying to stir the pot. I wasn't trying to do anything, and people just take too much and run with it. So if you're wondering why I deleted that post, that's why.
Do like I do. Put up a post.
Finger salute.
And just wait about 30 seconds before you push send, and you'll notice that, okay, I can't put this out.
All right. Let's figure out some bets.
Whoa.
Jeffrey?
I'm a little disappointed, JP. I thought I had a clear win for the week, but the Yankees disappointed me last night.
They always do, just like you disappoint yourself.
And there was no winner for the week. There's actually a tie.
But who caught somebody at the finish line?
Okay, Brian caught me at.
Oh yeah, I caught it.
Brian caught me at the finish line.
Me, I was right last night.
Yeah, but you only took one game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the final rankings?
The final rankings is me and Brian, you and Landfill. There is no clear because Landfill hit his bet last night too.
Okay. So no winner, no loser. We all live to fight another day. Let's all make a prediction for tomorrow's preseason game. Score predictions. Landini, you start.
I think it's going to be 17-7 Commanders.
17-7 Commanders for Landini. What about you, Jeffrey?
30-0.
Oh, Lord,
we fight for ODC. Who are we? It's like, nah. I take a 21-10 Commanders.
2013 Commanders.
I don't like this. You know what?
Do what you got to do, JP. Just tell you want to cheer for the Jets because you and Anthony Beck are good friends now.
I'm definitely not cheering for the Jets. I got 13-6 Washington.
Damn,
Book
dog.
It. Hey, man, I'm betting the under on every game. Tomorrow is no
You did that last
exception.
year. You got your butt kicked.
No, B's actually called me because he's nuts and had all the numbers, and I was right. Last year was a good year for it.
Yeah.
You know, there's a tornado watch in New Jersey. As if spending the day in a hotel room in New Jersey isn't fun enough. Now we got a tornado watch. I hope everybody at home is being safe. I know the weather's crazy down there. B, I can't wait to see you tonight, tomorrow, whenever the hell you get up here. Good luck. Thanks to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to PFT Commenter. Thank you to Mr. Chick Hernandez. Thank you to Anthony Becht. Thank you to everybody that called in, everybody that watched on the stream, everybody that participated with the content. It was a fun show today. We got football to watch tomorrow. We'll be back at it Monday. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. Without Danny today, the final day of his vacation, he'll be back on Monday. It's August 9th, 2024. I'll be with you all the way up until 6:15 tonight. Nats pregame at that time with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. The Nats play the Angels at 6:45 tonight. Big storyline is that Anthony Rendon is back home. This will be Tony's first game back in the nation's capital since he left for the Angels on a 7-year, $245 million contract that has gone very, very poorly. Not for Rendon. He's getting all of that money. But for the Angels who are paying it to him and not getting a whole lot out of him. He's been hurt a lot. He has underperformed. Angels fans are over him and over the contract, but he comes home to a fan base that will greet him warmly tonight as a World Series hero. He was beloved here in D.C. He's one of the great Nationals ever. So we'll talk about Rendon coming up closer to first pitch at some point here on G&D. You know how sometimes, like midway through the day, you start thinking about something that happened to you while you were sleeping or a dream or really early in the morning? Within the last hour, I just realized that I don't know what time this was. I'm sure a lot of you can relate to this. I got a alert on my phone, probably in the 5 o'clock hour. You told me it was at 4 or 6:30. I would also believe it. But I was still asleep. My phone starts going off. I thought my wife's phone alarm was going off, so she turns hers off, and then she's yelling for me to grab my phone, and I didn't think it was my phone. And I realized we had a tornado warning, both of us on our phones, in our immediate area. And the instructions were, get into your basement or do whatever. There's a tornado warning. And both of us kind of looked at each other, half asleep, and said, yeah, I'm sure. And we just went right back to bed. That was our reaction to the big warning. And looking back, that was pretty stupid, I would say. I feel like there should be a different reaction. In my mind, I'm going, I don't think Glenn Powell's here. I don't think there's anything to worry about. My guess is Kate's not tracking this storm. I'm going to be just fine. But I probably should have done more than we did. Should have been some action taken. I got a nice show for you today. Very, very excited about our lineup. John Middlecoff, who hosts 3 and Out. He's a former scout. He's really, really insightful. We've had him on the show. He brings good energy. He's a great NFL guest. He stops by at 3. He's had strong takes on Brandon Ayuk and a possible trade. He also has thoughts on Jaden Daniels I want you guys to hear. So we'll talk to Middlecoff, the former scout, coming up in about 55 minutes. Also on the show today, Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Edholm ranked every single team, power rankings 1 to 32 going into the season. Washington, while in the mid-20s, fairly low on his list, seems to be a team he's got an affinity for. He thinks there's a chance they could be the sleeper that stuns everybody this year. In fact, I was texting with Eric last night. And he's like, do you think I'm too high on them? But we will chop that up when he's on the show coming up in 3 hours, right at 5 o'clock. You'll want to hear that. And at 6, Connor Orr, who covers the Jets in New York, covers the NFL draft as well. He wrote a nice piece about yesterday's joint practice. He was there, saw some of what went down. So we will talk to him about tomorrow's game. The Commanders are playing an actual football game, kind of. Can you call it a real football game? It's the realest fake football game that we're going to see. Commanders, Jets, noon kickoff in the Meadowlands, preseason 1 of 3 tomorrow, which I am so excited about. I know B Mitch was just leaving. I was talking to him. He's flying out today. He'll be on the call tomorrow with Chick for the game on television. But Middlecoff at 3, Edholm at 5, Connor Orr at 6. And we still got some tickets to give away to end the week here. We've been giving out tickets on Grant and Danny all week long to go see Blues Traveler at Wolf Trap. I got 3 pairs to dole out today, so we're going to play a game. And the game is going to be, does Ryan know it? You will bet on or you will bet against my guy and your guy, Ryan Clary. We will ask him basic questions of knowledge. I would always bet on Ryan. Ryan's a smart guy. But sometimes you may go against him. We'll see. You got to get a couple in a row. You'll win tickets. We'll play that right after we went off the field at 3:45 today. So a lot going on, tons to get into here on G&D without Danny. I wanted to start the show, though, after last night getting to sit on the couch and watch a little preseason football, by letting you guys know that I find the way that we go about the preseason now to be so discouraging. I just don't like where we're at, even though I understand it. The Panthers played the Patriots yesterday on NFL Network. I get home, I sit down, the game's getting started. Carolina did not play their second-year quarterback who needs reps, Bryce Young. Why? What are we doing? Now, if you want to say it was rainy, the weather was a factor, maybe that was part of the playing time. If that were the case, even though I'd still disagree with it, I guess there's some rationale to that. But Bryce Young was ruled out well before the weather really became an issue. Bryce Young was the first overall pick last year out of Alabama, and he struggled immensely. He had a terrible first year in the NFL. It was as unproductive and as worrisome a first year as I can remember for a pick at 1-1 in terms of looking like a major bust. Now, I'm not ready to put him in that category yet, and I don't think that's where he's headed. He's too accurate, and I like Dave Canales, frankly, too much. The coordinator in Tampa last year who helped save Baker Mayfield, who helped save Geno Smith in Seattle the year before that, who seems like a bit of a quarterback whisperer, knows what he's doing offensively. Young 40s, offensive-minded head coach, comes over to Carolina, and my guess is he gets a lot more out of Young this year. But I couldn't believe Canales' decision to not play Bryce Young in the first of their preseason games because he needs the work. The last time we saw him, he was bad, and now he's in a brand new offense. Didn't play at all. New England, on the other side of the ball, played Drake May for 6 snaps and 3 throws, which would make sense if he was their starter, but he's not. Jacoby Brissett's their starter. He threw the ball 3 times. I think he was 0 for 3 in the rain, and then he went to the sideline. And then they brought in Drake May, and they gave him a drive where they got behind on a 3rd and 13. He threw a screen to Antonio Gibson, our old friend, AG, made a 14-yard reception happen on a design screen, made a couple people miss, looked good, moved the chains, and then they went 3 and out after that. Couple of checkdowns, 2 for 3 for Drake May. Then he was out of the game. Again, I expect a similar workload with Jaden Daniels, who's your starter, who you don't want to risk getting injured. But May is supposedly going to be the backup for New England, not the starter. So not only are you not playing your starter, Jacoby Brissett, because you don't want to risk him, you're also not playing your backup, who you made the number 3 overall pick, Drake May, because you don't want to risk him. Like, where are we at with some of these preseason decisions? If the Commanders play Jaden Daniels for 5 or 6 or 7 snaps, which is what I'm anticipating, one drive, as long as it's not a 3 and out, you get him in, you get a first down, you get him back to the sideline. That's what I'm expecting. And I even understand that a little bit from their perspective, but it's just not how I would do it. The only thing I sign off on, and as a football fan that I think you guys should be okay with, is when veterans with a lot of experience who don't need work are asked not to do much in the preseason. But we're now at a place where the young guys who have no experience and need reps also aren't asked to do anything. Young, year 2, first season, new scheme, got to have it type year, nowhere to be found last night. May, not a starter, backup, chance to get work. They chose not to. And I'm not trying to go full football cowboy on you. It's not that I don't acknowledge the risk of injury. I totally do. I think I'm just more at peace with the fact that if you get injured, it happens at a time where you're trying to do something that's important. You know, that these games are a necessary evil. It seems like a lot of teams have just decided they're unnecessary. They're certainly unnecessary if you're John Allen or Daron Payne or Bobby Wagner. I agree with you there. I don't know how necessary they are for Terry McLaurin, even in a new scheme. But if you're a first-year quarterback or a second-year quarterback in a new offense coming off a terrible season, I don't understand how teams can feel comfortable not playing guys and getting them some reps and some work in these games. I'll just never get it. It's part of the process. It matters. And I think it helps. But I think I'm now in the minority on that. A couple days ago, we were talking about the preseason. I called it a juice worth the squeeze proposition. And I think that's how you got to look at it. If you're not going to get enough out of a veteran playing them, don't play them. But for kids and for particularly passers in their early seasons in the league, guardrails off. I'm not going to be as careful. And I'm just now at a point where I almost wish you could fast forward these first couple of weeks of these exhibition games because they've become such a tease the way we use them now. The game looks real. The helmets are still glistening under the lights. Those familiar voices are still on the play-by-play. Everything about the presentation is regular season-esque, and then the teams just tell you to kick rocks with who they play. The game, unless your team's on the field, which it will be tomorrow at noon, that's awesome. But everything else is borderline unwatchable after 5 minutes of football. And even if it's your team, you got to really want it. You got to nerd out for some August vibes, which I'm ready for. I can't wait. But I just don't think it has to be this way. It has never been this way. It's getting more and more ubiquitous that this is how we do it. But don't pretend like September doesn't look different either. Week 1, week 2, the early part of the season, the performances that we see, the product has suffered some. And I think that should be acknowledged as well. And maybe you don't care. Maybe your point is, oh, those guys were kept healthy. That's all that matters. Okay. I think you could try to have your cake and eat it too a little more often than we do. But where we'll agree, even if your team, I don't want anybody playing at all that matters even a little bit, I am completely ready for 2 preseason games, not 3. And that's going to happen because when we go to 20 games divided by 18 in the regular season and 2 in the preseason rather than our current ratio of 17 regular season, 3 preseason, now you only have the 2 August games. 1 will be used for your starters. 1 will be used for back of the roster hopefuls trying to make a name for themselves. But imagine being like a Patriots season ticket holder last night and you're charging me the same for that game as you do for regular season. To a lot of teams' credits, and I think this is the right way to do it, they have started to stagger pricing on tickets a little bit to the point where the preseason is a lot less, and then a regular season game against a bad team people aren't that excited about, might be tiered a little lower. But then when the Patriots are playing the Jets and Aaron Rodgers is in town, you're going to pay out the wazoo. Like, I actually think that's probably a much more fair way to get to the same total. Because forever and ever, you just paid for 10 home games, 2 preseason, 8 regular season, and it was divided up by 10. And I'm paying the same for, an August 13th game when Rex Grossman's throwing to Dante Stallworth as I am for a late October game when Robert Griffin's hooking up with Pierre Garçon. And sorry about it, but that just doesn't feel right to me as the consumer. But I'm selfish. I'm sitting on the couch. I want to watch football. I want to see some of the kids I'm excited about. And now you're just going through the motions for a couple hours. I just don't think it has to be this way. But with that in mind, I do want to turn my attention to tomorrow and the guys that should actually be on the field for Washington. Very little Jaden Daniels cameo. Bring it on. Can't wait. That'll be fun. Who else should we have our eyes on in preseason game number 1 for the Commanders against the Jets? I'll open up the phones for the first time today right now on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. You can call me at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. I want to know what player you're most excited to see and to track this preseason, starting with tomorrow afternoon's game. First guy I'm going to give you is Brandon Coleman. If you've listened to this show, I'm beating this drum pretty hard. I think he's got a chance to be the starting left tackle. Now, here's the bad news. I don't think he's going to play in the game tomorrow. They have not ruled him out, so I've got to assume until they do that there's a possibility he plays. But after he was a no-go in the joint session in the rain yesterday, I think he's been banged up this week. We may not see him. But if he plays, he is number 1 on my non-Daniels list of guys to watch because he's going to be tested more against the Jets than he has been against anybody at Commanders camp on their depth chart. The Jets pass rushers are pretty good. I was watching some video yesterday that came out from their own broadcast network of some of the one-on-ones with Jermaine Johnson, their edge they drafted 2 years ago, and Will McDonald, the edge they drafted last year. McDonald put on some nasty spin moves on Chris Paul. He's a good-looking player. Speed rusher off the edge. They got a type that they like to draft that can get to the quarterback. And when Hassan Reddick shows up, they're actually going to be a really, really good defensive group up front getting after the QB. But I'm a big believer in Coleman. He's 23. He's 6'6" and 320 pounds. He's a massive player, really long arms. Third-round pick, 67th overall out of Texas Christian. He was second team all Big 12 last year. He made 7 starts at left tackle and 4 at left guard last season. He split those 2 spots. And a lot of teams around the league thought he was going to be drafted as a guard because he's kind of got a guard body, frankly. But he's got tackle length. Washington likes him as a tackle. Last year, he only gave up 1 sack on 723 snaps, which is overall snaps, not pass dropbacks, obviously. But 1 sack all season. He had 32 pancakes, which sounds like a good breakfast to me at IHOP. Junior year, 1 year earlier, 15 games at left tackle. He was a full-time player at the position. When I caught up with him recently, he said he plans on playing left tackle. That's what he wants to do. He's always kind of thought that's where he's going to end up. And he and Washington are like-minded there. He's got to beat out Cornelius Lucas. And if he plays against the Jets, I think a strong game, he will be well-positioned to win the job. Now, if what I think happens takes place and he doesn't play in this game, then come next week against Miami, that joint practice and that game are massive for him, as big as he is at 6'6". He's got to find a way to have a really good couple of days there in Miami, and you'd probably write your name in pencil as the starting left tackle if you could pull that off. But he's right at the top of my list of guys I'm most excited to see. I've got a bevy of other names here that I want to run through with you. Not only why I want to see them, but what they can accomplish with a significant performance. But I want to hear from you guys on this next. Phones are open at 800-636-1067. If you don't want to make a call, you can tweet me at Grant H. Paulson. Solo today. No Danny. The question for you, first game tomorrow, 3 preseason games loom. Give me the player you're most excited to track in this summer exhibition. You're listening to The Fan.
good feel of what Cliff and the offensive staff want him to do. And so, as you can see, a lot of guys touch the ball, which, we have a lot of weapons. So I think that will continue to be the case. And I think he's just doing a good job of taking what the defense gives him. But also, when he has a chance to push the ball down the field, he's not afraid to do that.
Terry McLaurin likes what he has seen from rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels. Most of you will get your first opportunity to see him tomorrow at noon. Commanders, Jets from the Meadowlands. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. All of our camp coverage is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Darius, we don't need it right now, but maybe next segment coming out of the break. I'd like to play a quick Is It Weird? I told Mullen something today. He was taken aback to the point where he thinks he needs to now re-rank how weird everybody is on the staff based on what I told him I like to do. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. In fact, I think it's efficient and correct. But let's get into that next segment. The question on the table for you guys right now, as it pertains to your Commanders, is first of 3 preseason games tomorrow. Give me the name of the player you're most excited about watching. Who's the guy you close your eyes, you think about kickoff tomorrow that you can't wait to see out on the field between the lines? 800-636-1067. I told you my guy would be Brandon Coleman. I am skeptical as to whether or not he's going to play. I'll give you another guy that I think should play, and who knows, maybe he won't. Again, preseason 2024. Seems like teams don't really care about these games at all. Frankie Louvu, if he makes his debut. I cannot properly explain how much I love this player already. When they signed him, he was a guy that I remember a couple of my buddies in the NFL would talk about from time to time as like underrated, really good player. Check out this dude in Carolina. You know who he is, but you don't know a lot about him, right? You go back and you watch a game or two and you just fall in love. If that guy isn't one of the 3 or 4 most fan-friendly favorite players on the team, most beloved talents in Washington this year, either he got hurt or I don't know what I'm watching anymore. People are going to really enjoy Louvu. He's 27. He's a tweener defender. Now, that almost sounds negative. I would say maybe a versatile defender sounds better because he can play everything. 6'3", 235. He can move him around. I like guys who are self-made, and nobody is more self-made than Frankie Louvu, who was an undrafted free agent out of Washington State, who barely made the Jets initially and had to fight and scratch and claw to be a specialist initially. And then he goes to Carolina, and he becomes a starting defender. And by the end of his time in Carolina, pretty darn good one. And now the third phase of his career is here in Washington, where now you're a high-paid leader. You're one of the best players on a defense. You've gone from special teams guy to starter they have some hopes for to now third level. You're high-paid. You're a leader. We need you to run the room with Bobby Wagner. Last 2 seasons, Louvu, 12.5 sacks, 7 and 5.5. Off-ball linebacker getting some pass rush work. I think he'll rush the quarterback more. So I hope we get a look-see at Louvu. We get to see him thumping a little bit, being physical. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Shane, game 1 tomorrow. Who do you want to see?
It's got to be Forbes. It's got to be Forbes. He's got to have a bounce back year. He had one of the worst rookie seasons we've seen in life. They benched him, and he was a high draft pick, and that's what we need help on right now. Our corners are, I think, my opinion, probably the weakest in the league right now. We're strapped at corners. We need corner help, and he's got to step up. I want to see what he can do. I want to see if they're going to put him in the nickel. I don't know what they're going to do with him, truly. The man is fast. He's skinny. He has no weight. I don't know what they're going to do, but that's my it's got to be the secondary. I want to see the corners, what they can do during the preseason. The offensive line is what it is. I like to see Coleman as well, but I gotta see Forbes. I gotta see if he can have a bounce back year, if he's got any kind of character to himself, if he's that dog we think he is. Let's find out. Put him in preseason. Hell, play him every damn game in the preseason. He needs it. Trust me.
Yeah, he needs the work. There's no doubt about it. I appreciate the call. We have debated on this show quite a bit which position group is weakest, where do they need help from a personnel standpoint? Danny's proclivity is they got to go get a wide receiver. I'm not telling you they're great there, but they're better at wide receiver than they are corner. And I would say the same thing about the O-line. I think a lot of people are really worried about the offensive line, and understandably so. When you draft a quarterback number 2 who took a bunch of sacks at LSU, you want to be able to protect him so that he can do special things with the football and with his feet. You should be worried about the O-line. It's an important part of the puzzle here. But I believe this O-line is better than this cornerback room. You and I sound like we're in lockstep on this. St. Juste, as much as I like him and as much as he has flashed in camp, and I don't just mean this year, but over now 3 years, and in the preseason, I don't think he's a corner 1. I don't think he's a guy I want following CeeDee Lamb and A.J. Brown all over the place. He's big, he's physical, he's long. He looks like a Dan Quinn corner. I'm pretty confident he'll have his best season with this coaching staff because this is the best he'll be coached as well. And he's got all the physical traits coming out of Minnesota in the 3rd round. But outside of him, another super physical guy with some length, Michael Davis, comes over from the Chargers. I think he's more of a depth corner based on what we've seen the last couple of years than a starter. Forbes really struggled. Let's not forget that it wasn't just that Eagles game everyone beats him up for last year. And I even think the evaluation of that game is probably unfair. Not that it was good, because it wasn't. It was not a great performance. 7 targets, 6 catches, 112 yards, touchdown against A.J. Brown. But it was more than that game last year for the 16th overall pick. I mean, he had a couple of performances like that. I had a great chat with him last week. Hopefully you guys heard it on the show, thefandc.com if you missed it. But he's still talking the talk. He's still very confident, and he basically is completely washed last year away. There's a couple ways to actually, handle a really bad season. And it's funny because I talked to 2 guys that maybe had the most disappointing years on the team last year at practice recently. Forbes, who effectively said, I'm not thinking about last year. It's gone. He pointed out that he didn't, in not the same number of words, but he didn't have a great relationship with the coaching staff. And then Jahan Dotson, when I talked to him, said, I remember last year vividly. I need to remember it. It's important that I think about it constantly as motivation. So, there's 2 ways to do it. You could just set it and forget it, pretend like it never happened. I think that's what Forbes is doing. And then Dotson trying to use it as motivation. But Forbes is not the only guy in that secondary I really want to see. Quan Martin, the 47th pick last year out of Illinois, round 2 pick. He came on at the end of the year big time, and he's had a very good camp by all accounts. Somehow, the Rivera and the Marty Party group didn't have him take his first defensive snap until week 6 last year on a bad defense. Figure that one out. They didn't have him start a game until week 14. Again, what a joke. But he'll get a chance to play a huge role this year. And the other young guy I really want to see in that secondary is Mikey Sanders still. One of the practices I was at, he was great. He just looked ready to immediately help. He's been very solid overall at camp. 23-year-old rookie, 2nd-round pick, 50th overall selection out of Michigan, had a pick 6 in the national championship game. I want to see him keep stacking pennies, as I call it, right? Stack practices. Just put another penny on the pile, man. Each day you have a good day, throw a penny on the pile. Next thing you know, you look up, you got some money. Let's go to Dominic in Ohio on Grant and Danny. Dom, who are you excited to see?
Hey, GB, thanks as always for taking the call. So my excitement level is awkward, but it's for 2 of Ron's 3 first rounders, and that's Jamin Davis and it's Forbes. And so the other guy touched on Forbes. I think they got to play both of those guys a ton. And I feel like, as you read, I think it was Fortier or it was maybe Craig Hoffman, both said that Jamin might be on the roster bubble. And if that dude can't progress and play against 2s and 3s, because I think they should both see a ton of snaps, it might be time to just jettison and start fresh.
So here's where this one's complicated, Dom. Great to hear from you, buddy. Good phone call. Thank you. Very handsome man. Met him last year about this time at our Grant and Danny fantasy football draft, which we've got to start planning again, boys, at some point here very soon. But figuring out Jamin Davis's performances in the preseason is going to be hard because I think you're right. 1st-round pick going into his 4th year, he should be dominating backups when he's playing in the 3rd quarter of these games. But if he's playing at a brand new position, I don't know that that's the case. Like, I was watching him at practice off the edge, and he was having problems with Trent Scott occasionally, who's not a starter and frankly may not make the team at tackle. Probably is like their fourth tackle or something like that right now. And Davis was not beating him. He wasn't winning. He was pretty consistently actually kind of in stalemates with him in 11-on-11 work. And I'm sitting there going, man, by now you'd like to see more out of Jamin Davis, and that's probably true, except he's a couple weeks in at a new position. Now, if he's at linebacker and he's struggling immensely and guys who aren't going to be on the team are beating him, then I'd agree with you that that's a bad look for Davis. But I think you have to, if you're changing his position, you have to give him the benefit of the doubt then to also wash this slate clean. He wasn't drafted as a first rounder 3 years ago as an edge defender. So I don't think you can grade him on that same scale just out of fairness. Here's what I know about Jamin Davis. Is he on the roster bubble? Probably. Is there a chance he gets cut? Yes. I don't think he should be. I think good coaching is about finding elite athletic traits and maximizing those, finding ways to have guys help you. You cannot convince me that a guy that runs like Jamin Davis is as physical as Jamin Davis, has shown some of the ability to pin his ears back and rush the quarterback like Jamin Davis, can't help you at all as a football team. I'm sorry. And I sound like a defender of his. I'm not. I think you guys know that if you've listened to this show the last few years. I mean, I found the entire process after the pick and his performances. I mean, it's mostly been maddening, but there's no reason why a guy with his skills couldn't be one of 24 to 26 defenders kept. But yes, you've got to show something. I think maybe the most likely scenario now might be even that he gets traded if they can get him to show out once or twice in the preseason, which is why I think Dom could be onto something. He might play a lot. But I'd like to see him make the roster because he can help you at linebacker on the second level off the ball. And maybe there's a path to him helping you as a pass rusher as well, although he's been quieter in that regard at camp than we anticipated. Noon tomorrow, we are sub 24 hours away from the preseason debut for the Adam Peters, Dan Quinn operation in D.C. No, Danny, I'm Grant solo today. I'll get you an Is It Weird quickly, and then more of the players you guys are looking forward to watching next on The Fan. seeing videos all over the internet today of some of the flooding taking place in Old Town Alexandria, up in Fells Point near Baltimore, Annapolis. Any of those cute little water towns, little areas right on the water where everybody sits and eats and looks out at the water normally. They seem to always flood with these big storms. But shocker, you get one of these every single time. A local TV person just posted a video. The water has risen so high in Fells Point that someone is kayaking in the middle of Thames Street. There's a lady just kayaking like she's out in the river. This will be an old man take. People should stay out of those waters. It's so gross and so dirty. You have no idea what's in those waters. Just all of the crap that's normally on and around the street, and God knows what people are throwing out. Like, I don't know. And that just always gross to me. It's the first thing I think about when I see people walking through and or kayaking is get a job. Like, go do something different than that. Or don't get a job. Just sit at home and don't kayak in those waters, I guess. John Middlecoff, the former NFL scout, is going to be on the show at 3. Eric Edholm ranked the Commanders bottom 7 in the NFL, but he's very high on their chances to be the surprise team in the league. We'll talk to him at 5 today. Quickly, though, I wanted to crowbar in, is it weird before we get back to talking about the preseason? All right, the judges today will be producer Darius Dameron and producer Ryan Clary. We won't go to the phones in the interest of time. I came in today, and I confided something in Jim Mullins of B Mitch and Finley fame, who was producing the show for them today. So I sent a audio clip out to a text thread with buddies. On said thread, it's our Nats chat thread. It's me, Clary, Darius, and Toby Altizer of Bustin' Loose baseball fame. And so I sent out a clip from Good Morning Football today about one of our favorite broadcasters. And just an audio clip. It's from a podcast. And I sent the clip, and it was at 1.5 speed. I didn't think anything of it. And Toby responded and said, listening to a podcast at 1.5 speed is diabolical, which is a hilarious text. But I realized, and I've told you this recently, Darius, I now, even when I'm listening to normal 1.0 speed anything, it feels like it's like 0.8 or 0.9 because I'm so used to speed when I listen to stuff. I am a 1.5 guy as a default setting. If somebody's a very fast talker, I might back them down to 1.4, 1.3. But more often than not, I would say, I would even hedge up from there. Like if I have to listen at 1.25 or 1.75, I'm probably a 1.75 guy. But on average, I listen to everything at 1.5. And Toby was like, that's insane. What do you, that's crazy person stuff. And I told Mullins and it just blew his mind completely.
Yeah, you walked in studio you walked in studio the other day and I was listening to a podcast and you said, are you listening to that on 0.50 or something? I was like, no, it's regular speed.
This is how they were talking. I think if they're smart with, and I'm like, please say the words. Get the words out, stupid. Quicker, 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 quicker. But you were saying it was on 1, that they were just normally talking.
On normal speed, like a normal person would listen to.
I do think I am building up some type of normalcy to the up-tempo pace. It's like I'm watching a Chip Kelly offense so much that now when I've got to watch someone trying to snap the ball with 2 seconds left on the play clock, it's unwatchable. I don't know how to describe it. It's crazy to me. But here's the kicker, and this is where I think I'm going to lose the is it weird. So I might have to try to put some toothpaste back in the tube after this. I also admitted to Mullins that there are times when I will watch something at an elevated speed as well. There's some caveats before everyone judges me. So people go, you could do that. For some reason on television, like actually on your TV for Netflix, you can't speed up the program. But on your phone, at least my phone, I am able, right at the bottom there, they give me the option. They don't do it for no reason. And it doesn't go up to like 2 times. It's 1.2 or 1.4 or something like that. But you can speed up whatever you're watching. And if I'm binging a show, more often than not, like a dramatic show, it can't be something that's overly dialogue heavy. I wouldn't do this with an Aaron Sorkin show where what is being said is critical. If it's a comedy, a movie, or something like that, maybe. But I showed you guys. Like, I'm watching this movie on Netflix last night. I pulled it up on my phone. I put it on 1.25, and nothing's different. It cuts out some of like the scenes where they're, instead of staring off in the distance for a second and a half, it's like 0.8 seconds. And next thing you know, they say more words. Now, again, that one's tough to come back from, I admit. And I've taken heat from people before that are like, enjoy the art as it's made, man. Stop trying to edit the art. If it takes away from the movie or the show, trust me, I'm not doing it. But I want to set that one to the side because that's definitely weird. I'll admit that. Is it weird to listen to audio, no video, at 1.5 as a regular speed?
As much as I want to say that it is weird, they give you the option. I don't think it's that weird. I wouldn't personally, I wouldn't do it unless there was some sort of long form, say, audiobook that I wanted to listen to. Not something that I do very commonly, but if I did want to listen to it, I could see myself putting myself in a situation where I listen to it.
I knock out books faster.
I can imagine, so,
which is, and in books, it can be a show. I might go 1.8 on a book, okay? But like, as long as I can still pick up what they're saying, we're in good shape. But the other thing is, a lot of times what I'm listening to, podcasts or otherwise, like I'm listening for a reason. I'm getting nuggets. I'm hearing analysis. I'm hearing stats. Like I'm getting to the information. I don't need a lot of the nonsense. Like if I listen to, something and I know that like the program generally, let's say, or like a book, the first minute is them telling you this is produced by this company and these people print the pages. I'm just skipping through all of that anyway. For me, this is about efficiency.
So I ultimately do think it is weird, but it's not the fact that you are listening to it sped up. It's the fact that you feel as if you need to save whatever amount of time that is from just listening to the normal version that like everyone else listens to. So, because I feel like it's a time-saving thing, and that's why you do it. I don't think it's the fact that like you retain more information or whatever. I think it's
twofold, Clary. It cuts out the BS of just like, if you're saying something in 30 seconds that I can hear in 26, then I can save 4 seconds. Time is of the essence, no doubt.
That is true.
But on top of that, if I'm not losing the point, if I'm still hearing every word and I'm missing some of the pregnant pauses or I'm missing some of in a movie or whatever, just like moments where nothing's happening, so what?
I know, but I think that's the weird part for me is like in podcast form here. I just feel like that's kind of like the weird part where I'm like, I don't understand it. Like saving, if you're listening to like an hour long podcast, if you're listening to 1.5, I'm assuming you're saving what? Like
if you like 15 for the people
minutes?
That listen to our pod every single day.
Yeah.
And I routinely will go back and listen to the show or different things, different segments, listen to Jay. I'm never at 1.0. I'm always at like 1.25 or something like that.
I would never.
I'm surprised to catch a little bit of the shrapnel that I'm catching. Now, if I said every movie I've ever watched and every show I watch at 1.5, that's insanity. Like, put me on a watch list. I totally agree.
Yeah.
But occasionally, if we're not dialogue heavy to go 1.25 on a Netflix show where like just people are making dramatic faces a lot, I think that's okay. Let's go to Terry in Danville who wants to hop in. Got to be quick here, Terry. I know you've been waiting. Which commander do you want to watch tomorrow at noon against the Jets?
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the call. First of all, I would love to see the kickoff. I think it's going to be an extra 7 points a game scored this season for each team. It's just going to be a high-scoring game. But I'm going to love to see, and I would like to see Austin Eckler as their kickoff returner. Need a running back there. And I also would like to see Jaden Daniels to get himself with the timing, with the receivers and all. And I love Chris Rodriguez. I think he's a gem.
Yeah, he runs hard, man. For people that don't remember, Rodriguez is the 6th-round pick out of Kentucky last year, led the team in yards per attempt. Might be a forgotten lost man on the depth chart this year, but he's a violent, physical player, big battering ram, a little redundant, in my opinion, with Robinson. Kind of an odd pick in that way, but definitely like his game. I don't know that you're going to see more points out of kick returns directly. There was only one kick return touchdown with these XFL rules 2 years ago in the XFL as a comparison to 4 kick return touchdowns in the NFL last year. You're just going to see a lot more returns in general. It was actually a 23-yard average return in the league last year. 21 yards return in the XFL using these rules 2 years ago. The difference was there was 2.2 kick returns per game in the NFL last season with the old rule. There was over 7 kick returns per game in the XFL. In fact, it was over 8 in the final year of the XFL 2 years ago. So the ball will actually be returned. You'll see more football plays, which is good. Let's talk to John Middlecoff, former NFL scout. We could talk about the kick return. Also want to dive into Brandon Ayuk with him. Grant and Danny. No Danny on the Fan. Big thanks to Toby for the update. Thanks for listening to the show wherever you're at on the Odyssey app, coast to coast, around the DMV on the flagship 106.7, or right now joining us in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Of course, you can watch the show on the YouTube stream. 106.7 The Fans YouTube page is how you could do that. The exclusive sponsor of this program is the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you draft your will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on Grant and Danny, wanted to get a little national football perspective, not just on everything going on in the NFL, but on the Commanders as well, from a former scout with the Eagles who's now working over at The Volume. The excellent insight coming your way now on the BetQL guest hotline of John Middlecoff. John, thanks so much for the time. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. How are you doing?
Good. Great to catch up with you. Look forward to this conversation, as always, here in the preseason. So why don't we start with the Brandon Ayuk ongoing trade, no trade discussions. You've been opinionated and had a lot of takes on this. What do you make of what's going on right now with the Niners and Ayuk?
Well, I think it's a tough spot for both. One, I think the 49ers are tired of dealing with it, but they're not just going to trade him to trade him. You know, he's not a free agent. So he's trying to pick his destination. You know, obviously his connection with Jaden. I think it made no sense for the Commanders to do that right now, right? I mean, given where their draft picks could end up this year, it's just the first year of a rebuild with a new coach and a GM. And honestly, Adam Peters, who's going to know him pretty well, right? He's been around him his whole career, kind of a sign that, you know, let's not act like this guy's a top 5 wide receiver. He's a really good player. He's a winning player. But, you know, the 49ers have a number, and they're not going to budge off it, regardless where the market went. Clearly he wants to go to the Steelers, but they have nothing to give back the 49ers beside, even if they gave a first-round pick. You know, the 49ers aren't in long-term building mode. They're trying to win a Super Bowl this year, so that does them no good. And clearly the other two teams Ayuk didn't want to go to in the Browns and the Patriots, who are willing to pay a lot of money. So it's, at this point in time, I think he's kind of stuck unless something gets crazy, and he's just, you know, essentially pouting and, you know, not wanting to sign the contract that they have offered. So that's kind of where it stands right now.
How do you think it ends?
My gut would say he stays on the Niners, but, you know, who knows? I mean, I guess other teams could get involved. If this was the NBA, you'd think it'd be a 3-team trade, but that never happens in the NFL. So, you know, I would lean he stays on the Niners, but this thing's been pretty weird. So at this point in time, I guess nothing would shock me. But I think it's pretty telling that, you know, Washington didn't want it. You know, these other teams that have good deals, the 49ers aren't just going to give them away. So you have to come and probably, quote unquote, overpay them as well as Ayuk. So it's just one of these spots that's a standstill. And I just, you know, these teams, every team's semi-optimistic at this point in time. So teams are more likely to overpay in March during free agency or around the draft than they are right now.
John Middlecoff, 3 and out with us here on Grant and Danny. It sounds like then, to go back, you have no issue with Washington's modified or lack of interest.
No, to me, the Patriots should have been the same thing. Like, you just get a new quarterback. You have a brand new operation. How about everyone just take a deep breath? There's no pressure. I know, I'm sure we'll get into the hype on Jaden Daniels, and it's pretty high right now. But there isn't pressure on trying to win 8-9 games and compete for a wild card spot. If it happens, awesome. But if you end up winning 4 or 5 games, that's not the worst thing, because you can use those assets to continue to build around the young quarterback. I think what we saw last year in Houston is a pretty big outlier situation, kind of came out of nowhere. There's most teams, when they kind of hit the reset button, you know, it takes them, 18 months to kind of build up their roster. So I think anytime that if that pick ends up in the top 10, even if Washington was just offering a second and a third rounder, let's say, you need those picks. I mean, that's where you get the DK Metcalfs, the Deebo Samuels, the Fred Warners, and Adam Peters, I'd say, knows that better than anyone, right? So it's not just, it's awesome top 10 picks. You get the Jaden Daniels, you get the Nick Bosa's, but those other picks when you're trying to build from scratch, I don't know, you're not building from scratch, but start over, are really, really valuable.
That's really well said. I mean, the only argument I would make for going after him, because I'm in that camp with you, sounds like I'm in lockstep, where it just feels like the timing isn't quite right. But I do believe in the greatest value in Jaden Daniels and in a young quarterback is the contract for the next 4+ years. And after 4 years, there's a raise, and after 5, you pay him. So I do kind of view it already like the hourglass has been flipped to some extent. The sooner you can start to bring in some of these weapons, the better. And if they're better off for a season working together next year when he's a sophomore, rather than trading for Stephon Diggs this offseason for CJ Stroud, let's say, then so be it. Because the greatest element of having Jaden Daniels or having a young quarterback on a rookie deal is that short time before he gets paid that you got to win in.
I agree, but you don't know how it's going to play out. Now, if you start out and you're 4-4 and you're in the mix, I don't know exactly the trade deadline, but let's just pick it's after week 8.
The Halloween,
then maybe
I think,
you can, then maybe you can pull the trigger and trade for a guy mid-season. But to do that before you really have any information, to me, can be a little reckless because, you guys draft Newton, right, in the second round. Well, what if what if next year you get a similar guy at a different position and then you have a bunch of building blocks and then you use that money, that cap space in the offseason as a free agent where you're not giving up draft picks. The other thing is it's not just the rookie contract, right? Obviously, that's a huge benefit, like you said. But even if best case scenario, this guy becomes a top 12 quarterback that you feel no hesitation giving that big contract to in 3 or 4 years, the cap number still stays low for probably the next 4 years and then another 2 years after that. So you do have a lot of room. But I think I wouldn't call it reckless because Ayuk is a good player. I think sometimes we got to take a deep breath and kind of just see where we're at, because you would agree if you trade for Ayuk and then you start 2 and 5, it doesn't quite feel the same if you had to give up a second and a third round pick to acquire him, right?
Totally. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, now you're starting to go, I mean, that you need all of those picks to rebuild this thing. There's no doubt. John Middlecoff.
And the reality is, even if you're the Niners, right, and Washington was offering you their 2 and their 3, I'm assuming they have those picks next year, but those picks, which let's just say that Washington wins 4 games and both those picks are really high in both rounds, it does them no good this year. And that's why I think, Washington probably wasn't a fit, unless maybe they were going to give one of those young D tackles or something. But even then, the Steelers are in the same boat, right? They don't have a player to give back that the Niners would want. And even if they give a first-round pick, which having 2 first-round picks is, and you talk about this stuff for a living, is incredible in February and March and April. But when you're a good team, it does nothing for you in August and September.
Yeah, and this is a team that is, by the numbers, the oldest in the NFL. They've been in 4 straight conference championship games. They've been in multiple Super Bowls in that window, and they got to go. I mean, they've got to win right now. So unless you're able to give them something that helps with those picks, it probably isn't a fit for them. Former NFL scout John Middlecoff is with us here on Grant and Danny today on The Fan. John, I want to talk Jaden Daniels for a moment. When you were on the team side or even now in the media, what's your take on camp hype? Because he has been so impressive. It's been immensely optimistic, as well as it should, coming out of these practices. He looks like the real deal. But I'm a little cautious to really start throwing a parade just yet. We had Jay Gruden in studio a couple days ago, and he said, "It's until I see him playing a game where he's able to be tackled, it's just not the same." Where are you at? Because it's better to have these headlines than the opposite. I'll say that.
100%. I think there's 2 type of hypes, right, when it comes to a rookie class. When a guy is a later round pick, like let's use Joe Milton, for example, the quarterback last night for the Patriots, and there's a bunch of hype behind it, I have no problem with going, listen, let's just take a deep breath here. But when it comes to Caleb, when it comes to CJ Stroud, when it comes to Jaden, we saw these guys at the highest level in college. So to me, there's substance behind it. And then there's one thing if, kind of anonymous people are talking. It's another thing if these players are saying that. So, right, what Zach Ertz say within the last week, stop calling him a good quarterback, or he's going to be a good quarterback. He's good right now. And then Sauce saying that. I have no problem with anyone being really, really excited because last year he throws a incredible deep ball, right? He's become very poised and accurate. He's obviously a great playmaker. I think the one concerning part, which is impossible to really learn during the preseason, that you only know during the regular season, and this gives me great concern, is to me there are two type of runners. And, Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson are good examples. They have like an innate feel to not take big hits, right? They just kind of avoid it. Frank Gore as a running back was great at this. That's why he played for like 50 years because he didn't take big shots. And then when I was in the NFL, I was around Michael Vick. He didn't have a great feel for that. And listen, at this point in time, no one's questioning guys' toughness, but this isn't 1996, so like Steve Atwater and John Lynch might not be taking guys out across the middle, but you still get hit really hard. And these linebackers might not be 260 pounds, but they're 235, 240 pounds, and they run a lot faster. So the collisions are still really big. And that's one thing I'm sure they've been harping on because he's going to take off, right? Your offensive line is probably one of the bigger question marks on the team. And can he avoid those hits? And we're not looking to try to be a hero and show you're tough. Like, we get it. But you've got to get out of bounds. You got to learn to slide because that would be an area in which we saw it last year with Anthony Richardson, who was just taking some huge hits and knocked him out for the season. And I think it's fair to say that if Jaden were to get injured, you guys aren't winning any games with Marcus Mariota. So any hope of being competitive rides on him. And it's hard. You just never know till you start playing the games. But obviously from a passing standpoint, everyone should be pretty bullish. Then I also fall into the category, and Caleb as well, and you saw a little bit in that Hard Knocks. Like, this stuff's hard. This is really, really difficult. And in training camp, you're just really focusing on yourselves. In the games, you're focused on yourself, but you're also focused on these defensive schemes that you have no clue what's coming. Where in practice, you start learning your own defense. And then even the preseason games, I don't know if they've announced if Jaden's going to play at all in the preseason. I'm sure he'll play a little bit. It's pretty vanilla. So how, as the season goes on, you deal with them just throwing you different stuff. Like any human being, whatever you do, you get better with experience. So it could be a little rockier, even though the hype is justified. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. John Middlecoff is with us. Another of the storylines you've been monitoring over on 3 and Out that I've enjoyed. There was this weird story that came out. I feel like the Eagles lead the league in this over the last few years, like fractures between quarterback and coach, which tells me that something at the higher level, I don't know if that's Howie or ownership or what, kind of allows this to happen. Because we saw that here in D.C. for a long time when Snyder would get real close with the players and cut out the coaches. And it was just a toxic thing. But you've been talking a lot about this report about Sirianni and Jalen Hurts and things going sideways last year. Have they patched it up? Where are you on the Eagles coming into this season?
Well, I think it's twofold, right? Like, I think we all question, what does Sirianni do? He doesn't call the plays. And then, I think it's pretty fair to take that report as face value. A bunch of other people have chimed in and say all this stuff is true. Is that when your quarterback doesn't respect your head coach for schematic acumen, I think we got problems. And then it also falls under Jalen, who,
real quick, was
Russell
that the
Wilson
issue? Because a lot of my listeners may not even have seen this, but that was the deal, right? Jalen basically, Hurts had questions about Sirianni and the way they were running things, right?
Yeah, from a schematic standpoint.
Yeah, okay.
and didn't think he was, new enough. And then from Jalen, it felt a little Russell Wilson, Seattle-like. He wanted to become more Peyton Manning or Tom Brady in the pocket instead of doing what made him awesome, which was this dual threat player. And I think you get problems when the quarterback wants to kind of change who he is. I mean, Lamar has adapted over time, but his running is still a huge threat. He's obviously improved a lot, I would say, behind the line of scrimmage throwing, but I don't view him as someone that morphed into some different player. And Jalen tried to morph into a different player, and down the stretch, I mean, obviously the defense was, they couldn't cover me or you, but was just turning the ball over at a pretty high rate. So, you figure that out. One thing the Eagles are good at is, and, now you guys got a new owner, you'll do the same, is the owner will pay big money for coordinators and position coaches. And Vic Fangio's obviously a stud. And Kellen, I think he became polarizing partly because he was in Dallas, but he's pretty good. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He was a coach's kid. He's one of the better college players in recent memory because he was like a coach on the field. It's not like he was that talented, played for Chris Peterson. So I think that should be a big upgrade. Eagles, you never know because there's always some drama, but I think we'd all have to agree their roster, top to bottom, is pretty unreal relative to most of the NFC, right?
Yeah, I would say that makes sense. Who you got winning the division? Do you got Dallas overtaking Philly?
Yeah,
or think they get their act together?
I kind of this is where I fall. I lean the Eagles. I just think they're more talented than Dallas, but I'm also not doom and gloom with Dallas. They take a lot of crap, but let's face it, Jerry's drafted pretty darn well over the last 15 years, right? And I can never complain about drafting offensive linemen early. So I have a hard time thinking they'll just sink. And the playoff game was bad. But let's face it, Mike's been pretty good these last 3 years. I mean, they've won a lot of regular season games. And what did he do last year? He's like, I'll take over the play calling. Well, what happened? Dak and the offense was awesome. So unlike Sirianni, Mike's also polarizing, but he's kind of proven two things. One, he consistently wins in the regular season. And two, he can call plays. And he did it with Aaron Rodgers. So I think both those two teams are playoff teams. Then I think the question is, are you guys in Washington – the sexy story and end up winning 7-8 games and really competitive? Or is it truly kind of a reset year, some ups and downs, more like a 5-6 win team, but a lot of promise? And then the Giants, which their D-line's good. Neighbors obviously has a chance to be a freak, but is a quarterback any good? Is their offensive flow going to be terrible? So to me, those two teams are kind of unknown. One of them could shock, like if Daniel Jones is just solid, because of their defense, maybe they're a 8-win team. Maybe they're a 9-win team. You guys, if Jaden is the offensive rookie of the year, maybe you win, 8-ish games. But those are pretty big ifs and unknowns with just the quarterback position, which, let's face it, kind of can make or break your team. You can have a terrible defense, and if your quarterback's awesome, you're pretty competitive, right, on a weekly basis.
John, I love talking ball with you. Always awesome. Continue the great work over at 3 and Out with the volume. Thank you for the time today. We really appreciate it.
How many wins are you thinking for Washington?
I've got them at 7, I think. And if you told me they either won 9 or 5, I think they could surprise people, honestly. It's all about Jaden. I don't think their line's as bad as people think if you look at the metrics, PFF and otherwise last year. Where I'm really concerned is their corners, their secondary. I think they're going to have problems there.
Yeah. I was looking at the depth chart. It doesn't exactly look like Darrelle Revis and Deion Sanders back there.
No, but I think they're probably a 7-win team. What's interesting about them, though, and you know this from studying how their offseason went, they went out and got a lot of help for right now to set the culture for Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. But it's a lot of one-year deals. It's guys like, Bobby Wagner coming in here as rentals or Eckler on a couple-of-year deal. So it's not like if they do go 7-8 wins this year, it's not like it's the first of a couple. They're going to have to reset and maybe be more aggressive and go get some real younger stars next year. But I think they wanted to just elevate the floor in this first year, if that makes sense.
And to me, that's why the draft picks, not trading for Ayuk, is so important, just because there's so much unknown. At least as of today. Maybe that changes late October.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and I really think they're doing the right thing. I love weapons for a young QB, and I think the more you have, the better. But it's a big cost for a guy that's I think right now we're talking more about Ayuk than we ever have. He's a good player. I just don't know if he's $30 million a year plus Jahan Dotson plus 2 draft picks. Good.
Yeah, this feels like we're talking about when Devontae and Tyreek Hill were on the block, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, this is not the same as those. Good catching up, man. Keep up the great work.
Take it easy. Have a good weekend.
Be good. There's John Middlecoff. Really, really fun catching up with him on G&D. Peter King style. I want to give you 5 NFL things that I think. I'm not even going to call them bold predictions, although they kind of are, but these are things that I think coming out of some of these camp reports and preseason games early on. Next on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We've got tickets to see Blues Traveler at Wolf Trap that we're giving away coming up at 3:45 when we play a little game called Does Ryan Know It? I'll sneak in a winning off the field, and then we'll get right to the game. A chance for you guys to win tickets to see Blues Traveler. You just got to guess correctly as to whether or not Ryan knows what is going to be. I think Darius said he's putting together like a 5th grade-ish level collection of questions. I got a lot of faith in Clary. I think he gets a bad rap around these parts. I think Clary's going to be on it today. I'd bet on him every time. But it's not me who's betting. It's going to be you guys who's betting. Has anyone seen the images yet that have come in on what the Bristol Raceway, when it's turned into a Major League Baseball ballpark, is going to look like? This looks so incredible. So for people that don't know this story, Major League Baseball has struck a deal with Bristol Motor Speedway to play a regular season game next year around right now, August 2nd, 2025. The Braves are going to be playing in the game. Who else is playing? The second team in that game is who?
The Cincinnati Reds.
Okay, Reds, Braves, Bristol, Tennessee, close enough to Atlanta, I suppose. The graphic that was released showing the renderings for what this is going to look like is breathtaking. Basically, they're starting about halfway into the infield, like splitting the track in half with the baseball diamond. And they're going to have seating, almost like a minor league park or Little League World Series kind of seating around home plate that they'll build in the infield. There's enough room for. And then everyone else is going to be sitting in the actual stands for the raceway. But this is something really brilliant that baseball has started to do. And I think football and other sports still could and should take a page out of baseball's playbook on this. Instead of all these international games, or maybe in addition to, because the NFL is not going to start having games internationally, I should say. They're not going to stop having games internationally at this point. They make too much money. They can find some change under cushions in America still. There's a whole lot of cash to be had globally as you grow the game. But with baseball, this game that they had in the cornfields of Iowa, the Field of Dreams game, they now have a game. They'll have another one coming up this month in Williamsport, where all the little leaguers get to watch with some of the big league players. And then they take the field after the little league game, and they go out and they play a Major League Baseball game in a big league ballpark, but in basically what is a little league setup of stands and concessions. Really, really well done. And these are, I think, not only awesome television. We saw this with the historical game at one of the oldest ballparks in America that honored the Negro Leagues this year. But just overall, across the board, baseball's done such a really nice job turning these into must-see events. And then the television is even better. It's great theater. But Bristol Motor Speedway, August of next year, going to host a Major League Baseball game. And MLB today released some of the visuals of what it's going to look like. And I think it's breathtaking. Very, very cool concept. Charles is on the line. What's up, Charles? You're on Grant and Danny. What's up? Throw him back on hold. Oh, he wants to play the game. Oh, he's way early. All right, I'll throw him back on hold at this point. It said game, and I thought that meant he wanted to talk about the baseball game in Bristol. So I will wear that one. That's your boy's fault for jumping the gun. All right, without further ado, let's get to the 5 things that I think Peter King style in the NFL as we get ready for preseason action in weekend number 1 of August football. This one is a bit of a hot take for a lot of people, I think. I really do think this is true, though. I think the Bills are going to play in the AFC Championship game this year. I know they lost Stephon Diggs, who's now in Houston, and I get that Gabriel Davis has moved on, and he is in Jacksonville. They've also lost a lot in their secondary. They still got Josh Allen, and I think Allen is a good enough quarterback. He's not Mahomes, but he's close. And he's right there with Joe Burrow and the rest of the best in the National Football League. If you want to throw Lamar Jackson or anybody else into that class, you can. That you're going to be in the mix every year as long as Josh Allen's around. They drafted Keon Coleman out of Florida State. If he's good with Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakur, I think there's enough weaponry there for a team that's going to operate with a lot of 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox. Allen's going to run it a little bit more, maybe. I think they can commit to the run if they want to a greater extent with James Cook, who's very good. They drafted a running back in Ray Davis in the 4th round. I think their offense is plenty good enough going into 2024 with Joe Brady as their coordinator who took over midway through last year. The question I have is more on the other side of the ball defensively. Or like a year ago at this time, DeMar Hamlin was not even supposed to make the team, and he's been running with the first team in practices because they've just got a lot of new faces in the secondary. They drafted Cole Bishop in the 2nd round to start at free safety, and he right now is working with the 2nd team. But if they can get enough pass rush, AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, Von Miller, for those guys stay healthy, I think the Bills are still going to be better than people think. Everyone wants to crown the Jets, getting Rodgers back. Miami's the most exciting offense in the league. Buffalo comes out of that division, hangs around the longest in the playoffs, and they're playing in a conference championship game. Next thing I think, NFL edition. Malik Neighbors is going to be a problem. Malik Neighbors will be an immediate star. Washington, Dallas, Philly, these teams will hate playing against this guy. Last year at LSU, catching footballs from Jaden Daniels, he snagged 89 balls for 1,569 yards and 14 touchdowns. And he did that in 13 games, boys and girls. The year before that, he went 72 for 1,000, and he wasn't even utilized all that much. Malik Neighbors catches everything. He is super physical. He's just one of these guys who is like aggressive. He tacks the football. He doesn't mind playing against bump coverage and colliding with defenders at the line of scrimmage and getting free down the field. He's also just got terrific speed. I think he runs the whole route tree. I am a big believer. I think I was one of the few guys that liked him more than Marvin Harrison Jr. coming out, which isn't to say I don't like Harrison. I think he's also going to be, a perennial Pro Bowl type player. But I just think Neighbors is that good. And Odunze is going to be a dog too. Rome Odunze in Chicago, he might not put up the numbers just because there's so many weapons there and so many guys to get the ball to, including DJ Moore. But that's going to help Odunze be really, really good very fast. I think that is as good a trio of wide receivers all drafted in the top 10 as we've seen come out together in a long, long, long time. And there's a real good chance that all three hit. Those are home run picks, and all three are outstanding. But I want to go on the record and just I think Neighbors is going to be incredible. Next thing I think NFL version. The Bucs slept on in the NFC South, back in the playoffs. Everyone's in on Atlanta and thinks that the Falcons, after going and getting Cousins, who's coming off an Achilles, are the team to beat in the division. And I could certainly see them being a lot better and maybe making the playoffs. But I don't think people properly understand how bad their defense has been and how ineffective and completely uninvolved their pass rush has been. They were the worst pass rushing team in the league last year in terms of sacks. Their edge rushers over a couple of years have been horrendous. And rather than addressing that, they decided to draft their backup quarterback and possible quarterback of the future in the top 10 this year, which I thought was strange. So I'm going to go with Atlanta finishing behind Tampa in that division. The Bucs made the playoffs in year one with Baker Mayfield, who's comfortable. He's been paid. They didn't lose anything from an important receiving core. In fact, they added to it, drafting Jalen McMillan in the 3rd round to go with Evans and Godwin. They just paid Tristan Wirfs, their big left tackle. They drafted a new starting center. They'll be better, I think, in the interior. Graham Barton from Duke. The defense is really, really good. So Todd Bowles will coach him up on that side of the ball. I'm a little curious about the play calling. I don't know Liam Cohen all that well. Their new coordinator is replacing Dave Canales, who's now the head coach in Carolina. But I think the Bucs could be in a 10 or 11 win team in the South. I like catching them in week 1, though, like Washington's going to. I think that's a winnable week 1 game on the road. But over the course of the season, I think the Bucs are going to be right there to win that division. Next thing I think the Ravens are going to take a step back in the AFC North. I've been beating this drum just because of their schedule. They have the most difficult schedule in the National Football League. One of the reasons they're only plus 125, just about even money, to win the division. The Bengals plus 165 right behind them. Bengals get Joe Burrow back. One of the only good items as far as schedule goes for the Ravens is that they have 16 more days of rest than their opponents this year, which should be a great benefit. But their quarterback schedule, way more arduous than last year. And just in general, the schedule that they play, I think is going to be as tough as any that they've played the last few years. So I think the Ravens take a step back. Last thing I think 5 items for you here during the preseason. I was mentioning the NFC South and the Bucks. To the Falcons, I think Bijan Robinson could lead the NFL in rushing yards this year. Robinson last year was underutilized, went for 976 on 214 carries in his rookie season. He finished outside of the top 10 barely in rushing yards. In fact, there were only 11 players, I believe, that rushed for 1,000 yards last year. Christian McCaffrey won the rushing crown with 1,459 yards. I could see Robinson going for 1,400, 1,500 yards, being a bell cow for Atlanta in his second season. Play action heavy team now with Cousins and Zach Robinson, their new coordinator coming over from LA where he worked with McVay. I could see Robinson. Remember Kyron Williams, McVay's Rams last year with Robinson there, was number 3 in the league in rushing last year, and he missed time with injuries. Bijan Robinson leading the league in rushing. A little bit bold, but something that I could absolutely see. 5 things I think on Grant and Danny. Next, are you betting on Ryan Clary? Does Clary know it? We've got tickets. If you want to go see Blues Traveler later this month at Wolf Trap and you want to play the game, now's the time to get in line. 800-636-1067 is the number on the Fan. Double play each and every day on Grant and Danny here on The Fan is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. On Fridays, we normally give you winning off the field, but in lieu of winning off the field today, we are going to play a little game. We are excited about it. We've got tickets to give away. We've got a couple of pairs of tickets. Always a good opportunity to let you guys get in on the action. Game style. So the game today will be 4 tickets to see Blues Traveler at a Wolf Trap. The winners are going to get 2 tickets. The show, Blues Traveler, Big Ed Todd, The Monsters, Friday, August 23rd at the Center at the Wolf Trap. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. The name of the game is Does Ryan Know It? That's the game we're playing. Does Ryan know it? Our trusty producer, Ryan Clary, will be asked questions Darius put together. You will have to guess as to whether or not Ryan can correctly answer the question. You've got to get 2 in a row. If you do, you will win a pair of tickets to see Blues Traveler. Clary, how you feeling today? Did you get a good breakfast?
So here's actually the thing. I was up like around 6 a.m. from a big old bolt of thunder. So I don't really know what to expect at this point in time. Brain's a little fried, but maybe that means good. Maybe it does.
Waking up early could mean good. Good things, I suppose. I know that when I was in school and we used to take standardized tests, you would get all these instructions, and one of the instructions was to have a breakfast.
Yeah.
They said you get a good night's sleep, and then you have to eat breakfast in the morning so that you're not hungry and your brain's locked in.
Well, I did have a cornucopia sub right before this. I did not have the cookies, though.
It is a day of the week, so you did have a cornucopia sub.
I did have a cornucopia sub, but I did not have the cookies, so I feel like my luck is not really in my favor at this point.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Charles is on the line. Charles, are you ready to play Does Ryan Know It? Charles, are you there?
I'm here.
How
Can you
are
hear
you,
me?
sir? Yes, I hear you.
I'm
Thank
good.
you for the call.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, so you know the rules, right? I'm going to ask Ryan a question. He's not going to answer. You're then going to guess whether he knows it or not, and then he'll give us his best answer. You ready?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, question number 1. A word, phrase, or sequence that reads the same forward and backward, spelled out the exact same forward and backward, is called what? Charles, do you think Ryan knows the answer to that?
No.
Okay. He's betting against Ryan in the early going here. Ryan, what is a word, phrase, or sequence that reads the exact same forward and backward?
Oh, man. See, okay, here's my thought process real quick. It ends with phone, right? Like the word. It does. But I don't know what the first few... I'm going to know it as soon as you say it, but
I'll give you a multiple choice.
Okay.
Is it car phone?
No.
Cell phone?
No.
Landline phone?
No. Okay.
Or megaphone?
It's neither. None of the above. So I don't know it.
All right. I was looking for palindrome. It's a palindrome.
I'm sure. I would no chance.
You've never heard that word?
I've heard of it, but
Okay.
like I just wouldn't have pulled that.
All right, Charles, your one correct guess as to whether or not Ryan knows something away from getting tickets to go in and seeing Blues Traveler. Are you ready?
Awesome. Yep.
All right, question number 2, Clary. According to the U.S. Constitution, the President of the United States is part of which of the 3 branches of government? Charles, do you think Ryan knows that answer?
Yes, he knows this answer.
Wow. So you were not confident at all just a few moments ago, and now you feel very good about Clary. Ryan, according to the Constitution, the president is part of what branch of government?
The executive branch.
Charles, you made it look easy, buddy. You're going to see a concert. Congratulations.
Awesome.
I will throw you on hold. Please wait patiently. We will get to you at the end of the segment. Ryan's the guy that has to take your information. He's also the star of this game, so you've got to wait for a moment. I guess Darius is already hard at work grabbing him, so you should be all right. Okay, the game is called Does Ryan Know It? You can see the quality of some of the questions. You're doing all right, Claire. You're batting 500.
We're doing fine.
I believe this is straight out of like a quiz for a 5th grade class
Fair,
or something.
fair.
But I think you're going to crush this. I think you're going to bat like 940.
We'll see.
You're going to do well. Let's go to our buddy Matt in Stafford. Hello, Matthew. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing really well, and Blues Traveler 4 is one of the greatest albums of all time. And since Danny's not there, I just thought I'd mention that his sister has the cover of Blues Traveler 4 framed on her wall.
Whose? Danny's?
Danny's sister.
How do you know that?
Because I know things from 10 years of listening.
All right.
There's no good explanation.
I
That
thought
a man
you'd been
should
in
know.
Danny's sister's room, and I thought things were about to get really weird. But I appreciate that you know that just from being a good listener. All right, Maddie, you're playing for Blues Traveler tickets. It's them and Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Friday, August 23rd at the Center at the Wolf Trap. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. You know the way the game is played, correct?
Correct. I am sized.
All right, let's do this thing. Clary, what is the process of water turning into vapor called? The process of water turning into vapor. Matt in Stafford, does Ryan know the answer?
He's such a wizard with meteorology. I have to say that he knows this.
You're my guy. Evaporation.
Silly. Clary's 2 for 3 right now, by the way. I feel great about that. All right, let's go. Let's see here. I'm looking for something. All right, let's go to this one here. Matt, if you can guess correctly, you're going to win the prize. Tickets to go see your boys, your friends, Blues Traveler, who apparently are on a poster on Danny's sister's wall. I did not have that one in the office. All right, the question is, what is the process of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly called? The process of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly called.
I know that you know this, and I appreciate you winning me these tickets to Blues Traveler. Ryan Stallion, go ahead and tell him what it is.
Oh, Matt. Matt.
You don't know it? This guy's so psyched to go to the concert.
I know you're so
don't
psyched.
Screw my guy Matty over.
Matt, why?
Don't screw Matt over.
It's
Hey, think about. Okay, let's just break it down.
Matt, there's nothing to break. I have to start from square one here. I got nothing.
Hey, when somebody,
I don't think you're allowed to help. We're looking for. Sorry, Matt. You guessed twice on Ryan, and he paid the price. He's batting 500. Metamorphosis.
Oh, I knew it was a cis in there.
Did you?
I did.
You always
I
know
swear.
the end. A phone.
I knew the end. I knew the end.
Cis,
It was a cis in
a
there.
sister with a poster on the wall. PJ's in Reston. Hello, PJ. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, this game is harder than people think it is. The one that was evaporation, I would have guessed steam. So this game is harder than.
Thank you, PJ.
So I'm gonna give it my best shot.
All right. Are you ready to play? You know the rules, right, PJ?
I'm looking to bring the hook back.
What is the
That's a Blue
capital
Traveler
of
song.
Russia, Larry? What is the capital of Russia?
Wait,
no.
Because of.
Hold on.
I'm gonna say. Oh, sorry.
All right. You heard the question. You
I
know
heard
where
the
you're going.
question.
Okay. PJ, go ahead. What do you got?
So because of how much Russia's in the news, I'm gonna say that Ryan knows this. Ryan knows this.
Okay.
Is it St. Petersburg?
Oh, God. It's Moscow.
I thought
What are you doing?
I thought this was a trick one.
PJ, you were right about one thing. You saying this was a trickier game than people think.
It is.
That was tough. Clary, you finished 2 for 5.
2 for 5.
Does Ryan know it? Maybe we'll bring this back a little later in the day. We've got to get you an update and then blitz. But could be a good way to try to give out more tickets a little bit later on. You should have had Moscow, bro. That one's tough. That's going to be a hard one to explain away. Let's go blitzing next. Nats tonight at 6:45, as Toby just told you. We've got the game here on the Fan. And tomorrow at noon, the Commanders and the Jets. Nice little 24 hours ahead in DC sports. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Please be sure to tell them this show sent you. That way they will give you a nice discount. kmlawyers.com. Great guys, our good buddies. We will be traveling a bit with them during the football season. We'll be telling you more about that in the next couple of weeks. But we're busy. Got to get to it. Beltway Blitz on the Nats, the NFL, and the local DC sports stadium scene. All coming up right now. Let's get it popping. We begin on the diamond with our friend Craig Heist, 106.7 The Fan, Nats beat reporter. So, Heisty, why don't we begin with yesterday? What a day. I mean, 2+ hours of rain delays, and finally the game ended, and it wouldn't go the good guys' way. They had 4 errors all late in the game.
Yeah, and it really was. It was ugly because of you had Finnegan come in and give up the 3 runs, and you were trying to hold the game right there to hopefully win it late. But then the Nationals, to their credit, Grant came back, and Luis Garcia hit a ball up in the zone, not quite as high up in the zone as C.J. Abrams did earlier in the week for a home run that I don't think anybody thought was leaving this ballpark down in the left field corner, but it did. It got out. So they tied the game, and then they go into extra innings. And, the throw from Abrams to try to get the lead runner at third, that goes in and out of the glove for an error. And then, the throw from right field on the base hit that scores 1 run, but then Finnegan doesn't wind up backing the play up, and he's disappointed he gave up the hit, but you got to back up the play at the plate, and he didn't do that. So there were a lot of different things. That also in the squeeze bunt, the Nationals played that grand like they didn't think they've ever seen a squeeze play before. So all of that led to the inning, the big inning, and they wind up losing the game that they probably feel that they should have won.
Yeah, and losing a series 3 out of 4 at the hands of the Giants, who are wild card hopefuls. So tonight they start a new series at home against the Angels, final 3 of the longest homestand of the year, this 10-game homestand. And the big storyline, of course, is that Anthony Rendon, who you covered for many years in D.C., is coming back for the first time. It'll be his first game at Nats Park since the 2019 World Series, believe it or not. He was injured, I think, when the Angels came back. So this will be the first chance he gets to get a nice ovation and to be greeted by the fan base. I mean, weather permitting, hopefully it's a special scene tonight.
Well, let's hope so, and let's hope the fans give him the kind of ovation everybody around here at least thinks he deserves, because he was such an integral part of that team and meant so much to them, both offensively and defensively. And if you go back over his years with the Nationals, Grant, and you take a look at the numbers that he was able to put up, he was one of the leaders of that team. And I joked around with him last year when the Angels were in Baltimore. I said, "What were you thinking when this team started 19-31, to start the season in 19, he says, man, he says, I thought I was going to get traded. He says, me and along with some other folks. But we just did talk to Anthony. They had a little media session for him outside the Angels clubhouse downstairs. Looks good. He's been off the IL for a couple of days now, had a couple of hits in the Yankees game last night. When you look at it, you just hope that if they have a video montage for him tonight, that they really do give him a nice ovation, and everything's left in the past, if you will.
Yeah, I think they will have a video montage for him, right? I mean, they did one for Michael A. Taylor, and he got a big standing ovation earlier this year. So if Michael A., with all due respect, is getting a standing O, I mean, it might go several minutes for Rendon, by comparison, because he was. I mean, Heisty, you can make the case maybe Soto was more important during the postseason run. That's probably the end of the list at most. If you look back at the huge swing where he hit a home run off Kershaw on the Dodgers in the division series, then the home run right after Davey got ejected on the Turner call at first in the World Series on the road in Game 6, I think that was. mean, one huge at bat after another, one big run producing hit after another. He was incredible that entire run.
Well, he was, and he helped keep that line moving, as they say, pass the baton. But he was one of the integral parts of it. And you mentioned Soto, and Rendon, but you also have to mention what they did from a pitching standpoint too, down the stretch especially, and that run through the playoffs, and led, of course, by Steven Strasburg. But Anthony's a special kind of guy, and I think that they should treat him that way tonight when he arrives on the field.
Yeah, in the division series, he hit .412. In the championship series, he hit .417, and then he went on to hit 2 homers and drive in 8 in the World Series. Just an incredible stretch in October. Heisty, it'll be a great scene tonight. Thank you, buddy.
All right, Grant, take it easy.
And my one concern is how big a crowd is there going to be, because the team's bad and there's not a lot of people going to games, but also because the weather's gross. But if you're there, make up for some of the people that aren't, and hopefully it's a real nice night for Rendon coming back. By the way, all of our baseball coverage on the Fan throughout the season, as you guys know, is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's keep the blitz moving. Our buddy is Benjamin Brown, covers the National Football League. Benjamin, why don't we start with the Patriots, who played last evening? If Drake May's not the starter, why not play him a little bit more? It was like 6 snaps, 3 throws, couple of screens. I get it if you're protecting your starter. If you're a backup, shouldn't you play a little more than that?
Yeah, I'm very much in your boat. I for one, I think I gravitate towards being more aggressive, especially in the preseason. Obviously injuries happen, but this is a time to get like real bona fide NFL type snaps, and to, only have a guy make, basically one series, not really be out there. It seems like in some ways maybe they're leading towards him being the starter, but they kind of did a similar thing with Jacoby Brissett. It was fun to see Joe Milton play, but the fact that Bailey Zappi got 20 dropbacks basically in this game, it's just it doesn't really make sense when he's the guy on the outside looking in from a roster standpoint, and you very much still have a ton of question marks at the top 3 spots for that position on this particular roster. So I would say in any sort of preseason type game, I'd like to see the coaches more aggressive, especially at the quarterback position, but especially on the Patriots side of things, it just makes too much sense not to evaluate these guys. And it just doesn't really, I would say, speak to a really sound, I would say, process with what they ended up actually going with last night.
Falcons-Dolphins kicks off tonight at 7 o'clock. I don't know who's playing and who isn't. I won't pretend to guess. But just using the game to kind of talk about these two teams this year, do you think Atlanta should be the favorite in the South after adding Cousins? And then on Miami, how can they get over the hump of just being a really good regular season offensive team that isn't much of a threat in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think both, obviously, kind of really crucial questions. I'll start with the second one. I do think the Dolphins, in a lot of ways, one of probably, I would say, the second best division in all of football. So from that perspective, I do think it just, in a lot of ways, things get tougher as we enter towards the home stretch of the actual NFL season, and they just haven't performed probably where they've been at in the regular season. I think in a lot of ways, they started off hot. Again, going back to it, they have been a team that has been a little bit more aggressive in how they kind of play some guys. In the preseason, I'm not sure, given where they're at, roster-wise, we'll see any sort of run from anybody tonight or really at all in the preseason. But I think that, there's some truth to the matter of, once a guy, especially Mike McDaniel type play caller, they have some of these, time to actually develop plays in the off season. And then once you get 8 or 9 weeks of that kind of on film, there's really not a crutch to fall back on if they haven't reserved some more of the plays that they developed in the off season to really kind of add a wrinkle to the offense. And I think in some ways, that's why we've seen the gap at least close down, for where the Miami Dolphins have been offensively at the start of the season to where they actually finish at the end of the season. So I think there's a lot more to that discussion, and it is probably much wider than just Mike McDaniel, but we do kind of see it across, I would say, a lot of the marquee type offensive play callers the past couple seasons. So it's an interesting thing, I would say, to monitor, but don't really have any strong conclusions on that. And I would say, the Falcons, interesting team as well, kind of on the opposite side of things from a coaching standpoint. What are we going to see from Zach Robinson? Kind of a unique wrinkle in what he's going to provide from an offensive scheme standpoint. Raheem Morris taking over for the Falcons. Like, there are a lot of questions, and I do think what they kind of put on tape tonight will at least help guide us in maybe their overarching philosophies from both an offensive and defensive side of the football, I would say.
Another of the 3 games in the NFL preseason slate tonight, Texans Steelers in Pittsburgh. Who starts week 1 under center for Pittsburgh? Do you think it's Fields or Wilson?
I do think it's going to be Wilson. I think long-term, we do see Fields end up as, the starting quarterback at some point this season. I would probably venture to say sooner rather than later, but I think week 1, the door seems to still be open to Russell Wilson, but I think long-term, it's going to be Justin Fields, or they're going to be kind of in the same position they were at this offseason, guessing who they want under center coming up in 2025.
Ben, great as always, buddy. Looking forward to chatting after Washington's played its first preseason game next week. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
Yeah, buddy. Be good. Let's continue the blitz. Kind of. I mean, we could have played the Wizards or the Capitals or Capital One Arena or Grant eats a chicken tender basket and watches sports on 7th Street. Because really, we just want an update on that venue. And Eric Flack, who's the reporter who wins awards over at Channel 9 for breaking news and investigating things like stadium deals, is joining us now. So, Eric, you came out today with a pretty big bombshell. We had the big press conference, and Ted Leonsis and the mayor, Muriel Bowser, hugged, and everything was awesome. And D.C. is going to be the home of the Wizards and the Capitals for decades. Except it sounds like nothing's actually been finalized and no paperwork's been signed.
Yeah, I was surprised to find this one out, Grant. All I was looking for was a copy of the contract to read through it. And I come to find out through some open records requests that the contract has not been signed. What was signed is what's called a term sheet. It lays out generally what the agreement is, but there's a lot of details that have to be ironed out. That term sheet gave the two sides, DC government, Department of Economic Development, and Leonsis and Capital One and Monumental, gave them 4 months to basically hammer out a deal. Well, that deadline has passed. Now, within the language, there's a 30-day expansion. And we're in that extra 30-day window. After that expires, which would happen sometime in the middle of next month, Monumental could take this deal to arbitration. The clock is ticking, though, because the money is supposed to start flowing to Monumental when the fiscal year begins, October 1st. For that to happen, this deal has to be finalized and approved by DC Council for that money to flow and for the renovations at Capital One to begin.
So what's the worst case here? The arbitration? I mean, if that happens, obviously the team's still going to play there in perpetuity, and the average consumer may notice no difference, right? I mean, so what's the worst case?
Yeah, I think it is, out of fairness, important to note that both the city and Monumental are downplaying this. They say this is just all part of the process. I mean, there's language to say that if this doesn't happen, we're back to square one. If Monumental doesn't get its money, there's language in the term sheet to say not only can Leonsis take the Caps and Wizards back to Virginia or wherever else he wants to go, but there's language in it to say you can move the Wizards. So, which to me says move out of the DC market altogether. Now, again, a lot of this language is my interpretation. Everybody's being really tight-lipped about it. But the worst case scenario is we're back to square one. I don't think it's going to get there. Everybody is telling me it's not going to get there. But it is notable that we're this far down the road and the ink has not actually been signed to the final deal that would lead to this long-term lease expansion, the Caps and Wizards staying in DC long-term, and maybe most important for the consumer, all that money, sprucing up Capital One, which desperately needs it.
Eric Flack, Channel 9, WUSA TV in town, an investigative journalist who covers a lot of things we don't talk to him about, and then the things we talk to him about are normally stadium deals, which seem to be never-ending around here. Speaking of which, while I have you, I'd be remiss if I didn't get an update on what seems to be a holding pattern You know
Yeah.
more than I do, so maybe I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but what is
No,
going
you're
on
right.
with the RFK site and the ongoing conversation between, Blackie Wetzel's family and Steve Daines and the Commanders? Are we still just waiting on essentially Steve Daines to stop dragging his feet?
No, I mean, I think we're waiting on the Wetzel family to give the go-ahead. As I reported, and I think one other journalist has reported, they're going to honor this Wetzel family at the home opener, most likely the home opener. They're hoping that appeases the family enough that they are on board with removing whatever objection they have. Daines has said he will remove his objection as soon as the family removes their objection.
Okay, but let's say that happens, Eric. The
Yeah,
other thing you had floated at one point to us was that there were a couple of Maryland lawmakers that are kind of waiting and laying in the weeds to then be the next fly in the ointment. So it's not like we just start sprinting toward RFK at that point.
Oh, 1,000% not. In fact, I get a sense from a number of different people who are associated with this process that there is nobody who assumes anymore that this bill is actually going to pass through Congress. I've been told that the fact that it's election year is problematic. The Maryland lawmakers are problematic. If Daines does not get out of the way, he's powerful enough that that's going to be problematic. It could have problems getting out of the subcommittee because you have senators like Bernie Sanders, even on the Democratic side, who don't want to see any sort of anything help out a billionaire like Josh Harris. And everybody knows this is about the potential to put the stadium there. Nobody's kidding themselves about that. So I get the sense more and more that this is no guarantee. And then Josh Harris and his team would have to decide, do we wait another year, try this all again in the next Congress, thereby pushing back this process again? They've already said we're now looking at 2030 at the earliest before we get a new stadium wherever it is. And so I think that Harris and this team, if in fact it does not get through Congress, the RFK bill, they are going to be facing a big question about whether to move forward in Maryland or Virginia, or wait another year and push the entire process back by another year.
Wow. So what's the timeline then, before I let you go on that? Like, when is the hit the wall date that if it doesn't happen by X, they've got to wait a year or pivot to Westmore and Virginia, Maryland or Virginia?
I've been told nothing's going to happen until after the election. And then everybody's going to come back and get everything done that has to get done before all the congressmen and senators, and this has already passed the House, we're in the Senate now, goes on their Christmas vacations and gets out of town.
Is that like mid-December, or when is that?
Yeah, mid-December. We are looking, one person familiar with the process on Capitol Hill told me their game, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but who do they play the second week in December? Like they said, it would probably be that game, the second week in December, before
that would be the Saints.
It was either the Saints or somebody else, but it's one of those games in December. They said Saints. I'm looking at a schedule. Yeah, it's I think around middle of December. I was told maybe Titans December 1st, Saints December 15th. It could be as late as the Eagles December 22nd, but you're getting pretty close to Christmas, and the Senators and everybody wants to go home. So it's going to be the middle of December before we know for sure.
Oh, just such a holding pattern.
Such a holding pattern. I know. Hey, but we still have FedEx or whatever it's called. So
yeah, it's not even called. We don't have a name anymore.
Redskins Park. Not Redskins. Commanders.
I was watching Moneyball the other night, which is such a good movie, by the way.
So good.
And there's like a song that his daughter came up with that she sings throughout the whole movie. It's like a real life song, but it's in the movie is the little girl song. And it's, I'm just a little bit caught in the middle. That? And it's like,
totally.
That's me with this, just trying to be a fan of this team, man. They changed the name because they have to. Now someone's mad they changed the name in the logo, so they don't get the stadium. It's like, hey, man, I just want to watch football. So whenever you get a chance, I'm just a little bit caught in the middle.
It's not that much to ask, Grant. It's really not.
Thank you, Eric. Good catching up, brother.
All right. Take it easy. Happy
All
Friday,
right.
guys. Bye.
Tell him I'm sorry I kept him so long there on the blitz, but there was a lot of ground to cover with our guy, Eric Flack. We got another Eric on the show at 5 today. Eric Edholm ranked the Commanders in the bottom 7 or so in the National Football League in his power rankings. Does think they have a chance to really be a surprise team, though, pending Jaden Daniels' performance. Next, let's talk practice coverage and some of the takeaways people are having from camp practices next here on The Fan. Line of breakdancing at the Olympics. There was a lot being made today of the brand new Olympic summer sport of breakdancing. One of the ways people were talking about breakdancing was to scream that it isn't a sport, as if that is a precursor or a prerequisite to be an Olympic activity. There are so many Olympic activities that are not sports. Trampolining, bouncing on a trampoline, and I didn't watch it, so I really don't know exactly what you have to do to get points or to get scored. If it's just how high do you go, or I don't even know how you would grade that. But that's a sport at the Olympics right now, trampolining. That is an event, a competition, if you will. Equestrian is not a sport. It's an amazing skill. It's really cool. It's a long time competition internationally and at the Olympics. There are others, just top of my head, I could think of. But, is what's the one where they're synchronized swimming? There's like 14 people together and they're all doing the exact same motions, which, by the way, is incredible because I couldn't dance on land to music in rhythm with other people, and they're just doing it in a pool while treading water. There's nothing sporty about that. I'm not saying it's not difficult or that I could do it because I can't. It's a competition, but bad take if you're upset about breakdancing at the Olympics because there are plenty of other activities like that. And who cares, really? I mean, let's be honest. Find something else to complain about. There's 83 events already. The 84th is the one that puts you over the limit. Now, if you want to tell me that they got rid of baseball to make room for breakdancing, like they're at a limit and they can't have any more athletes and they can't have any more activities or sports competed in, so they had to get rid of baseball to make room for breakdancing. Well, okay, I'll lock arms with you and we could be friends in arms and go after breakdancing. But in the meantime, go have your fun, kids. Play some music and do your wacky dances. And the viral clips, I'm sure, will be turned into all kinds of gifts that we'll see for years to come. But the closing ceremonies right around the horizon, this has actually been a blast. Probably just a sign that I'm getting older and I'm home at night a lot more. That's what I've come up with. I probably was out and about more in past years during the Olympics, but I've probably watched more Olympic action and the activities at night than I think I ever have. And maybe that's also the time difference and the fact that they're doing the primetime broadcasts. I also, this week for the first time, watched the Red Zone version of the Olympic coverage, Gold Zone. And it's the exact same broadcast as Red Zone. It's awesome. So good. I think it actually adds a ton to the viewing experience, makes you a little more interested. You're getting anecdotes, you're getting information fed to you, which I think is really, really cool. Anything that you can do to supplement and enhance the viewing experience, good and necessary, because most of these sports activities, games, people just don't know anything about. So you better be a good storyteller. You better make it relevant to me. Make it accessible. Tell me why I should care. And to have Scott Hansen or somebody else sitting there going sport to sport to sport, showing us who's playing and working in the details that you get at night from Mike Tirico, I just think it makes it more of a TV show. It makes it more entertaining. So it's been really, really good. All right, I wanted to talk training camp with you and practices. So this is a complicated conversation. I'm going to try to peel some layers back on this onion. I find myself getting more and more annoyed by how training camp is being talked about. And it's not just camp. The preseason is similar. But I want to be clear off the top, as someone who was a beat reporter and who's buddies with a lot of reporters, this is in no way a shot at the people covering teams, because their job is to give you as much information as possible. But the oversaturation now, and maybe that's the big problem, of the coverage of practices has gotten to the point where every play is scrutinized, and it's not supposed to be. 7-on-7 drill work, individual drills, one-on-ones where you're working on technique and you're going up against somebody. All of this stuff is not necessarily made to be evaluated by people that don't really know what they're evaluating. And I don't mean the media, although I guess some of us are certainly in that boat. I'll raise my hand plenty of times on that. But I just mean generally, like you see something put out there that Grant Paulson just got beat one-on-one in position work, and it just leads to these massive declarations about players. This guy stinks. He's a bum. He can't play. Cut this guy. Waste of a roster spot. And I just hate the toxicity to it all. I don't really get how we got here. Social media is so good in so many ways, but I truly do blame Twitter. The immediacy of the ability to critique what you're seeing in real time now almost forces you in an arms race as a reporter to get everything out that you can. I've been there. I've lived it. I've done it. I remember it. Going back, I'm sure in 2012, 13, when I'm on the beat, 10, 11, whatever, I am sitting there tweeting out plays and telling you what happened. But I think generally there's just a difference between saying, hey, someone made a nice catch along the sideline, or even so-and-so had a tough practice, or not a great rep for this guy. And what feels like now the play-by-play of the stuff that isn't necessarily made for everybody's eyes. I'm not saying we should have less access. We should always have more. I just think we've got to be careful with what we do with that access. And it's a media point, but it's not even a beat reporter point, an aggregator point, I think. I find it so annoying the way these aggregators operate. So I'll give you an example. Yesterday, Linnell was at Jets camp up in New Jersey. Our own Linnell Willingham. You know him as the youngest in charge movement, I believe. But Linnell, who's my guy, is tweeting out practice 11 on 11. Jaden Daniels is 7 of 15, whatever the stats were. Now, again, I don't love the idea of keeping stats of 11 on 11 practice work, to be completely honest with you. But it has become part of the fabric. And it is now a normal thing to do. There are these sites, I don't like them, but they keep stats during, all the practice reports. But this is not Linnell's issue. Like, here's what Linnell did. Someone said, go up to practice and tell me what happened. BRI's up there. And so for a lot of people like me and Darius and Ryan and all of you, you weren't at practice. So the more information you get to decide what you want to do with it, the better. So he gives you that information. From that, then, I forget which account it was, but I blocked it immediately. It was one of these main accounts that aggregates and has 500,000 Twitter followers that posts a bunch of stuff with attribution at the very bottom. But they basically came out and they said, Jaden Daniels had a bad day of practice today, 7 of 15, maximum of 25 yards. And they essentially just kind of like gave the cliff notes on everything Linnell had said or other people, reporters, had said throughout practice. But they then drew the next conclusion, which was a lot easier when no one's around and when it's, you're not taking on the Jets. Daniels could be in some trouble as the live bullets start flying, or whatever their stupid take was.
I believe the quote at the end was, the Jets defense had Jaden Daniels seeing ghost. I'm sure.
And maybe they did. But like, you don't know, first of all, person that's not a person. It's some account. It's just an aggregator account with a blue check. It's farming engagements to make some money. It's the whole thing is just rotten. I hate it. And you're seeing this everywhere. And it just annoys me. And I just think we've gone in a very short time from instructive, legitimate information that is beneficial to have to now, evaluating something that doesn't always need to be evaluated. Like in spring training, here's a good example. In spring training, I've had guys tell me in the past, I've, asked them, hey, man, that was rough. Like, what happened? Just gave up 6 runs, 7 hits, whatever it was. I was working on a changeup. I don't have a feel for my changeup. I lost it in the offseason. I've got a new grip I was working on. And they literally just went out there to throw batting practice until they could figure out their changeup. That was the whole point. But imagine if you take these major leaps on declaring something because someone is working, and we're just seeing the cooking of the sausage, the making of the meal. And I don't think everything's meant for your eyes. I said this the other day about a restaurant. Like, I'm glad I don't get to see everything that happens behind the curtain sometimes. I just want the meal to be brought out to me when it's done. It looks awesome. They put it on a plate. But, that argument, I'll speak out of both sides of my mouth. almost seems like then I don't want all the information, and I'm an info guy, so I do. I want to know what the practice looks like and how he performed, and it's not even about Daniels, it's larger, but I wonder if anybody's with me, that it's getting to be too much. And that really the issue is it's not the plugged in reporters, in my opinion, who get to talk to coaches and people. It's just the secondary, like, people that spread what's reported as if it's fact and make the leaps. And I just think we all need to calm down a little bit in August. That's all. Where are you guys at on this? 800-636-1067. And maybe a better way to ask the question is, like, what types of information do you consume and care about this time of year? What do you dismiss? Are you someone who's locked in and reading reports out of camp practices? Or are you someone who's just kind of sitting back waiting to watch games? There are probably a lot of people like that. I keep saying, where's the Jaden Daniels excitement? Maybe a lot of people aren't tracking all of this because they think it's silly and ridiculous. It's excessive. 800-636-1067. We'll get your thoughts on that next. Grant and Danny without Danny on the Fan. I'm looking to get perspective from you guys as I welcome you back on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What do you consume and what do you dismiss as important, not important this time of year? There's just so much content and seeming play-by-play analysis coming out of practices, 7-on-7s, 11-on-11s is the most identical to a football exercise, but even that is not authentic to a game. Like you're seeing, a lot of times, like I got a video sent to me. I think it was my brother sent me something on Instagram the other day. Some random practice wasn't Washington. And it was like a quarterback dropping a ball into the bucket somewhere. And it was like, and I think he was like sending it to me because it was like best throw you'll see all day. And it was against air. It was literally a drill without a defensive or offensive line. Like, what are we doing? And my greatest fear is that the average person doesn't understand what they're seeing or why this is so irrelevant. Now, you guys are good eggs. You're smart. So I know you guys understand. You're listening to Sports Talk Radio. You're in the nation's capital. You're Grant and Danny listeners. So you guys are the few, the proud, the elite. And I get that. But those other silly geese out there, I just don't know if people know what they're looking at. And it's exhausting. Elijah's in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
What's up, man? I'm actually I'm glad he didn't light it up in practice personally, because based off the reports of the kind of guy he is, he's gonna learn. He's gonna go in when no one's there. He's gonna do the work that's necessary to really, check out those things that he wanted to improve on, and he's gonna really correct those things. He's gonna get with the coaches. So at this time, I like to call this bait season, and people are gonna have to tune in. People are gonna want to tune in, and the purpose of these stories are just to get people to tune in to see whether if it's true or not, or whatever side you're on. You're going to tune in, and it doesn't matter. And that's the point.
I guess, but I mean, most of the people talking about the practice don't benefit if you tune into the game or not. That's the only part I disagree with. Like, yes, if you're covering the team, it benefits them if you're excited, I guess. But if I'm writing about the Bengals for the Cincinnati Times-Picayune, and you're watching a Bengals game or you're not, it doesn't really change my gig at all. I might want you to read my stories, but I don't need to build someone up to make you watch. I mean, a TV network might do that. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing, Grant? Listen, I love the media and the fourth estate. I think it has a vital job in our society. That being said, with all due respect, most of the reporting that goes on for sports, particularly the NFL, is not essential. And for that matter, there's very little reporting that goes on that actually helps the team. So if you're wondering why access to the teams is being reduced and public and available practices are also being reduced, it's not just about protecting their competitive advantage. It's because all of this nonstop, obsessive coverage just makes their job harder.
Well, let me disagree with you on that. You can hang on the line. Every ounce of coverage that a team gets benefits the team. This is straight out of the playbook.
Vehemently disagree with that.
Well, I mean, I just think it's factual. I mean, there's people's information that they're getting adds to their interest in something. If there was nothing on the Commanders, if it just went dark until week 1, there would not be the same energy and interest. It's why companies advertise. It's why Wendy's wants you to see their burger. If it made sense,
but you're talking about interest,
Yeah.
and I'm talking about their impact on the team's mission, which is to win football games. I agree with you. All publicity is good publicity, whether it's bad or good, in terms of like staying relevant.
Okay, well, I'm talking about from a business perspective, and I'm talking about growing a fan base and actually having fans that are passionate and care and come to your stadium and be loud. You're talking about
But how does coverage of practice that, like you said, is not done in context, is reviewed by people many of the times negatively, how is that helping grow the fan base or aid the team?
Well, it creates conversation and dialogue about the team, and every pixel on your team, all the attention being paid to your team in the media is growing the base and creating more conversation.
But that doesn't make Dan Quinn's job easier. Like,
But
I mean, that
again,
could
you're
be
having a
great for
different
the ownership.
conversation than I have.
No,
If
but I
you're
think it's an
saying
important related one.
no. Yes, it's related, but again, we're talking past each other. If you're saying it doesn't make Dan Quinn's job easier because the wins and losses aren't affected, I totally agree with that. I'm not saying it makes it easier to win football games. I'm talking about Jason Wright's job. I'm talking about specific to this organization, a team that actually needs to build its fan base. It is a huge deal from a business standpoint, and it's why companies advertise. It's why you see the burgers on TV.
If what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is true, that all coverage is good and good and beneficial for the teams in the league, then why are they taking steps to limit said coverage?
Well, they're not necessarily, other than in practices, and not all teams are. The team that wins the Super Bowl every year isn't. The Kansas City Chiefs. Dan Quinn is. I don't really have a good reason as to why. He's pretty worried about people being there, it seems like. They also had construction. They blamed this year on that, so maybe it'll be different next year. But I think the idea of practices specifically where they're getting their work in, they feel like the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But they're not doing any less in terms of talking to the media,
And I agree with that.
having
But
availability.
The original thing you were talking about was this reaction that happens on Twitter about practice tweets.
Correct.
And
I don't
think
like
that
how practice is covered.
I don't like it either because that's work. Like you said, that's like the sausage making.
Yeah,
Like,
so
nobody
where
cares.
we disagree, though, and I appreciate the call, where we disagree is, like, it almost seems like you don't like the access part of it, that, like, the media has the ability to cover the practice, that they are in the way of the team or something, which really isn't the case. The team shouldn't really notice the media at all. They're off to the side. They're kept nowhere near anybody. You're not interacting with them coming on the field, off the field, until it's time to do your interviews. So theoretically, it should have no bearing on your workday at all until you've got to actually do a couple of interviews after practice. The coach does a few-minute press conference before, one coach, the head coach, that's it. But where we disagree is I don't have any problem with people being there. It's like the second level of the media, not the people that are on the scene going, here's what's happening right now. The next, that are in the game of phone, all the people that are then taking that and blasting it out and adding their own commentary and analysis without any information, without talking to coaches or being around players or figuring anything out. It's really, in my opinion, a social media issue is kind of the core of what I'm talking about. It's like the way that we now just, like, things get, it's a game of telephone. If I'm on the sideline and I say, Emmanuel Forbes just got beat on a play by, Olamide Zaccheaus, I'm not suggesting Emmanuel Forbes is terrible and should be cut. But the next account that takes my tweet says, Emmanuel Forbes, a first-round player who looked like a bust last year and got benched, had a terrible day of practice. He got beat badly by Olamide Zaccheaus and continues to struggle. Like, that, to me, is what's so maddening, and I hate it so much. That's all. I don't know how we fix it. I just think it's social media in a lot of ways, like, at its worst. And there's just a lot of those, like, secondary. There's a whole media industry now in aggregation, essentially, in, like, using a megaphone to take a play and make it a point. Taking a snap and making it a larger, whole story, an evaluation. Let's talk to Eric Edholm next. Grant and Danny, no Danny today. NFL.com just put out a power rankings. Seems pretty high on the Commanders. You're listening to The Fan. Commanders, all of our coverage on training camp is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Thank you, Toby Altizer, for getting us up to date. Grant Paulson solo today without Danny, whose vacation winds down this weekend. He'll be back on Monday. Right now on the BetQL guest hotline, bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. We are joined by Eric Edholm, who does power rankings, among other things at NFL Media. Writes great content on the National Football League. And I enjoyed his rankings this week and also what he had to say about the Washington Commanders. So I wanted to get him on the show. Eric, great to talk to you as we have made it back to football time in America. How are you?
Yeah, we've been here, man. It's all right. A soft landing after I was worried. You know, you go through the summer and you do all your fun stuff and you think, okay, here's the season. But it's been a smooth landing, man.
Very, very soft landing, I would say, with the play time in some of these preseasons. It's just getting worse and worse. We're only going to have 2 preseason games soon enough, and I guess players are going to play in like one of them of the guys that matter. I just hate where we've gotten to, where even backups like Drake May are playing 6 snaps and 3 throws. It's like those are the guys that we should be watching for a quarter.
I know. I was glad he got some Joe Milton last night, but yeah, I saw him come out of the game. I mean, remember where Zappy was when he replaced Mac Jones in the place, Zappy, and now they're all booing him when they. I know they're not booing him, but how far he's fallen and how quickly things turn in the quarterback world. But yeah, I think what we're going to see is 2 preseason games, and you're going to see a lot more joint practices. You know, there's plenty now, but you know the network's going to try to get exclusive rights to those and do, you know, kind of extended things with those, maybe. I don't know, but you're right. I think that's the direction we're trending.
The only question about the joint practices at that point is going to be, how do you keep these melees from happening without suspending guys? And I think that's ultimately the way it's going to have to be. Like somebody said, oh, they fixed it. You can now fine the teams. You think I care if the Dolphins are getting fined $200,000 because we got into a fight if I'm Tyreek Hill? Unless you're finding me specifically, I don't give a hoot. And I think the only way to avoid it, if they really want to take it seriously and if they want to make these practices something that every team wants to do, like Andy Reid is out, hasn't done them, you've got to basically prevent the fights, cut down on the chance of injuries from them, and suspend players, which seems crazy. But my guess is that that's got to be coming if they're going to go with 2 preseason games and a prioritization of those practices.
I think the warning shot for all of that you laid out, which is well said, that's, I think, exactly the framework under which it would have to work, was a couple of years ago. I don't remember. It was 2021, I want to say, maybe something like that. Aaron Donald swinging a helmet at a Bengals player. Joint practice. It was, you know, like, whoa, here's one of the best players in the NFL. Of course, we had Myles Garrett doing a similar thing on the field during a game, but you know, as serious as we treated that, the Donald story went away pretty quickly. And, you know, if they do become more showcased and more packaged for media and things like that, and presented as a replacement for a preseason game, then, yeah, I mean, the stakes have to be equal to that of a game, which is what we're sort of making it, I guess.
Eric Edholm's with us on G&D. You may remember him from many an interview over the years ahead of the draft. He's great when it comes to the college prospects as well. All right, so before I get to the Commanders, there's 3 games tonight. You could pick any storyline from any of the 3 you want to hit on. Falcons, Dolphins, 7 o'clock kick. Same time for the Texans, Steelers. And then 30 minutes after that, the Eagles, Ravens. Of the 3 games in the NFL tonight, what are you intrigued by?
I want to work in my dad joke of, you know, a cast of Falcons and a pod of Dolphins. Those are like what they call a group of those. So it's like a podcast tonight, right? That's my dad joke. I do want to see Michael Penix though, because look, if we're not going to see him this year, if it's going to be the Kirk Cousins show and he's back and healthy and all that, you know, I want to see what the kid can do, because there may be a point where he has to take over for injury late in the season or early in the season for that matter. But you know, he's going to get reps during this preseason as if he's not going to get many at all, if any, during the regular season. So they're going to matter. I want to see what he looks like. You know, there's been really positive reviews. He and Cousins have been supposedly getting along great. So cool thing going on there. Everyone wanted to make it a bad thing at the draft. It was curious, but I didn't hate it. And then I would say the other thing I'm probably looking at is what's the situation with the Steelers, and can Justin Fields kind of do something to, against the Houston team that's going to come fired up and, kind of the new kid on the block, so to speak. And, Justin's got a lot to play for too. He knows that Russ is back practicing now, and, and this is sort of his shot to make a statement.
Eric Edholm on Grant and Danny. Let's talk Commanders now. So you did your power rankings, and you did have Washington, in the bottom 7-8 teams where most people do. But I will say that you also, it seems like, are more open to the possibility that they are a fun surprise team than a lot of national folks. You've got them up 3 spots to 26, and you talked about the buzz on Jaden Daniels being needle moving for you. Seems like you're feeling this group a little bit right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it obviously goes back to the draft too, and as I watched, first watched Jaden Daniels dissect my Missouri Tigers during the season, and I had really been a fan of his just on the outside looking in from his freshman year at ASU. I was just sort of always had one eye on the guy, and he was super skinny, but there was something about him, right? Even through all the ups and downs there before transfer to LSU. And, he was good the year prior, but last year was special. And, obviously his running ability got a lot of attention, but, I saw him progress as a thrower and just being able to feather the ball in there and fire it when needed, and instincts that I didn't know he had. And so there was all this excitement that I had over him. And it, when it became obvious Caleb was going to Chicago, it just made so much sense that he would land in Washington and, kind of be the new face of the franchise. And he just had this sort of equanimity about him or something. Like nothing really seemed to faze him at all. Like good result, bad result. He kind of had the same reaction every time you saw him talk or on the sidelines. And it was a little different. And, you put that with exciting physical traits, and then all, like you said, all the positive reviews so far, even, with some tough moments, I'm sure, during against the Jets. I heard it was a little sloppy out there, but, look, it's CJ Stroud didn't have a perfect season last year, but he was brilliant. You know what I mean? Like there's when you see somebody different, I think you kind of know it. And I think he's going to be good. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think he's gonna be able to carry this team on his back at some point and maybe cover up some of the weaknesses.
Eric, how much do you think Cliff Kingsbury will have him run as a designed rusher this season?
I hope a lot. I really do. I mean, if you go back and look, and Cliff, when he had, when he first got to the Cardinals, he ran the ball quite a bit. I mean, it was a big part of what he did, quarterback run, obviously, too. And so, it's because he had a talent in Kyler Murray that could do those things. And now with a different but similar type of player, quarterback athlete, I think it's got to be in their arsenal, especially, again, if you're concerned about the offensive line, especially on the outsides. Like if you feel like, we're a little short there, you're going to have to compensate in some way. So instead of asking these guys to pass block for 4 seconds or whatever, let's get them on the move, or let's get the quarterback on the move, or let's do some fun stuff where, we're having the defense guess as to what Jaden's going to do. And so I think it's going to be a big part of what they do.
Eric Edholm's power rankings dropped this week. You can go check them out. NFL.com. You comped Washington's upside maybe to something of a 2024 Texans, obviously, with what happened with Stroud last year. And I liked what you wrote. You said, I realize this ranking doesn't quite reflect it, but I am prepared to push Washington up soon. Just a feeling. Some of the positive vibes coming out of camp. I think a lot of people are thinking maybe they could be fun to watch, if nothing else, early in the season. What's your take on their supporting cast? One of the big debates in town the last week or so has been how much should they be working on trying to get an Ayuk deal done? This new front office with Adam Peters, he came from San Francisco, obviously, and Ayuk wants to come here by all accounts. They've got McLaurin. They're hoping Jahan Dotson can bounce back from a bad year. And then otherwise, it's a lot of projects, whether it's Luke McCaffrey, who they drafted 100th this year. De'Ami Brown's been a disappointment. Veterans like Jamison Crowder, Olamide Zaccheaus, At tight end, they brought in Ertz. They drafted Ben Sinnott. What do you make of their supporting cast for a young quarterback compared to what would be ideal?
Yeah, outside of McLaurin, I think those are all good, interesting or, interesting to middle of the road complementary type players, right? I mean, I love Ben Sinnott too. I thought he was one of my favorite draft crushes last year too, and I thought he was an underrated player in a lot of respects. So, I guess you're hoping for a bounce back year for Jahan, which I think he can do. We've seen it. It's not, it's not unrealistic to think he can't be that number two, that complimentary guy. Zach Ertz is obviously I think going to be one of Jaden's most respected or trusted targets. Is what I was trying to say. So he and Ben at tight end, pretty solid group. Maybe the backs can contribute a little bit too. Obviously, the run game is going to be a big part of it, but yeah, I mean, you wonder if there is that one other difference maker at receiver. Right now, I would say probably no. Even if Luke is a solid slot this year, or Brown suddenly adds a little bit of a deep element, neither one of them by themselves is affecting a defense. Whereas Ayuk, and even my friends in the analytics, realm say it's not a function of the 49ers offense. This guy would be good in any offense, and he would be the number one guy in almost any team in the NFL, minus a few. So it's expensive. You got to go over 30, I think, and you got to give something up. Maybe not a first round pick, but something. So that's the drawback. And we haven't seen that kind of big swing yet from Peters. It's been a lot of smart, calculated moves, I feel like, but I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve, and maybe down the road there's a possibility.
Looking at the top of your power rankings going into the preseason, before I let you go, you'll start the year with the Chiefs, Niners, Ravens, and Lions in the top four, and I think that's a pretty consensus group for the most part. The competition starts thereafter. You have Eagles, Texans, Bills, Packers in that order. Was there a team that you ended up having higher on your board maybe than you would have anticipated, with other people's rankings?
Yeah, I think some people are down on the Bills for sure. I mean, that's one of them that I got some guff for a little bit online, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a grind early in the year as Josh Allen kind of understands like how much he has to do versus how much his teammates can help him out. And I think, obviously without the two big name receivers there, it's going to be a little bit of adjustment, but this is his offense now. And I think he's still going to be very good. Now, maybe the defense takes a little while to get set. They have some new faces in the secondary. We don't know what Von Miller's status is. Matt Milano's still coming back. So, there's a few question marks. They've been very, 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 sturdy defensively the last few years. I mean, they didn't let teams score very much and ended up winning a lot of games for them. So I'm not dismissing how important that is to their operation, but I think they're still going to be competitive. And I really think they're going to be in that mix by the end of the season once they, take a few lumps.
Eric, excellent. Thank you so much for the insight, and we'll catch up soon. Enjoy the start to the season.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon, man. Thanks.
Yeah, you as well. Be good. There's Eric Edholm, NFL.com, does a really good job covering the NFL. Speaking of Brandon Ayuk, Tom Pelissero of NFL Network just came out with an update on Ayuk. A little bit surprising. Some news this afternoon on what's going on with him, so I could pass that along next. Should let people know that we still have 2 pairs of tickets that we got to give away today. This is the end of the week, so it's our last chance to do it. So we'll give away those tickets to go see Blues Traveler. We're going to do that at 5:45 with round 2 of the very popular game, Does Ryan Know It? Where we ask him some basic questions, and then you bet on whether he knows the answer or not. 5:45, we're running it back to try to give those tickets away. And if we can't give them away then we'll have to go back to the drawing board. All we can do is all we can do here, guys. You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. 17 minutes from now, round number 2. Tickets on the line to go see Blues Traveler. Does Ryan know it? Commanders, preseason game 1 of 3 at noon tomorrow in the Meadowlands. Told you I'd give you a couple of guys to monitor deep down the depth chart who I think could break out. So the first, I'm going to go tweener here. I think he's actually going to play a bunch. He's a lock to make the team. I still think he's a little bit of a deep down the board guy because he was a 5th-round pick, but really, really like what I've seen and what I've heard about Jordan McGee. He's 6'1", 230-pound linebacker that they drafted in the 5th round out of Temple. I mean, what a blessing for him to come to an organization where you're playing on a defense run by Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. 2 guys who have done an incredible job coaching up defense, but you also get to play and learn alongside, next to, behind, in the same room as Bobby Wagner. Like, that's the kind of guy, if he's not on your team, you're studying film of what would he do. You're calling him and asking him, hey, I know it's weird, I'm not on your team, but how would you handle this situation? Guys in the NFL do that. I was talking to London Fletcher, actually, on the sideline at practice this past week, and he said when he had stopped playing, he told Washington and said, anybody wants to reach out to me, send any of the linebackers my way, give me a call. And he said, I think there were a couple guys over many, many years that ever called him from Washington. He said, but more often than not, when he heard from players, it was from guys outside of this market. And he said one of the guys that called him early in his career was Bobby Wagner, actually. But I just think being able to be around Wagner every day has to be a huge benefit to becoming a really good player, to a guy that already looked like he belonged in Jordan McGee. So love that pick. Think you're going to notice him a lot starting tomorrow against the Jets. Now I'll give you one down the roster depth chart battler, a roster bubble guy. On defense, Tyler Owens is a name that you probably have not heard of unless you're all in on camp updates. Tyler Owens was an undrafted free agent. He played his college ball at Texas with the Longhorns, and then he transferred to Texas Tech and finished with the Red Raiders. Not surprisingly, he is from Texas, Plano East Senior High School in Plano. He didn't get drafted this year despite an incredible combine. Get this. So listen to this combine performance by this kid. He got back from the East-West Shrine Bowl. You get your combine invite. He goes. He recorded the best vertical jump among every safety there. And he had a 12-foot, 2-inch broad jump, which was 1 inch away from the world record. Like, his measurables and just the stuff he did at the combine athletically, off the charts. I think he hurt his groin. I was just watching some combine clips during the break, and they mentioned, this was the performance of Tyler Owens today before he hurt his groin. So I'm guessing he didn't finish the combine, and maybe that was part of what hurt him. But I think he was viewed maybe as more athlete than baller that could help you quickly. But here's why I put him on this list. He is one of the guys that the coaches and people in that building are raving about. They love him. 23 years old. I was told before the first practice I saw early in camp, look out for this guy. And within the first practice, 2 or 3 times, I'm going, who's number 40? And I'm looking at my roster. Oh, that's him. And after the second or third time you do that, you just remember, oh, okay, that's Owens. So that is a guy that I think you're going to want to know. Tyler Owens, number 40. He's played some corner. He's a safety. He's been pretty good in coverage and one-on-one drills. Awesome athlete. Deep cut. Preseason kind of stalwart. It's the type of guy that could shine in the preseason. Which brings me to the last name I'll give you. I want to give you one on both sides of the ball. Over to the offense. Bryson Tremaine. Last year, he ended up on the practice squad for Washington. He was on the P squad almost all season. He's back at camp this year, and he is making plays. Every practice you go to, if you've been out there, you already know, this guy just shows up over and over and over again. He's number 89. He's huge. You'll notice him because in a wide receiver room without any size, he's about 6'4.5" and well over 200 pounds. He played at Stanford. I always like to say smart guy. You play at Stanford, you probably got some acumen. But he didn't really play a ton. His numbers weren't big. He caught 14, 19, and 35 balls his final 3 years there. Broke out for 490 yards his final season. But his game was kind of being a vertical threat. boxing people out, going up the ladder, making contested catches. I just think he's the perfect fit for what they don't have on this team. And unless I'm missing something, I don't think you've got 6 guys at wide receiver you've got to keep. Why can't he make this team? Now, you could just keep him on the practice squad again, I'm sure. But McLaurin, Sharpie. Dotson, Sharpie. McCaffrey, Sharpie. Now I'll write in Penn. Zacchaeus, I think, is in. Brown, I think, is in. Crowder's probably in. There's 6. But I gave you 3 that got to be in and 3 that probably are in. You can't tell me Bryson Tremaine isn't battling for a job. I caught up with him out at practice this past week just to get to know him a little bit and wanted you guys to hear from a guy who I think could become one of the biggest names of the preseason.
Seems like every day at training camp, you're popping with a big play down the field, a big catch. How do you feel your camp has gone so far?
I feel like it's gone good. Just I wanted to come into camp and, when the ball gets thrown my way, be able to do my job and, do it, make the most of every opportunity I get. Because, it's hard when you're in training camp and, there's 12, 13 receivers on the field. You might only get a couple balls thrown to you. So just making the most of every single opportunity on, offense and special teams.
What's that like, by the way, when you're an undrafted guy, you're trying to scratch and claw? A lot of other guys have been paid, drafted, and you're looking around. It's got to be hard not to think about how you fit in and just come out and work. It seems like you've been able to figure that out.
Yeah, it's definitely not the easiest route coming in, but I try not to think about it too much. There's plenty of guys you look around the league that have came in as undrafted free agents and done it, before me. And, we have guys in the receiver room who have done it for, 6, 7 years, came into the league as undrafted free agents. So just looking at guys like that who have done it, gives me, that energy to go get it, go after it.
When you looked at this room, and obviously being around last year, you had a good experience with, there's a lot of talk about a lot of the guys are similar in size, right around 6 foot. They don't have a player with your height. There aren't that many of them around the league that can move like you do at your size. Do you feel like that is maybe a way that you can fit in or a differentiating factor that allows you to separate yourself?
Yeah, I think it might be a differentiating factor for me, being the tallest guy in the room. But just being able to do the job that, Cliff and Coach Bobby want me to do, regardless of my size or my height, I want to be able to do it. I want to be able to do the things that a 6 foot receiver, a 5'9" receiver can do, whether it's getting lower in my stance or getting lower in the top of my route, being able to run fast. So, I embrace my size, but, I try to still stay pretty well-rounded.
Going back to Stanford, how would you describe even your game ideally? Like, are you an X that vertically can run down the field and outleap people? Or you talk about wanting to be a complete receiver. Like, what is your game at your most comfortable?
I feel like, in college, it was a lot of going down the field, jump balls, deep routes, especially my last year there. But, I'm just always trying to improve and get better and become, a complete receiver.
Do you feel like not only the joint practice, but Saturday it's obviously a big first audition. Is it weighted like a few of these practices in terms of you go out, you make that one big play, you have that dream moment, maybe that's a big step toward still in the roster spot?
I try not to, think about it as like 2 or 3 practices in one. I think just treating it like any other day, same routine, going in it with the same mindset, will put me in the best position to go succeed. Not trying to get too antsy before it, just, staying consistent in my process and going out there like any other day.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Bryson Tremaine did not get drafted, doesn't play like it, though, and at worst is going to be in the organization moving forward because he's just shown too much. But would love to see him make enough plays starting tomorrow that he could actually crack the roster. They need size. They might be okay in the red zone if Ertz stays healthy, and you could throw the ball up to Zach Ertz, and you can convince me still that based on how he competes for the football, Terry McLaurin, even though he doesn't catch a lot of touchdowns, can be super helpful down around the goal line on slants and some in-breaking stuff, taking on contact, beating jams. I think he could be effective, but the really good teams in the National Football League that throw the ball well in the red area generally are able to just go up. Everything gets condensed. There's less width. So now the field has to get vertical. And I think Tremaine could add a real element there. All right, next, let's open the phones. If you want tickets to go see Blues Traveler at Wolf Trap, we're giving them away for the final time this week, and we're doing it by way of a game. Does Ryan know it? Top of the hour, Connor Orr, who was out at Jets Commanders yesterday and is ready to go cover their preseason game tomorrow, stops by. This is Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is out today. That's okay. We are making it happen. All the way until 6:15, I am taking you up to Nats Baseball. Darius and Ryan on the production, making everything sound good. We appreciate them as always. Right now, you got a chance to win tickets to go see Blues Traveler. Final opportunity to win the tickets this week. So call us if you want to play a game to win these tickets at 800-636-1067. The game is called Does Ryan Know It? Here's how the game is played. We will give Ryan questions. You will have to determine not the answer to the question, but rather whether or not Ryan is going to guess correctly. These questions are questions Darius came up with, I believe, that are 5th grade level is the information I've been given. Now, we didn't have a great first round. I'm going to blame myself. I got faith in Ryan. Ryan went 2 for 5 in the first batch of questions when we did this in the first hour of the show. We did give away tickets to one person, but we were unsuccessful in our quest to give away the other pair of tickets. So here we go. 800-636-1067 is the number you want to play for tickets to see Blues Traveler. The concert is coming up this month. If you want those tickets, the show is at Wolf Trap on August 23rd. Let's go to Luke, who is in the district in D.C. What's up, Luke? How are you?
Hey, glad you guys picked me. I'm excited.
Well, we're excited for you. We'll be more excited if you can win. So good luck to you. Do you understand the way the game is played?
I absolutely do.
Okay, very good. The question I will start with here, Ryan. What does a paleontologist study? What does a paleontologist study is the question. Luke, do you think Ryan will know the answer?
Yeah. Just Jurassic Park. I'm betting on Ryan.
You like his chances. Okay. Clary, what does a paleontologist study?
Luke. Is it... Is it feet?
Feet?
Oh.
I don't know.
You're looking for a podiatrist, I believe, is a foot doctor.
Fair. But this is not a 5th grade question.
It is. It's fossils. A paleontologist studies fossils. In 5th grade, they bring in a little dirt with these little shells, and you go through it.
I must have been sick that week.
There's a lot of weeks where you were sick. I got to talk to Mrs. Clary sometime to see how many days of school you missed.
Decent amount.
Were you homesick a lot with Mom?
I was Mommy's little boy.
Watching Ricky Lake?
No, SpongeBob.
True story. One time, I wanted to stay home so bad. I told my mom I wasn't feeling good. She's like, oh, you're feeling fine. I went and put the thermometer. This was back in the day where you had a real thermometer you'd put under your tongue. I went and put it right next to my light bulb in my room. And I held it like right next to my light bulb for like a minute or two. And then she came back in my room, was like, all right, let's check. And it was like probably like 117 or whatever, you know? And she's like, oh my gosh, we need to get you to the hospital. And she was like making a big deal, like something was terribly wrong with me. And I was like, no, it probably just read wrong. It just didn't read right.
It's still hot.
Yeah. Let's go to Anthony in DC on G&D. What's up, Anthony? How are you?
Hey, what's up, Grant? Thanks for taking my call. Long time listener, long time caller, man. I saw you at training camp the other day. You was walking really fast. I didn't know if you was running late or not. I was one that was talking to you at the entrance.
When you were walking in?
Yes.
Yeah, that was all. Yeah, I was on my way. It was good to say hi, though. It was good to meet up with you. But yeah, I was late for practice. I was getting in right at time for practice.
I see. I'm like, Grant walking fast, so I just...
That's about as fast as I walk, I'll be honest. I like to say I waddle, so I was shuffling as quickly as I could. But no, it was good catching up with you. All right, you know how the game is played?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. The question, Ryan. What is the hardest mineral? What is the hardest mineral? Anthony, do you think he knows the answer?
Ryan has no idea what the hardest mineral is.
All right, Ryan, what is the hardest mineral?
Anthony, you're a smart man. You're a very smart man. A diamond? I don't know.
And then he guesses it correctly.
No.
Anthony, he just screwed you over.
No.
It's a diamond, bro.
Really?
Thank you, Anthony. I'm sorry, Ryan. Just booted you. I mean, this is unbelievable, this guy.
I'm a genius.
You are a genius. A diamond is the answer.
A diamond. I'm silly.
So you're 3 for 7, and you're successfully giving no one tickets ever, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
The goal is to give people
This
some
is really
tickets.
bad.
Let's go to Ricky in Remington on Grant and Danny. Hello, Ricky. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm great. The game is called Does Ryan Know It? You understand how we're playing?
Yes, I got it.
And you are playing for tickets to Blues Traveler. The winner, congrats to whoever wins, when you can get on the same page with Ryan. You're going to see Blues Traveler, Big Head Todd, the Monsters, Friday, August 23rd at the Center at Wolf Trap. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Ryan, the question is, how many feet are in 75 yards? How many feet are in 75 yards? Ricky, do you think Ryan knows this?
Yes, I'm going to go with yes. He knows it.
Okay. Yard important in football. He's a football guy.
Of course.
Ryan, how many feet are in 75 yards?
225 feet.
Yes.
You had to do some math. 3 feet per yard times 75 is 225. How about Clary coming through in the club?
Big feet guy.
So you and Rex Ryan. Big feet guy. All right. So, Ricky. So now we need to know, beyond just what is Ryan's awkward search tab that he doesn't want us to know about.
We will isolate that, by the way.
Yeah. Feel free to just grab that and set it aside for Danny to hear it when he comes back. Ricky, you need to get one more, and then you're going to see Blues Traveler. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay. Who wrote the Harry Potter book series? What famous author wrote the Harry Potter book series? Ricky, do you think he knows who she is?
I'm going to say he knows it. I'm going to say he knows it.
All right. Who wrote the Harry Potter book series? Now, I will tell you, as soon as you said he knows it, Ryan screamed, "Oh," and then put his head down. That doesn't seem very good. Ryan, who is the lady that wrote the Harry Potter book series?
Oh, my gosh. I know her because I read these books.
Yeah.
She's been in the news lately as well. Oh, my gosh.
Give me a name.
I know it's not it. Judy Blume.
I'm sure Judy Blume. Judy Blume is a famous.
Who was it? I know.
J.K. Rowling.
Oh, I knew it. Just trust me. I knew it.
Judy Blume is an author, by the way. I don't know.
I know. She was a children's author. I read plenty of her books.
How do you know Judy Blume and not J.K. Rowling?
I know Judy Blume.
I want to do like get on the Magic School Bus and get inside that brain of his one time and just drive around with Mrs. Who was the lady? Miss Fritzl? What was that lady's name?
Miss Fritzl.
You don't know Magic School Bus?
Well, no, that was way back in the day, but
Darius,
I think it was Frizzle. Miss Frizzle.
There you go. Let's get on Miss Frizzle's bus. And I just want to drive around in that old brain.
It's a lot.
All right. So what are you right now? Are you?
I think we're 3 of 8.
3 of 8.
Not great.
All right. Does Ryan know it? I got faith in you, bro. Come on. You're my guy. Let's go. Kelsey's in Vienna. What's up, Kelsey? How are you?
Hey, doing great.
Everything.
Thanks. Hello.
Yeah, I got you. Everything good? You there?
You got me?
Yes. You know how to
I
play
can
the
hear
game?
you. Yes, we're
All right.
ready. My daughter's going to help me.
All right, very good. Here's the question. Ryan, what is the tallest mammal on Earth? The tallest mammal on Earth. All right, so what does Kelsey think? What does the daughter think over there?
Don't say the answer.
I knew the answer.
She knows it, though.
I knew the answer.
Did you know it?
Yes, it's a giraffe.
Oh, okay, but now we got to go to the next question. All right.
Okay.
You could have had one, but we're going to go to the next question. Who was the first person to step on the moon? By the way, I love that Kelsey or the daughter knew the answer, the young daughter, and Ryan's now claiming he knew the answer.
I knew the answer.
We'll never know if you knew the answer
I
or
knew
not.
the answer.
How old is your daughter?
He's going to know this.
How old is your daughter?
Tell him how old you are. 7.
She just pummeled Ryan. She knew the answer. Ryan, I want her to know one of these answers and him not to. That should be the game.
You just have to know
Is he smarter than the 7-year-old?
Yes or no.
All right. Who was the
Here we
first
go.
person to step on the moon? Do you think Ryan knows it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Ooh, she said yes. Very good. Ryan, who is the first person to step on the moon?
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah. All
Smart.
right. We're just one small step away, one giant leap in Ryan Kind away from giving away tickets, believe it or not, finally on Grant and Danny. All right, you need this one. Here we go. Who wrote the play Hamlet? Who wrote the play Hamlet? Does Ryan know it?
No way.
No way. Wow. Okay. I don't know if I like that answer, but let's see. Ryan, very famous play. Who wrote the play Hamlet?
Is it Shakespeare?
It is Shakespeare. He takes another prospective winner and he slaps him around. I mean, the poor girl wanted to go see Blues Traveler.
I'm sorry. She bet against me. I didn't know what to do.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to give you tickets. I really did.
She wanted to say yes.
She should have.
She should have.
She should have said yes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we are sniped by Clary, who's just unwilling to give away tickets. So this is what I've got to do. I've now got to take matters into my own hand. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You are winning 2 tickets to Blues Traveler and Big Head Todd and the Monsters Friday the 23rd at the Center at Wolf Trap. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Well done, as always, Rhino. Connor Orr covers the Jets. The NFL draft was at Commanders practice yesterday. He'll get us ready for tomorrow's preseason game right here on The Fan. And we'll get you ready for Nats baseball in just a few minutes. Appreciate everybody making the show part of your day. Grant and Danny is sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of all of the work that you need done, including drafting a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. I want to go right now to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Senior writer, Sports Illustrated, Connor Orr, who saw the Commanders up close and personal as they were taking on the Jets this week. Connor, thanks for a few minutes. Really appreciate it. What did you make of the Commanders and your quick opportunity to put eyes on them?
I mean, I thought, everybody labeled it as a loss for Jaden Daniels and a win for the Jets defense. I stayed on the side where Jaden Daniels was, obviously wanted to get some eyes on him. And I was kind of in the mind of, not so fast. I thought he played really well given the circumstances, made some really beautiful touch throws. And what I thought was really impressive mostly was his ability to throw some people open. He did that like 2 or 3 times where there was clearly nothing available to him, but he managed to kind of look off a defender enough or kind of throw a ball like low and away where only his receiver could get it. And he's doing that with Zach Ertz and Terry McLaurin. And so I think that's really the positive takeaway, right? And if you're doing that already, then I feel like the future looks pretty bright. I've seen rookies who still couldn't even lead their receivers at this point during training camp.
One of the other elements of the piece I really liked that you had, you should go check him out at Connor Orr on Twitter. It's at SI Now as well, was that you mentioned Jerry Jones helping Dan Quinn feel good about the Commanders gig. Will you explain that anecdote to some of my listeners?
Yeah, I thought it was really unique. I mean, I was talking to Dan and I had asked him, what was really the impetus for you? After everything, the way that it ended in Atlanta, you really have to look yourself in the mirror and say, do I really want to put myself through this again? Do I want to put my family through this? I've made my money. I've made the Super Bowl, all this stuff. And he said, after I decided to go to the Commanders, there was definitely a vibe, alignment there between himself and the GM and the ownership and everything. But so Jerry Jones came and put his arm around him and he said, listen, the NFL needs Washington and Washington needs the NFL. And I think that you're the kind of guy that can get them there. And, it's basically this admission that like, yes, of course I'm going to compete with you and I care whether we win or we lose, but the NFL as a whole is better if the NFL has a healthy franchise in Washington. And so I thought kind of, acknowledging that Dan was that guy, it meant a lot to him. And I do think he's taken that really seriously. He mentioned ingratiating himself to the fan base a whole bunch during that little brief time where we were able to talk.
All of our camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Connor Orr of SI is joining us right now on GND. Connor, what's your outlook on the upside for this team? What do you think realistically the Commanders could accomplish this year?
I mean, I think both them and the Giants, right? Like, I think one of the two of those teams is going to finish with 9 or 10 wins and be in a puncher's chance to like back end into the playoffs. I really do think Dallas is going to slide. If you don't have any of your core players under contract and your entire coaching staff is on a 1-year contract, that's not a way to run a franchise. I do think things are going to go off the rails there in Dallas. And I think I view the Commanders the same way that I view the Giants, right? One of those quarterbacks is going to get hot. One of those offensive lines is going to play a little bit better than they probably should. The Commanders have a better offensive line, less uncertainty at least. And one of those teams is going to back into a really nice season. So I don't see why Jaden Daniels can't do it. I just think it's probably a little bit more difficult in year one for any rookie quarterback, right? He's going to see a lot of stuff he's never seen before. And you may not have that exact kind of back-end schedule that C.J. Stroud did, which really did help him out when you look at it in the grand scheme of things.
How about the opponent in tomorrow's preseason game? They're playing at noon in the Meadowlands, the Jets. Do you view them as a legitimate Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, I mean, it's what we've been saying all offseason, right? I mean, if they make the Super Bowl, we're going to say, of course they made it. They had Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner and, two of these great stalwart tackles backed by a first-round pick at the position. Like, how could you not make it? And if they win 5 games, we're going to say, of course they won 5 games, right? Because you're betting on a 40-year-old man coming off a torn Achilles, a 33-year-old offensive tackles, and, you're the New York Jets, right? And so I think that they probably have a bigger variance than any other team that I can possibly think of, just because it's such a make or break sort of build on this team this year. But certainly if they're healthy and Aaron Rodgers plays up to expectation, this team could be very, very good.
I think we'll get our first look at, sounds like, on Caleb Williams this weekend. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock, the Bears playing the Bills. It'll be their second preseason game because they played in the Hall of Fame game. Do you expect Williams to have the best year of the rookie quarterbacks, or do you think Daniels or perhaps McCarthy, May, somebody else could push him?
I think that it's a two-horse race for me between Daniels and Caleb Williams. I think both of them probably have the best infrastructures. They have the best wide receivers. They have the best coordinators. The other three guys, I wouldn't expect them, or I would hope that maybe a lot of them don't play right away. And that goes for Bo Nix too, although it does seem like he's kind of got a stranglehold on that job in Denver. But I think a lot of these guys need time. I think a lot of these guys need to sit, with the two top guys being the ones that are probably most pro ready, in my opinion. So I really do view it as a two-horse race, but everything you're hearing out of Bears camp is immensely positive about Caleb Williams. I mean, there is absolutely no remnants of any of those concerns that you heard leading up in the draft about whatever it is, attitude, makeup, any of that mental stuff that I think was kind of getting thrown against the wall during pre-draft.
Connor, we got about a minute left, but I guess last thing I'll throw out for you. If you had to right now look into your crystal ball and predict team to come out of the AFC, team to come out of the NFC, what would you think?
I think it's the Lions in the NFC. I've seen them the most out of any other team in the NFL this summer, so there might be a little bit of, recency bias there with me, but they're the deepest team I've seen. They've got this attitude, this swagger that's really unlike anything else I've seen in the NFL. I think they come out of the NFC, and it's chalky, but how do you bet against the Chiefs coming out of the AFC? I mean, I have the Bengals in our magazine pick that's coming out in a few weeks, but a lot has to go right there, right? And it's as someone who's giving advice or whatever, or giving my best opinion at this point in time, I would have to probably say the Chiefs.
If you don't say the Chiefs, you're just basically trying to get cute. At this point, it feels like. Connor Orr does a great job covering the league for SI. I love the piece. Go check it out on the Commanders. Thanks so much for the time. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Be well as we get closer to kickoff. Speaking of getting closer to game number 1, your player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. Tomorrow, how about Emmanuel Forbes? After a tough day of practice, made the rounds all over the internet yesterday. He was listed as a backup on the depth chart, even though he's mostly been a starter throughout camp. He's kicking off his second season. He'll be going up, presumably against Garrett Wilson, at least for a drive, but certainly some decent wide receiver talent for the Jets. Your player to lock in on via Baldino's Lock and Key tomorrow, Emmanuel Forbes. And with that, let's get you ready for Nats baseball tonight. We start with a weather report presented by Pepco. Game day weather presented by Pepco, because storm season's here, and they know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed. Pepco.com/storm prep. Show meteorologist Ryan Clary.
The humidity is high tonight, but the good thing is storms are out of the way. It's going to be around 80 degrees around first pitch. Again, very humid, muggy kind of night, but there will be no raindrops during the game. Maybe one or two, but there will not be any delays. The game will go on. You'll get to see Anthony Rendon take on the Nationals.
Nats starting lineup presented by the Window Man to take on Rendon in his return. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. They bring you this starting lineup. Mitchell Parker on the hill, the lefty, 6-6, a 4.06 ERA, coming off a really good 6-inning outing in his last start, can get his ERA back into the threes tonight. CJ Abrams was actually just scratched from the lineup. So Alex Cole bats leadoff, plays right field. Luis Garcia, the second baseman, hits second. First baseman Juan Yepez will bat third. Keibert Ruiz is red hot. He's looking for home run number 10 tonight. The catcher bats cleanup. James Wood still hitting fifth for some reason. The left fielder is in the lineup, batting fifth. Harold Ramirez will DH and bat sixth. Ildemaro Vargas, the third baseman, will hit seventh. Jacob Young bats eighth and plays center field. And shortstop, very, very rare start for Nasim Nunez, who does have 4 steals on the year. Cole, Garcia, Yepez, Ruiz, Wood, Ramirez, Vargas, Young, Nunez. Your starting lineup for the Nationals tonight. Big thanks to everyone who's been checking out the show all week. Danny will be back on Monday, so we'll be back at full strength as we break down what we saw from the Commanders against the Jets. Excellent job all week by Darius and Ryan behind the scenes. Yeoman's effort, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. It's going to be a fun night of Nats baseball and a better day tomorrow of football, kicking off at noon with the Commanders. Enjoy it. We're back Monday at 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.